Dun 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 dun. Da 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 da. Hello, everybody. Why do I always get something in my eye right before stream, bros? Because I'm touching my face too much. Hello. Oh my god, I'm so shiny. I'm so. Oh my god, I'm so shiny. I'm so shiny. I'm here to blind you. I'm so shiny. I'm here to distract you. I'm so shiny. It's because I've got Vaseline on my face. I also got this new moisturizer, and I think it's doing wonders for my skin. Thank you. Okay, let's see. Oh, update on the yesterday's stream. I don't know if it's true, but allegedly, what's that guy's name? Ciros, we covered yesterday. Somebody in the comment section said he does have a diagnosis of autism, which would make a lot of sense. That's what we all thought. Which is interesting. I would love to talk to maybe Dr. K or somebody about why do people with autism overlap with narcissistic appealing traits or assuming traits, because he also identified himself as a narcissist, but I wonder if it's just like a specific form of autism mixed in with a certain form of trauma, which leads you to black and white thinking, which appears narcissistic, but it's not like NPD. It's actually something different. But also he could be autistic and have a personality disorder. That's not like the most uncommon thing to assume. And it's also interesting when I get on TikTok and they're like, why do people with autism attract narcissists? And it's also, why do people with BPD attract narcissists? And really, we have to recognize that though we're seeing patterns, maybe we're not deeply understanding the why. And it's also a mixture of vulnerability. Like vulnerability plays a role in why people trauma bond, and trauma bonding is specific. Like it's a specific phenomenon, and it's much more intense than just getting along with someone who's also had similar trauma, right? Also, Kay, thank you for joining the memberships. I see you. Thank you so much. Welcome, welcome. So I don't know. Also, just waiting for Rashad to come on. We're gonna start our conversation together. Let's see. Is it a crime? 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 Like I realized a lot of the black and white appearances is very interesting to me, because people do read it as like a sort of like narcissistic, like a big ego, but it's also just because like that's how they're having a relationship with themselves, and so it feels that way, but it's not ill-intentioned. I think there's an assumption that narcissistic behavior has bad consequences, and if he's autistic and has been told he's a bad person his whole life, that could be an internalization of his black and white thinking. So it's just hard to know what came first, the chicken or the egg. Yeah, I don't know. Da, 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 da. I mean, narcissists like NPDs are also victims. Like they're sick because of childhood trauma, right? So that's sort of also the irony, is that there's like a people bond with people that are also deeply wounded. But then I wonder how many people are walking around with the wrong diagnosis or without the right diagnosis. And again, getting a diagnosis should help you heal and know yourself better, not ostracize you from society at an increased rate, right? I think the dilemma is like there's a lot of alienation because of a diagnosis. Yeah, there's something there. Yeah, huh. It's funny, like, because every in some bubbles, it is kind of like I'm a sociopath, and like that's how I identify. And like, there's like ooh, you're so cool. Like, I wish I was a sociopath, so I'd have something cool about me. And it's like, yeah, let's maybe not, right? Even with borderline, like if you see, um, Winona Ryder in what's it called? And Angelina Jolie and whatever girl defined or what girl, nope, that's the Christians. Girl undefined. Girl interrupted. Okay, if you guys know who I'm referencing, I was a YouTube brain right there. Girl interrupted or whatever it's called. You know, there might be some glorification of like, I wish I was a girl who got sent to the psych ward. And it's like, yep, nope, that sounds traumatizing. I don't know why you'd want to be a person who was sent to the psych ward. Though Marsha Linehan, shout out to Marsha Linehan, the creator and author of DBT, she was in the psych ward at one point, and then she went to college and got a degree and became one of the greatest known, I guess, psychologists, you know? So that's pretty exciting to know that sometimes it takes a girl with BPD to help girls with BPD, you know? Girls and boys. Yeah, we're just so not as ahead in that particular bubble as we think we are, but very exciting stuff ahead of us, I'm sure. Oh, my friend had an ED and was sent to a children's mental health facility. It was a different visiting her. Yeah, it sounds scary. Like sometimes I think it is sort of like we think it makes us cool or it sounds really interesting, but I think that's the problem is it feels that way. I mean, when you're wounded, no matter your trauma, it is the biggest thing for you because it's yours. But ultimately, it's not that you should just get over it and move on, but you should appropriately place it where it belongs to have a better cohesive relationship with it. Is how I kind of think about it. You know, it's like for some people, you know, having negative $5 in their bank account is like the worst thing that's ever happened to them. And for some people, it's just like their daily life. And it's always about how you handle certain things, but also how you get yourself out of that. Because once again, I hope the goal, if we have any goal, what does it mean to have a goal? Should be about elevating us into a different and better lifestyle that doesn't coincide with overconsumption, but also doesn't allow us to convince ourselves that we deserve to have roach infested apartments. Because I certainly don't think anybody should be living in like a roach infested apartment, you know? Kind of interesting though, because then it gives you a good come up story. I grew up rough. I grew up like this. This is my life. It's like you kind of want the story so you can have a story. But at the same time, like interesting how much we glorify suffering, but then we punish people for it forever because of something, you know, it's just interesting. Okay. Let me get Rashad on. Is it a crime? Okay, let's see. Wait, why is this window weird? Hello?
Can they see me right now? Or
They can hear you. Is that okay?
oh yeah, let's go. Hold on. What the? Why is my headphones not?
Ah, this whole
Jesus,
Discord
is
thing
that?
is funky. Why is it being so weird?
Okay, there we go. Why are there people from my chat? I didn't think people would give a fuck about my live at this time of day, but okay.
It's
Um,
pretty, what is it, early? It's kind of early there, right?
yeah, it is early.
Mid-afternoon or something like that. I don't know where you are exactly, but yeah, you don't have to dox yourself here.
Somebody told me Turkey Tom owns me.
Oh, shout out to Turkey Tom.
I didn't know Turkey Tom knew about my existence, but
I
apparently
feel like
somebody in
Turkey
the chat.
Tom knows everybody in the sphere, even if, you know, it doesn't look
Alright.
like he does. Okay, what is happening
I have
here?
to check and see if he made a video about me. I don't know.
Okay, hold up. Something. Okay, this needs to move here because they cannot see you right now. Right now, I'm just trying to boomer my way through this. Let's see. Here's that. There's that. Ugh, oh my God, I'm so zoomed out because of, you know what's crazy is Discord. It needs to figure out why I'm mirrored because my shirt doesn't make any sense.
What the fuck?
Okay, they can
Ah,
see you now.
okay.
Hmm.
What the fuck? Okay.
What?
Um, OBS is not letting me pick the Discord window with us talking in it. Hold on.
Mine is null.
Jesus Christ, bro. This is that bullshit. See, this is why. What's wrong with the world? Discord live on air. What the fuck?
How's his audio, guys? At this point, is he like
Oh, they can hear me. They can hear me crashing out. Okay.
they can hear us both having a boomer moment?
Uh-oh. See, this is a recurring theme with us. Like me having like tech issues sabotage me at the moment of truth, and then chat listening to me freak out.
It's
I'm gonna have to.
okay. Hopefully, I
Yeah.
won't have to reset my stream. That happened yesterday. My mic's been like, not my mic, but my computer's dying on me. I need a new one ASAP. And like it cuts out my audio sometimes, so God forbid that happens.
Oh, my people can hear me right now. They
Yeah.
they can hear me freaking out over over. Oh, let me mute myself. Oh my god. Okay, I'm gonna just shut off my OBS. Because my OBS is probably the problem. And then I'm just gonna reopen it. And just end stream.
Are you okay with my stream seeing you, or would you prefer I muted you?
I don't mind them. I don't mind them seeing me.
Okay.
I'm not really. So, how's it going, folks? How's it going? Let's see. Okay, let me just.
For you guys who don't know who Rashad is, he's a huge Trumper, major Republican, definitely MAGA.
This is how
Hangs
we
out with
start
Richard
off.
Spencer for sure.
That's actually impressive to like pull that off. Is crazy. You know, he's chilled out now. He's kind of fizzled out.
No,
He's out actually a lot less.
Richard
Like,
Spencer. He's like less
yeah,
white
he's kind of like,
supremacist.
yeah, he's almost reformed in a way. Like, I don't know what's going on over there,
No.
but it looks like he's turned a new leaf.
Oh, great.
I'm not gonna lie. I might just have to like fucking.
What is it? What's
This might.
happening? Is it just like they won't show
It's
us
just
on
my-
your stream?
It's just yeah, my OBS just won't pick the window in which we're talking. It's like let's see.
You could hang up and I do a pop out. Do you do that? Because I pop out our.
Yeah, I'm popped out and
You
it's like
popped out
okay,
and
I'll
it's-
just yeah.
Is still being a hater? Interesting. I wonder why that's happening. Is it a crime? Is it a crime? Is it a crime?
Okay.
Okay.
This shit better work or else I'm just gonna
Wait,
end
are you
everything.
live?
I'm trying. Oh, I'm not live right now.
No.
I ended my stream.
Okay,
Yeah,
I
'cause
thought so.
They could hear me like losing my composure. So I was just like, I don't want to hear that. I don't want them to hear.
Well,
I
my
don't want them
chat
to
says
see
this
that.
is a very calm freak out.
Well, freakouts are all like there we go. They're all relative, right? Like they're all relative. All right, so now theoretically, okay, my chat can. Okay, let me start my stream. This
Okay.
is crazy.
This is literally,
Okay.
I don't know how many times I've done this during collabs on stream. It's just streamer life. This is what it is to be a streamer.
But I thought I like I graduated from
You'll
this,
never
but apparently
graduate.
not.
It will never be unending.
Yeah.
It will never.
Okay. Now now they can. Okay. Okay, let me okay. Let me turn my standby off.
Is he really a trumpet or was that a joke? It's just a joke. I'm making a joke. Rashad is the opposite. He's gay, fabulous. Wait, you're not. He's straight. Just
These
kidding,
are
guys.
allegations we've never. You say like things that these
Look,
are crazy statements being made.
Rashad He's not a coconut who just fell out of a tree. He exists in the context of all that came before him, okay? He's so much more.
Okay, there we go. This better. Okay. Okay. Yeah, this is insane. This is total insanity.
That's
But I
the
think
life of a
I think we
streamer.
reached sanity now.
Are you
Yeah.
streaming?
I am now, but before it was like struggle stream, like, poverty stream, but now we're why do you look at me like I'm conspiring against you?
Because I'm. Oh, there you are. Okay, I was like, it is not live on my end. Okay, there you are. Okay, I see myself looking grumpy on your stream.
Yeah, like
Great.
you on to me or something? Like
Okay, great.
now
Perfect. How are you?
well, now I'm recovering from the last 5 minutes. What about you?
Doing pretty good. Guys, you have to tell me how his audio is, especially in relation to mine. I feel like his audio is much better than mine. I feel like I sound
You
quiet.
always say that, but that's just not true. Stop flattering me.
I don't know, bro. You sound like you're ASMRing in my ear right now.
That's what I'm saying. Like, why would I want that to happen? Okay, okay, let's see. What do we do about this to make this
Nothing. You
right?
don't change anything. I changed it on my end. It says everyone says we sound pretty good. Okay, guys, you better not be lying to me though. All right. You have been popping off. Your channel has been going. My audience loves it. We love watching people,
You're
hit
the
their
one
stride.
who's blowing up. You're the one who's blowing up right now.
No, you're blowing up right now. What are you talking about? I'm on a steady uphill climb, as per usual.
I don't know about. I mean, yeah, but like I saw that your video is about to hit 100,000.
Yeah,
By
it
the way,
is. Yeah, yeah. It's because
so
I use Abba and Preach to bring in those views. It's Myron. It's
be
actually
fair.
it's not even
Be
Abba
fair.
and Preach. It's Fresh and Fit. As much fresh
They
Myron's
do,
right.
yeah.
People love to talk shit about him, and honestly, it's great content.
Well, they're kind of like lol cows in a way. I
They
just discovered
literally
that term.
are.
They're like they're good for some of my biggest videos are actually covering their issues. So
Yeah.
yeah, but don't discredit yourself. You earn those views. So
I mean, honestly, I also I think within 42 or 48 hours, like 1,000 people subscribe. So they obviously liked what they saw, which is good. I mean, that's what you need, right? You need people to see you
right.
and for like a part of the audience to subscribe to you. And that's what it is. I always say, with 8 billion people on the planet, there's at least a million that kind of are weird enough to like me, That's kind of how I think about it. But yeah,
Nah, don't say that. Nah, you make good content.
I mean, I
You're
like
making
my
it seem like
content
you're a terrorist or something. Like you're out here uploading like
a lot.
ISIS videos. You're chilling.
I thought you were going to say I upload a lot. Now that I upload ISIS videos. Well, obviously
Yeah,
I'm not
nah,
doing
you're
that.
not weird. Yeah,
How are
you're
you feeling with
cooling.
your content though? You're really you've really got your niche carved out. Do you feel good about it?
Yeah, I mean, like a month ago, I was like, this might be my last year, and then I'm retiring because this shit is not working. I was ready to just quit, and then it just happened. I was just like, I would like look at the videos, and I would be like, I would imagine like 100,000 views, and it would be sitting at like 100 views after like 8 hours, and I would just imagine, and then it just happened. So
Yeah.
I
Well,
don't know.
people,
I
I think
just
the video you made about leaving the right? Like that video really hit. And that I think resonates with a lot of people. I mean, I think we all have a story for those of us who grew up political from going from one end to another, maybe. Some people stay in the same, little political bubble they're raised in. But even I have that story of leaving the right. And then you realize yeah, this is a story that people can definitely relate to.
yeah, a lot of people were like. That video, I almost wanted to just disappear. It's just every time I open up my YouTube, it's just another comment,
Yeah.
and it's just like blowing up is not overrated, but it's like oh, like this is the bullshit I have to deal with now. So it's like yeah, but the biggest thing that I took away was like I am not ready. Like I used to be, I was
Mm,
more ready when I was like 21. And I was like I want to do this and do that, and then you get older and you're like oh, there's other stuff that comes with this, and then I was like
yeah.
wait, hold up, no 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 no. So yeah, 2 hit videos within a month was definitely not it was planned for, but it wasn't expected. It was like, wait, what the fuck? Like this, like
Hmm.
I wanted this to happen, but whoa, 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 whoa.
Yeah.
But
Yeah. No, there's a huge in my early 20s, I got a couple of videos that hit 1 million views and my brain just couldn't process it. And I was like, what is happening? And I got big jumps from those videos way back in the day. And then now they're privated and stuff. But what comes with that is an audience that now has an expectation of you. And I was like, oh, I didn't mean for these videos to be the defining factor of my brand. Like I was just doing a
yeah,
one off. And so now,
Mhm.
like, even with my recent videos that have done pretty well, at least it coincides more with the brand. So if people come in, they can expect more of it, which makes me feel better. But even so, you
Right.
do wake up and you look at your comments, and I'm just like, oh, people who don't know me, understand my context, just run with these like accusations and thoughts about me. And I would just have to be like, this is it. But I think I'm ready. I'm 35 now. I think I'm ready to hit my stride and be a little bit bigger. But it does come with that concept. Even Asmongold. Do you watch Asmon at all? Do you know who Asmon is?
I've I've heard that he doesn't like clean his room or stuff.
That
Like
okay, well, that's one way to look at Asmon, yes. But he says, like, even for him to this day, he's like so amazed that people just don't understand when he's being funny or understand when he's being humorous or understand. And I'm like, this is content creation. Content creation is finding the people who get you and realizing
mm,
that there are going to be people who don't, and that's okay too. It's just as okay. You know what I mean?
yeah, we've discussed this before, and I mean, like I told you, like some people are just stupid. Like that's what I realized. It's just like some of y'all,
Yeah.
you're that person, you know. You need help. You need someone to just hold your hand. Like, well, another thing I realized is like people will comment without watching,
Oh my God,
which is
drives me
like embarrassing. Like
crazy.
I don't understand it. Like I only started commenting on videos after I became a content creator, but
Yeah.
before I would never even now I don't comment like that. And it
Mm-hmm.
always shocks me when people go to the comment section and say something. I'm like, the answer is like 5 minutes away from like
30 seconds even sometimes. Like,
yeah, and I'm
yeah.
like, you look stupid. Now I'm like it's like why would you even say that for somebody to then go and like respond to you and be like, it's right here at this minute, at this second? It's just
Literally.
ridiculous.
No, that okay, that even FD Signify recently said that in a video. He's like, y'all, please watch the video first. And I was like, please watch the video. But then that's the thing, they don't. But then
Yeah.
that's also, at least what's this called? Like interaction with YouTube and the algorithm at least. But it is kind of funny.
Mhm.
Or like I made this video about this one video essayist guy. And even his commenters were trashing. They just came on my video and trashed my video. And the comments are still up because they're so funny. But they were like, wow, look, even Britney's viewers disagree with her. I was like, none of you are my viewers. Like, no, you guys drowned out my audience. And then they
That
sit here,
happens.
they play like 40 chess with me. They're like, oh, see, even your audience hates you. I was like, you're not my audience. Like, it's so funny.
Yeah.
But then it shows you, like, how interesting YouTube is. You just like talk about bubbles. Their little bubble came into mine, and I was like, oh, and it's kind of interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
YouTube does that. They'll fling your video to like the wrong people, and then they light your ass up. It's happened to me before,
Bro,
and it's bad.
it's so
I just
funny.
ignore it because sometimes they are funny. Sometimes they have like funny little roasts and shit, and it's just like you just take your L and you hope that your next video lands on the right audience. But
Mm-hmm.
sometimes that algorithm sends you to hell.
Oh, I got Andrew Tate's
Yeah.
viewers the other day on my Andrew Tate video. And to be fair, I was pretty spicy with the title. But like they came in and the way they are crying in those comments for their boy. And I'm just like, this is so funny. And their comments are so different. Like the way they talk is different. Even the way they write out a sentence is so different and specific. But they run like they're like, name something, name a crime he did, name a crime he did. I was like, I don't have to. He's already named all his crimes. And then I showed clips in my videos. And of course, they don't care. That doesn't count. That doesn't count. I'm like, oh,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah, realizing that some people can
Uh,
watch the evidence and still deny it was like a
mhm.
reality for me that I'm still having a hard time accepting where it's like, oh, like I can show you where you went wrong or where the person that the topic of the video went wrong and you'll still like disagree. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I've
Yeah.
realized like and that's helped me like cope a
Mm.
little bit better because I'm like because I'll find myself trying to figure out like, okay, did I fuck up? And it's like, no, I didn't. It's just it's just the world. It's just the way
Yeah.
everything works. So,
Yeah. I've been having a lot of fun
but
though. I won't lie. I've got this like little pool of haters who make content on me, and I just like end up making content dissecting it, and then it ends up bringing me more viewers and more subscribers. So the irony is like
I don't know how
haters
you do that.
haters kind of pay your bills. Like they kind of pay your bills a little. Like it's kind of funny, but yeah, like it kind of I realized because at first I was like, this is horrible being taken out of context and being accused, and then I was like, wait, let me meditate on this. And I was like, okay, okay, okay. Oh, this is my chance to like prove I'm right. Oh, okay. And then I used it like
How do
that.
you
And I was like,
do
got
that?
it. I cried a lot first because I stressed. I'm like, what is
Right.
happening? Because you've got thousands. You just wake up one day to like all these
You and the
comments.
blunt.
I know this is my cigarette. This is my fake cigarette that I don't smoke.
Oh,
Blunts are illegal in Croatia. That's this.
oh,
You
we don't wanna. Yeah, we don't
know.
wanna. Yeah.
But like, yeah, I'm just sitting here like stressing, and then I'm like, oh, wait, this is internet warfare. Oh, this is how
Yeah.
you build I'm in the commentary space, so I better commentary.
Mhm.
And then I realized like I'm
Right.
just the subject matter. So now I'm seeing my faces and thumbnails. I'm seeing more content made about me than I've ever seen. And I'm like, cool, it's working. Thanks, guys. Like,
Yeah.
and then if the video is really good, I might respond to it. But most of them, honestly, my haters need to upgrade their technology because their videos are not good to look at. They're not interesting
I
enough.
don't understand that. Like, I've seen some of the hate videos towards you, and I'm always just like, I hope she doesn't respond. Like, I'm always like, I hope she just doesn't give it any life. And then like I go to your channel and there's a response, and I'm just like, how did she do that? And that's just, it's always impressive because it's just, if it was me, I've trained myself over time to just like be prepared for, because I know it's coming, and it's just
Mm,
like I'm just gonna ignore it. I
yeah.
can't. I'm one of those people where it's like, if we're not in real life beefing, like I'd rather just, and it's, I know it's gonna be hard too, because like it just like the human mind is not built for like people misconstruing
Oh,
your existence or your ideas.
it's weird.
Hundreds of thousands of people. It's not the brain is not built for this shit. That's one thing
Mm-mm.
I realized is like you have to almost be like kind of weird to navigate this shit
Yeah.
successfully for a long period of time. So
I do. Well, I think that's why you can kind of tell like people are too online because that's why I always try to balance out my real, not that this isn't real, Brittany, this is what I'm doing right now, but my family life, my offline life with this reality that I'm
yeah.
clocking into a job and there's an expectation. And honestly, as much as I am doing philosophy and other stuff, I'm also doing entertainment. So there's an element of that where like, that's where the humor comes in and kind of the like tongue in cheekness and like looking at the camera and
Yeah.
be like, oh, like gagging on my own jokes. But I was at Disneyland a couple of years ago now. Oh no, a year ago, about a year ago. I was at Disneyland before I came to Europe and I was in the bathroom and a woman comes up to me. She goes, are you Brittany Simon? And I was all like, yes. And I was like, she's like, and it was not, you're just sitting there washing your hands. And she's just like, I just want to say, thank you for being one of the only female voices in the commentary space. Like, we really need you there. And I was like, oh. And from then on, I was like, oh, yeah.
Wow.
Like, I never thought about it, but I'm probably one of the only girls in this space that, like, isn't trying to be in the boy bubble exactly. I'm trying to, like, make sure the girls are, like, voiced. My audience is mostly women. And I realized,
Mhm.
like, oh, yeah. Like, I remember I was watching, like, a bunch of people in this space talk about how much women they have in their audience. They're like, I have 10% women. I have 20% women. And I'm like,
Yeah, I have 20. I don't know.
you have 20%?
Yeah,
I could
I
see
don't
that.
know
I
how.
could see that. Well,
What do you mean you can see?
well, first of all, if you collab with people like me, that's already one leg up because my audience is 60% women, right? So you're
True.
going to get my girls coming into your audience thinking Rashad's gentlemanly. He's nice. He's progressive or at least liberal. He's not like a Trumper in that way. He's not anti-LGBT. He's not anti-abortion, right? He's not anti any of those things. So he can be sort of like, he's not, he can be trusted kind of, like, and I think that's nice. So I wouldn't be surprised if you had 20% women. Unlike, like, I think Sneeko said he is a 95.5. So, like, 95% boys.
Jesus Christ. Yo, that's a nightmare scenario for me. I can't do that, bro.
So,
I can't do that. That'd be a nightmare.
that's a lot. That's a lot of boys right there.
But actually, like a lot of when I did that debate on like Hippy Dippy, a lot of people in my comment section were like, "There's no women here. There's no women here," and I was like, "I don't run this show." But
That's pretty
like number
funny.
two, like we do need more women in this space. It's just like I don't know if you saw that debate, but it
No,
got
I
kind of like
didn't. Wait.
unhinged.
Wait.
It got kind of crazy. I'm not saying women can't handle it. I'm just saying should women be subjected to the bullshit that happens in
Mm,
these
mm.
spaces because it's like people don't act right. Like a lot of the shit that flies in like left wing liberal spaces, it's so divorced from like normal human interaction. I don't even know we should be like as even us in this space. I'm like, how the fuck it's entertaining, but it's like the same time, it's like,
Yeah.
why do we do this shit? It's just the infighting and shit like that. But
Yeah, I
I'm not
would
ready for
say
people to walk up.
it's hard to say because I remember one time I was on a panel with Wick in there, and I love Wick and everything, but there was a girl who came on the panel, and she's like one of my top haters, which I appreciate her. Shout out. But like Wick was interviewing me and another girl, and she comes on the panel and goes, "You're the reason women have a hard time in this space because men won't take it seriously because of you." And I was like, "Girl, get off their dicks, girl. They're not even making you come. Why are you working so hard for these men? Like they are working so hard for these men, and they're not even coming after. Like my God." And so a part of it is like, look, ultimately, gender shouldn't even play a role this hard, but the fact that it is in this bubble
Yeah.
means that there's not going to be a space for women to really be seen as anything other than a woman. into a man that's not very much in the bubble,
Yeah, I
in
feel
this
like
space.
yeah, I feel like in this space, like if you're not really like there's definitely an archetype people want, and if you
Yeah.
don't fit that, you're gonna get like people are gonna it's just, like every video, like every other chat that I appear on, I'm low tier god apparently. I
Oh
don't
my
know
God,
how,
stop.
but
That's so
like
funny.
for
You guys
some
could be
reason
cousins.
every
Maybe this is the voice or something. I don't even know.
theoretic I don't know, maybe. I don't know. Like I mean, but yeah, it's an odd space, but what were we were gonna talk about
Philosophy, maybe? Evil
yeah,
versus
maybe
joy.
possibly
I don't know.
maybe.
You tell
You
me
said what?
what how like, you tell me what's been on your mind in that regard because everyone loved the conversation we had prior. I think it was really good. I
Really?
wish I had now that I go back, I'm like, ugh, I wish I had communicated my points a little bit better. But at the same time, like that's the point of learning another person and having a conversation and figuring out how the other person talks. You know what I mean? So
You did good. I was like, I'm looking back, I'm like, I don't even want to watch this shit because I'm looking at my performance and I'm like, ugh,
no, it was
okay,
great. People
this
loved that
wrong.
combo.
Well, one thing you said that you didn't say, and one thing you said in one of your streams that I
Hmm.
took down because I was like, oh, this is interesting, is you said there's no such thing as like great men. Like there's no such thing as like a
Mm,
great man. And I'm curious as to like a lot of your takes are there's a lot of detachment that goes on with it. Like a detachment of the person from like grandiosity or a sense of goodness or a sense like there's almost like this kind of just like blank canvas. Explain that. Like what do you mean by there's no such thing as like a great man? Like
yeah. Well, it's funny. I get on the internet and you see these people who just go and brag about being these great men. I'm a great man. I'm a great man. Look at what I did.
mm,
And the truth is they've done great things, but I'm not convinced that makes them a great man. And I think I kind of take from
mm,
Marcus Aurelius in this regard. If you've read Meditations, he kind of references this, where he has lots of passages where he says, look, at the end of the day, one, no one's going to remember you. The irony is that we're still talking about him. So people kind of remember him. But even so,
right.
Marcus Aurelius, and I'm paraphrasing very badly, but he says, um, be good to your wives, and be good to your slaves. And I said, oh yeah, good point, Marcus. I'll keep that in mind. So, and you think about this great man and you think about all the ways he wasn't great. And then you think of all the ways that makes it
Right.
complicated. So this idea of a great man is sort of complicated because great men do horrible things to become great men.
Mhm.
And then the question is, why do we give them all of this credit as if to say, regardless of all the bad things, at least they became great because of it? And I would like to say that humans just are, and then they do their best and they live with their sense of honor and then they die. But to put them on a pedestal to say like they're almost as if to say they are without fault, I think is a mistake, and I think it's an ego thing.
Don't you think there's some like value in pedestalization in some sense? Like maybe because I feel like as social creatures, we oftentimes look towards someone, like, even like on family level, like we pedestalize our parents
Sure.
or an older member of the family who's really talented or really really smart or whatever. There's maybe almost like a cultural value and sometimes even like a philosophical value
Mm.
in pedestalizing someone who's done something great. Obviously, we make the mistake of like ignoring the bad shit they did, but is there something, do you think there's a value in the pedestalization of like people in certain societies or any society?
It depends on the perspective you're coming from, right? I mean, ultimately, to pedestal is to say that this person is above us. And that's sort
Right.
of
On some level, yeah.
right. But then if you're coming from the perspective of the person being pedestalized, you definitely could use that to your advantage to take advantage of people, right?
Right.
If
If you're
you're
yeah.
on the other side of it, you might be a person who's deluding yourself into thinking your leader is better than they are because you've decided to pedestal them as if you can't hold them accountable because now they're above you. There's a lot of
Right.
disadvantages, I think, but I think what we're looking for is not someone to pedestal, it's somebody to lead. And I don't think you need to pedestal a leader. I think you need to choose them out of discernment and wisdom. But I don't think that's
Mhm.
humans' default right now. I think from just like looking at the macro of humans as like a civilization, we're just on a journey of figuring out who is the leader and what does it mean to be a good leader. I mean, these are questions that we are still trying to figure out now. What is love? What is a great man? And I don't think human beings have the answers because the answers that they give us that I think are already presented are the right ones, but they also don't match the way we function in society. Like I was having a political conversation with somebody in my family and they were like, why should I have to pay for abortion? I was like, why should I have to pay for your wars? Oh, see, it's called compromise. I pay for your war, you pay for the abortion. It's called a society. It's not perfect.
Right.
It's what it is. At the end of the day, we all have to compromise in a society. When we're talking about the individual's relationship with introspection, compromising on your morals is a much different conversation. In society, we all have to compromise. It's how society functions. And that's why my work is primarily focused on the individual, because that's where we end up having to go to sleep at night and live with ourselves and have these conversations about things we do directly in our everyday. And so I think from a societal perspective, sure, pedestal a leader so we can get shit done. But from a
Right.
personal perspective in your own life, you pedestal your parents only to grow up and realize, oh, your parents don't know as much as you thought because you put them on this pedestal. So instead, in your individual life, I would say to humanize the experience and to say, my parents are me on a journey, on a different timeline. Because realistically, like if we had babies and we had families, we would be someone's parents. And I'm just me, girl, watching anime, minding my business, catching up on One Piece. And then on top of
Right.
that, you're going to pedestal me. And then we do that naturally as children, only to get, I think, the reality check that our parents are just people on a journey.
Okay. I mean, okay, so what if we just subtract parents and family? Let's
Sure.
just say someone who's like you look up to, like maybe a great world leader or a musician or whatever the case might be. I think there's something to be said. I think some people are, I don't want to say better, but there are some
Mm,
people that just there are some people who are just they just do they're just great people. Not in the
sure.
sense of like they're necessarily the kindest people, but some people just have that path in life where they just do great things. They're just one of those people.
Hmm.
Have you ever, because I do this all the time and I'm curious about you because you definitely explore this a lot more mentally than I do, but do you ever find yourself deriving like energy or a sense of drive or purpose from another person's success? Maybe someone you look up to, someone you might subconsciously see as a great person, but you might not consciously engage in them that way. But on a subconscious level, you look at them and you say, yo, this person's done something I admire, and I want to pull some of their energy and maybe, you know, if that
Hmm.
makes sense.
Be inspired by them for sure. I think I'm inspired by
Yeah.
people all of the time. And I think that's
Mhm.
good. I think it helps motivate us. But you and I, just because we're content creators alone, we are the category of person that is more likely to do more than the average person who's doing what's expected of them. Like, this is not expected of us.
Mhm.
So, in order to do this thing that isn't expected of us, we have to go against the expectation. We have to fight the stereotype that we don't have a real job. We have to do so many things in order to maintain this as a reality. To this day, people tell me, like, oh, are you still doing that stuff? And I'm like, that stuff? Like, it's so funny. And I'm like,
Right.
when are we going to learn
Right.
that YouTube's a job, right? But the problem is that I think there is a difference between it being inspired by somebody and becoming enamored by somebody. I've got somebody in my life who's a great example of this. They just pedestal every single person. It's like, oh my gosh, look at this amazing person. I wish I could be like that. And they almost do this thing where they separate that person from themselves. But I think you're talking
Mhm.
about doing the other thing, which is to say, if they can do it, I can do it.
Yeah, on so
That's
yeah,
different.
kind of like eliciting like a sense of like, okay, if this person can get it done, what can I take from them?
Right.
But I don't want to act like there's no, because I would love to be like, oh, like I don't idolize, XYZ person, but on a subconscious level, you kind of do,
You're
right?
impressed
Because
by them.
you're impressed, but you're also so much so that you kind of like derive a sense of like motivation from what they've
Mm,
done
mm,
in a way. And I feel like there is a place for idolization of people um healthily. And I think that's like a part of society that maybe we haven't mastered as society, but I definitely think it's something that we're never going to be able to walk away from as social creatures because we derive a sense of purpose from from the people who came before us,
sure.
right? Whether it's family or someone you just look up to. So, when you said there's no such thing as like a great man, I was very curious about that because I'm like, well, I think there is,
Mm.
but I understand what you mean when you say that. It's almost kind of like I don't know if you mean it literally so much so as you mean like there's more to that person than just their greatness that maybe people aren't seeing.
Or maybe we would define a great man differently. Like there's always that conversation about, isn't a great man a man who puts food on his table? Isn't a great man a man who who
Yeah.
leads an army? Who's a great man truly? So could you give me an example of a healthy idolization that you could think of as an example, even if it's abstract, just so I have an idea of what that looked like for you?
Yeah, I would say like a healthy idolization would be just knowing what you do and don't want to take away from someone, right? Like
Mm.
I'm like the biggest McGregor fan, but
Hmm.
like there's some things Connor's done where I'm like, okay, I can't do that, you know. But there's some things he has done where I'm like, okay, this I have to like incorporate this or learn from this. This is not only is this really really impressive, no one's done it like this before. There's something to
Mm.
take away from that. I think ironically enough, like I oftentimes see people like try to strip successful people of certain things to make themselves feel better. Like, oh, this person had it all handed, or this person, they're like a plant, or like whatever the case might be. And I've always tried, and maybe this is like a symptom of like my habit of idolization, but I always look to see what can I take from this person's story.
Mm.
Because oftentimes I find that like successful people go through the same shit, they just don't talk about it. Like they have the same setbacks and the same, BS, but it's so far back in their past that all they talk about is the good things.
Yeah,
So
for sure.
oftentimes, like in my idolization, I'll look for things like, okay, what can I take, but what do I leave behind? I'd say that's a healthy idolization, but there's also the aspect of like, yo, like I don't shy away from the idea of this is a great person or
Mm.
this is one of the great people to ever live. Like I do kind of like engage in that mindset of like, yo, this person is like in that in
Name
that
one.
like
Name
group.
somebody. Who?
I mean, you got the problem is like anyone you name, like you uncover some like all those war crimes Caesar has on his list. It's like,
Yeah.
well, you're looking a little shoddy over there.
Sure.
It's not a good look. I mean, like George Washington owned slaves. I mean, it's like, um, it's a tough one. You know what I mean? Like, but like just I guess like people like that, like great political leaders and leaders of armies and stuff like that.
Are they great because they did something other people didn't do, or are they great because
That's a
why?
part of it. Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like there is like that comparison aspect of like you did something other people did not do. And I
Sure.
think that's kind of like the basis of all idolization. You did something someone else did not or could not do or isn't
Yeah.
doing. You've reached something that someone else hasn't reached or you've managed to create something someone else hasn't been able to create. I feel like that's kind of the basis of all like like if like you're a fucking like witch doctor in some tribe like 1,000 years ago or you've got this ability that no one else in the group has, so we look at you a certain way.
Yeah, I would say that you're not idealizing in the way that I would say you are choosing to observe and discern what to take from a person's lived experience to heighten your lived experience.
But there's
So,
definitely like I feel like I do idolize them even though I'm discerning, like
would you
there is sort
struggle?
of like a
What if you met them? Would you struggle and that's a fangirl?
I try to avoid meeting the people I look up to because my fear
Ooh.
is like they're not gonna like me.
What?
That's like I was like it's like if I try to dap this person up and they don't fuck with me, like my reality will shatter. So it's like I can't like I have to just act like I don't see them. Like
Okay.
I'll probably share this story like another time because I don't want to like get in trouble, but like I've definitely seen someone who is super duper famous and like I couldn't like walk up to them,
Mm.
but I could not imagine like walking up to them and being like, hey, like or like meeting them. Like it's like one of my biggest like just God, please don't let this ever happen. Like don't let me ever run
Mm.
into these people because it's like and that's why I say like it is idolization because why are you it's just a
Yeah,
person.
it's
Like
just a
sure they're successful,
person.
but they're just a person. Like they could drop dead in a second and
Okay.
what's like
Okay,
nothing
fair.
changes. But there is like man, I don't know if I want to talk to them because if they don't like me, my everything's just gonna like my the sky is gonna fall and shit. So
Well, they say don't meet your
I can admit
heroes, right?
that. Yeah, I
Yeah.
can admit that I just I don't I'm afraid of that. I do idolize on some level, yeah.
I think that's fair though, and everyone I think goes on that. I mean, everyone has like a journey with where they are in life and living up to a name. Like, do you feel a desire to, do you have like the dream of sort of making something of your name? Like going down in history
Like
to any extent, or just saying like I have a reputation for building something?
that's always been like a subconscious idea of myself I've had like always my entire life.
Hmm.
So yeah, I guess so. Yeah, I've always been like, oh, Rashad Crenshaw, blah blah blah.
I mean, it's a great name. It sounds pretty good. Like that could be
It
a
does. It
name.
does clash well.
Yeah,
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 it
yeah.
clashes pretty well together.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and you could be like, and you might be, and like that's the thing that I remember having that conversation like I don't even know a billion years ago on my channel, and somebody was like, "Don't you care that people won't remember you?" And I was like, "How nice." And they're like,
That's the best outcome.
"Yeah." I was like, "What do you mean? Like, there's only a couple instances where people remember you in history. I'd probably prefer not to be remembered." But also,
Exactly.
there's sort of this belief in certain religious backgrounds or cultural backgrounds, like the last person to remember you is when you officially kind of like die. Like the
Died.
last time
Yeah.
somebody mentions your name, that's it. You're
Yeah.
gone. And I think that's sort of beautiful. It's like I wonder how many generations of my family until my name is uttered for the last time.
And you're just done. But I
I'm
mean,
just
I think
done.
that's peace though. That's true
Yeah.
peace because like your name's not being slandered by haters on the internet anymore.
True.
Like, you know what I mean? Like, I think to myself like, do I really want my name to live? Because like
Mm.
100 years from now, someone's gonna be typing "Thanks Obama, send." And like, it's just like it's like, do you really want that to happen to you? Like, I
Yeah,
don't want that
yeah.
to happen to me. So
I
it's like on one hand, like my natural state is like people are gonna like be dick riding me 100 years from now. Amen. And then like the more rational part of my brain is like, you don't want that shit to happen because there's gonna be that one person like shitting on me. It's just like 100 years from now.
yeah,
And if I
well,
am like,
hmm
go ahead.
no, I was gonna say some people like that though. You have to. It sounds like you're probably not gonna be the person who loves that.
Yeah, I'm not gonna be a fan of people like like I guess like dancing on my name. Like like I'm not gonna be a big fan of that. But part of me is like, yeah, like I feel like the best outcome is people just let your name rest. And I
Mm.
guess that would happen if you don't really accomplish too much. But if you go too far, you know, you're etched into history forever and you're up there with like,
Yeah,
Caesar and them. But that
yeah.
takes like crazy account. That's like 1%.
Wait, your audio completely just shifted.
Yeah, oh my bad, my bad. I was you hear me now? Okay, yeah,
Yeah.
I was touching my microphone.
Yeah, you're good. No, but I think you're right. And okay, so this is so interesting to me when we're talking about sort of having that symbiosis with your joy versus
Mhm.
your evil. I think great men we remember for the wrong reasons really contended with their evil. Like I think they really didn't find their symbiosis with their joy. But I think there's something about when you do that you can still be a great man, a legendary person, let's say. Maybe that's another way to phrase it. Gender aside, it's like a legendary person, somebody people
Mhm.
reference either in lore or in history books about this person, right? You become sort of like bigger than your name, even. And that's the thing that's sort of ironic about being remembered. You're remembered in the way people remember you,
Not
not
for who you
necessarily.
actually were.
Right. In the same way that you're
That's
criticized for
terrifying.
the way people perceive you, not necessarily for who you
Mhm.
really are. And so it's difficult to know what to do with that information. And it's weird being an internet person where you're sort of in real time, like sort of realizing you're etching yourself. And even Marcus Aurelius knew it's so funny. He started naming all his buddies. He's like, no one's going to remember this person or this person or this person. I'm like, you right. I don't know any of those names, but I do know yours still. But then even knowing
Yeah.
his, what does it even mean to know his name? Like, what does it even mean to know the concept of this person who God knows who this person? I'm alive now and people still get me wrong. I'm alive right now.
Right.
And you want to try to pretend like the people we reference in history are people we really understand as a person. But what we do is we make them bigger than life so we can use their lesson, their life lesson for our
Right.
benefit, right? And so there's something good about that. Like, I think that kind of sounds nice. Like, oh, I would love to be this thing that people like learned from. I think it's why I talk about myself a lot. I'm trying to say, like, I've been there. I know. You can, if you're going to bully anyone, bully the person who's already been through it and like gotten out of it. But also, people have to understand that that means you have to go through something to earn the right to even be great in the first place. I'm not calling myself a great man, but if I was to see myself as someone who went and did something, I would say the
Mhm.
proof that I did it is that I got out of it and I made something of it. Like my brother the other day, he was on ChatGPT. He's like, Brittany, ChatGPT knows who you are. And I was like, cool. What does that mean? He goes, I just like put your name in and they started talking about the levels and like said you're a philosopher. And it was like really cool. And I was like, cool. I don't know what that, I've never used ChatGPT, but cool. I kind of understand what it is, right? And that kind of stuff,
That's crazy.
that means something. It means more to him because I
Mhm.
can't process it as a boomer, but he's just like, my sister's in ChatGPT. And I was like, I don't know what
That's
that means.
it's like
You
And when you're
know?
the subject of it, it's kind of like, how do I react? It's like,
Yeah, it's like,
like
okay,
these people.
cool, I guess. But like, I don't know what this, I don't know really what it means. And maybe it'll mean something
Right.
more later. But I even, you know who Nikki Giovanni is by any chance? She's a poet. She's an American poet. You might know her.
No.
She's interviewed a lot of famous people. It doesn't matter. James Baldwin and stuff like that. It doesn't matter. But
Okay.
Nikki Giovanni, we just watched a video of hers and James Baldwin on my Discord. Really great conversation. And then we went and looked her up and she's alive now. And we're like, oh, like she's living history. And like we went and we were watching her now as an older person. And we're like, look at her. And we watched her at 28 make her interview with James Baldwin and like kind of going down in history as like this writer talking to another, an amazing conversation. And then we see her now and I'm like, there it is, the living history right in front of us. Like we are watching living history constantly. But we
Yeah.
need, I think, this greater, this great thing, this great living thing to give ourselves, like you said, sort of inspiration to do other great things. Because do you remember, maybe you're kind of young, but do you remember when liberals loved Elon Musk?
Yeah.
Okay, I was that liberal. I was like, Elon's the best, bro. He's gonna save the fucking planet, bro. He's gonna save the planet, bro, with his electric fucking vehicles. Like, fuck global
Y'all
warming.
didn't know the actual Elon at that time.
And then now I look at him now and I'm like, someone get this man off Twitter. Someone get this man off X. Like, I'm following his daughter on like TikTok and watching her go ham on her dad. And like, that's how people, like, that's what we're watching right in front of us. We're watching like these people. And then the question is this the greatness you're all talking about?
Yeah, that's an interesting thing about the world we live in today is like really successful people who probably would have gone down in history as almost like saints. Now we're like we get to see the bullshit. Like we
Yeah.
get some people, they keep their shit private, but then you have some people who, you know, are proud to like share like insane shit that no one needs to hear.
Yeah.
When I look at Elon, like I feel like I'm watching like someone going through like their teenage political phase where like they embrace something really, really radical and then like over
Literally.
time they phase out. I feel like I'm watching like just like everyone's like younger phase. Like it's same thing with Kanye West. I'm like Kanye's having his
Stop.
like what should have happened at like if he was a Zoomer, this would have happened at like 15.
Oh.
But because he's like Gen X, he's
Yeah.
having his moment right now.
I agree.
And when I watch Elon, I feel like I'm watching someone have their moment where they're saying shit that's just like, come on, you're too old for this. But
Yeah.
you think about it and you're like, well, you're just now like getting into this. Like this is you're just now getting into politics. You're attracted to like, platitudes and buzzwords
Oh
and
my
stuff like
God.
that. You're having your phase. So it is a good point that like you don't really know these great people. You know this version of them that's been conveyed sometimes through like people, one thing about the Bible I always find interesting is like you're reading someone's rendition of someone's rendition of someone's rendition.
True.
Like you don't really know exactly what the original writer was trying to say. Oftentimes people will put their own little spin on it with no shame. That scares me. It's like I would never even think of like I don't believe in God, but I believe in him enough to not even touch the Bible and even like edit anything. But some people humanity's weird, people edit shit and then you have like this like version of a person that's so divorced from what they were actually like, but it's in line with what someone wanted them to seem like to bring about a certain idea.
Well, okay, I'll tell you something that recently popped my little bubble about the Bible or about the disciples. Is I saw a TikTok and they're like, the disciples were literally like teenagers to young 20s. And I was like, no, they weren't. Like they were adults with families. And I was like Googling and I was like, they were literally kids, bro. They were literally like young people. And Jesus was sitting here at 33 be like, yo, follow me. And this like 18-year-old fucking
I didn't know that.
I didn't know that. I literally they're believed to be very young people. And I was like, oh, I thought they were all like 40. But I thought they were older than Jesus for some reason.
Yeah.
I grew up my whole life reading the Bible and reading, but all the movies, all the media, all the depictions, all the art made everybody look old, and only John
You
was
seem
supposed
like
to be the
yeah.
and John was infamously the young one. So I was like, okay, only one of them was young. No, all of them were young, like allegedly. So like allegedly, who knows? So like I'm sitting here and I'm like, what is even this history that we know? You know what I mean?
Right.
About our own. So again, what is that saying? You know how I said, like, I feel like the world already has all the answers, but we don't like them. So we're like, nah, that's not the answer. But you know those saying, you die a hero or live long enough to be the villain?
Yeah,
Is that
so they
what it
become
is?
the villain.
Yeah. I think like all of those things are sort of true. Like we're having relationships with ourselves, and that's why you have to be very careful, and that's why you have to have the wisdom to sort of stay balanced. And it is very hard. It is very hard
Mhm.
in a world that's always pulling you in a direction. And look, just think about it like this: that little pressure you feel going like getting your video blown up. Okay.
Yeah.
But now imagine it's like 10 million views a day and the world knows you and you have 300 million followers on Instagram and you have the news making article. Like you turn on the news and you see your face. Your mom can't go anywhere without seeing your face on a magazine. Like imagine being like,
Yeah.
I feel like the pressure would make me explode from that kind of fame. But then there are people who deliberately go out and seek the fame. I remember when Trisha Paytas said like all she wanted to do was be famous. And I'm like, I've never wanted to be famous. I just wanted to be rich. I don't want to be
That's yeah.
famous. You know, but that's the thing is a lot of people think fame equal money, but only if you know how to make it into a business.
Yeah. I've always wanted to be famous, but like
Hmm.
as I've gotten older, I've realized there's like okay, like you're
What level
trading
of fame is
something
ideal
here.
though? What's your favorite level of fame?
I used to want to be like to the point where like I would go outside and like every other person would recognize me, but
Hmm.
I've realized that whoa, hold on, like
Hmm.
like there's that's a little bit too much. So like I'd like to be able to like go somewhere. I'd like to be able to be famous enough to where like maybe like once a month someone's like, "Yo,
Hmm.
Rashad Crenshaw, is that you?" And it's
Hmm.
like, all right, yeah, that's me. But like to the point where I know when I step out my house, someone knows who they're looking at. I don't know if I'm ready for that. I used to be. Like I used to
Hmm.
be like super ready, but now
Super
it's
ready or
just
super thought you were like thought it might be cool? Because I definitely, when I was younger, definitely was like, I'm gonna be famous. Like younger. And then I was like, wait a second. Because I started to get recognized in Seattle a lot. And I was like, oh, I don't know if I like this because people were taking my photos and be like, "Hey, is this you?" And I'm like, "Yeah, like stop doing that. Like
yeah,
stop doing
that's
that." Especially because I was not a full time YouTuber at the time. I was like nannying as well. So people would take pictures of me with other people's babies, put it on Twitter, tag me, and be like, "Is this you?" And I'm like, "Take that down. Take that
you're
down.
laughing.
Take that down. That's crazy." But people don't have the safety fear that I have in my brain. I'm always paranoid about like
Okay, that's
people
yeah, me too. Yeah.
because you just never know and people are weird. Like people are weird enough.
Yeah, it's I'd say I knew I was ready. Like when I was 21, there
Hmm.
was a level of like ready that I was and I'm just not at right now.
Hmm.
And I guess maybe it's because as you get older, you begin to realize what's at stake and you become more invested in life as you get older because you realize like what's like on the line.
Yeah.
But I'd say I was definitely a lot more, and I feel like if I tried hard enough, I could reconnect to that older version of myself. But I think I respect the newfound knowledge that's made me um, a little bit more concerned about some of the aspects of becoming a public figure. But I don't know. I mean, like, I feel like I'd be okay with it because what else am I gonna do? Like
Yeah.
I've always been in my head like this is it. Like this is
Hmm.
what I'm supposed to do. Like
Hmm.
I've like I used to do so bad in school as a kid because I'd be like in like 10th 11th grade like bro I don't want to be here. Can someone please give me a camera and a microphone and a
Mm.
fucking like monitor and let me do this shit
Didn't I
already?
tell you you'd be good
Like
at it though? Didn't I tell you you're gonna have a place here? And boom, your
y-
channel found its flow.
yeah, I mean it's funny because like back then I was like I'm gonna be like I'm gonna be, with fucking I'm gonna be chilling with like this right wing commentator, and I'm like, now that's not even what's happening. Like I was right, but not exactly how I thought it was gonna
Hmm.
happen.
Hmm.
Um, but I mean, yeah, I
Yeah.
don't know. I'm semi ready, semi not, but I feel like I've grown to respect that fact more so than want to be completely okay with it.
Yeah. Hmm.
There's I think some of my fear is comes as a result of like just growing up and learning.
Yeah. It's funny. I'll say things like that. Like I'll be like, I'm not here to be famous. And people are like, oh, so she doesn't want to grow her channel. I was like, no. I didn't say that. I want to grow my
Right.
channel. Famous to me means like you can't walk out of your house. You
Yeah,
can have
your
like
private life is compromised.
your
Yeah.
private life is compromised, but like no offense to everybody on the internet who thinks they're a big deal. You can have a million subscribers and nobody know who the fuck you are.
No one
Like
knows who
no
you
one
are.
knows who you are. So I just want to solidify my career on YouTube, which is different than being famous. Famous. Like I'm sorry, I
Yeah.
think that word has probably lost its like spark with Gen Z, but like no offense, you're like
Yeah.
TikTok followers at like 400,000, nobody gives a fuck, okay? I'm talking about
Yeah.
famous, okay, ma'am? I'm talking about Serena Williams wasn't recognized in a French restaurant. That's crazy. Like you think about that and she's famous. That is a famous woman. And the fact that
Right.
some people don't know who she is like nobody knows about you in your 30,000 person channel, guys. Like nobody knows about you. So that
Yeah.
idea of like I'm going to reach 1 million subscribers and then people are like I thought you didn't want to be famous. That's not fame, bro. That's not
Mhm.
fame. So like I think
Yeah.
that idea is lost on people, but also like I know that I like you said you're ready for something. Like I said, I'm ready for the consequence of for there's no chance this is going to happen by the way. There's no chance I am going to go 20 billion views viral. Like that's not my content. But I'm going to have a steady income with a steady presence. I'm going to have a thing. I'm going to have a thing that I do. Right? Like even
Mhm.
Hassan, who's very popular in politics, 40% of American voters vote. Eligible voters, right? Nobody knows who Hassan is. Like we only know who he is because we're in the bubble. Like that's what
Yeah.
people don't understand is like fame is so funny. So of course I want success. Of course I want you to share my videos with your friends and family. Of course I want to get bigger. But I just don't want to be globally famous. Also, do you ever watch those videos on TikTok? I love it where it's like Chinese or Japanese or somebody in the other part of the world guesses who these celebrities are and they don't know who anybody is because they're just like,
They're literally in a different
love
world.
it.
Like they're in their own world with their
Love
own
it.
celebrity and everything.
Love it.
Yeah.
It's just such a nice comforter to me that like no matter how big I get on YouTube, I'll never be big enough. So it doesn't matter. But I'll my dollar bills, like that's all I care about. I just want to have a solidified career. I want to have a bank account and I want to have like stability. In this economy, I think we all want stability.
Yeah, I mean, there definitely is like a nuance to fame where
Mm.
it's like I feel like it's almost more so who you associate with that defines how much you can spiral into becoming really famous. Like you can have
For
like
sure.
500,000 subs, but if you appear in the right places, you can't go back. Like you can reach 1 million subs, but as long as you're not like collaborating with like well-known people, you can remain in obscurity. The moment you begin to associate with like let's say you go on the Piers Morgan Uncensored show, or you go here, you go there. That's the
Sure.
end. You can kiss I'm not
Do
famous
you think so?
goodbye.
Do
You
you really
can
think so? Piers Morgan though, he's a YouTuber.
but he's like but he's famous though. Everyone knows who he is. He
Everyone,
used
well,
to work on
everybody knows him.
CNN.
Yeah, that's true. I mean,
Yeah, like if you associate with enough established names,
you could use it to
I feel
network
like
for sure.
but I feel like when you do that, you can't go back to like you're done. Like you're famous now. You can have like
Mm.
only 500,000 subs, but if you let's say you talk to Jordan Peterson, Ben Shapiro, Piers Morgan, who else is so these big Joe Rogan.
But that's only
If
in
you talk to
the
those,
specific bubble, right? Because like there are a lot of people who don't know who any of those people are.
but that's I feel like that's when you hit that realm of fame because everyone
Maybe
kind
it's
of
a pipe.
knows.
It's definitely a pipeline. It's definitely a huge.
Yeah,
Because when I talk to my
it's a
normie political
pipeline. Yeah.
friends, they don't know who those people are. Because they're not on the internet. They're
It
literally
depends.
they watch Jon
But see, that's the word
Stewart. They watch
bubbles.
Colbert. They watch
But that's
like
what I'm saying.
yeah. They don't watch.
That's not they're the main like people like that are the mainstream, but at the same time they're only like they're one half of the mainstream. You have like
True, true, true,
your
true.
right wing
Fair.
mainstream and your left wing mainstream, and at times they kind of overlap.
Yeah, yeah.
But
Fair,
I
fair.
feel like you can associate with Colbert and them all you want. There's a certain level of fame that comes with associating with like people on the other end that once you do it, that's it. Like if I
Okay.
went on the Colbert show, I don't feel like I would be like recognized anywhere. But if I was on Joe Rogan, spoke to
I could
Ben
see that.
Shapiro, so it would be the end of everything. Like
Okay, I
I
could see
wouldn't be
that.
able to go. Yeah, like I feel like if I wouldn't be able to go anywhere without someone being like,
Actually, I think there's
you know,
almost more validity in our sphere to being on a Joe Rogan or Ben Shapiro than even a Colbert. Like in Colbert, it's so mainstream that everybody be like, "Who are you?" But at least in Joe Roganville, they'd be like, "Holy fuck!" Like Brittany's on Joe Rogan. You know, like I'm. You know how we're all 6 degrees removed from somebody.
yeah,
I'm like
scarily enough.
I'm like
Yeah.
1.5 degrees removed from Joe Rogan. And I think about that, and it doesn't matter, obviously, because we're all just like degrees removed from each other. But it is one of those things where I'm like, yeah, like that would probably be more credit to my name in terms of association. Like, you know, that's why that's the dream for people to go on Joe Rogan. I mean, the fact that Joe Rogan won't even let Trump on.
Yeah. Well, that's
That
because Trump wants it his way.
Trump wants to, and the way that Joe Rogan's
Yeah.
like, nah.
Yeah, because it's Joe Rogan. He's like
Yeah.
he's basically internet god or one of the internet gods. Where
Mm,
if he plucks you up from the ground, he can
yeah.
change your life.
Oh,
Like
the trajectory is there, especially if you have stuff for people to go back to, which I think is kind of key. But Joe Rogan is like, he's a launching pad. And like, if you use that opportunity, you can, that's it, you're good. That's okay. And that's always the
yeah.
question. Cause like right now, I always call it middle class YouTube. Like, there's middle class YouTubers, people who aren't like, we're good. And then there are
Mhm.
people that like, we're good. But then there are also people like Abba always says, like, be careful because it could go away tomorrow. But then they're
Yeah.
good because they have other streams of income that are other, they've platformed themselves really smartly, right? And I think about that. And I think about that with myself where I'm like, yeah, there's a point in your career where you're like, okay, even if everything went away, I could rebuild it somewhere else, which is what people do, by the way. They get kicked off one platform, they build a reputation on another. And thank God I stay within TOS, so YouTube loves me and I'm good to go. But like,
Yeah. Yeah, the Rumbleites, the people that have to flee to Rumble, the
no, ma'am.
refugees.
God forbid that's my
I,
reputation. God forbid.
I've been on there. I've been on Rumble, and ironically enough, there's a sizable audience on there that
Hmm.
I watch. I watch America First all the time.
Really? Shut up.
Yeah, it's hilarious. Yeah,
No.
it's hilarious. Okay, it's hard to watch when you're black because you catch stray bullets every stream, but like it's funny, bro. Like I've grown like this. Like I've learned to like watch like everybody,
Hmm.
and there's something about watching Rumble people like I can't watch Nico. He's just not funny enough. But like
Oh.
I've learned to like just like watch like uncomfortable shit like Gavin
Oh,
McInnes.
oh, that's so funny.
Total
Yeah.
racism,
Gavin's
pure
shows are
racism.
crazy.
But
Yeah.
he's just hilarious. So like I just watch.
Hmm.
Um yeah, I mean, like, there's definitely like you have your I don't want to say poverty YouTuber. That's basically what I was 2 months ago.
Yeah.
But,
Yeah.
like you
Yeah.
have your poverty YouTubers, I guess your middle class, and you have your people who are like swimming in money, and then you have your refugees at Rumble, trying to make it work. I mean, I don't know what else to call them because like obviously they're
I feel
fleeing for a
like
better life.
I feel like if you get kicked off YouTube, like you did something wrong, like heavily wrong, because YouTube like has so many opportunities. You know how many, or like maybe that's just my relationship with YouTube. I feel like they've given me so many chances to redo my channel. Like they used to demonetize my whole channel, and I
What
was
did you
like,
do?
I used to do adult like a BDSM education, like sex
That doesn't
education.
sound that bad though.
They just don't monetize those channels. They're not
Oh.
advertiser friendly, so they demonetize it because it's 218 plus. And so it took me a long time to get my channel monetized again. But that's why I pivoted to. That's why I pivot my. I'm an adapter. Tell me what the new rules
Hmm.
are. I will adapt. So all these people, they're like, oh, Brittany always changes like her brand every 3 years. Oh, I'm sorry. Then I'm an adapter and you're not. Like, I will adapt. Whatever YouTube changes the game to, I will beat it. What is it? What's the rules? That's what I want to know. And that's why I say, like, why aren't you playing the game good enough to have YouTube as like, I
Yeah.
can't believe you fucked up your opportunity to be on YouTube. That sounds crazy to me. That's why I would be like heartbroken if I ever actually got kicked off here, but I could not foresee that happening. One, I'm too progressive. And two, like, I don't break TOS. So, like, what's the issue? You know?
I've actually noticed something about this space
Mm-mm.
is that there are a lot of mentally unstable people. And it's just like, okay. There are mentally unstable people, and it's so fascinating because
Mm.
like it's like I always wonder how they feel so comfortable just taking all the brain cells and laying it out on the table. Like just being like, like this is my lack of sanity. Watch me. Like it's always interesting to watch because I'm like, I'm so paranoid and calculated. I'm like, don't say this, don't say that, don't say this,
Mm-mm.
don't say that.
Mm.
And I watch people crash out. I watch people like just like say crazy shit, destroy relationships. And I'm like,
Mhm.
part of me's realize it's in part because a lot of these people have real jobs. They somehow they contribute to society more than I do. So like they can
Mhm.
afford to act
Mhm.
crazy. Um, but I'll watch them and I'm like, why did you start a beef with this person? Why did you say this crazy shit? Why did you crash out? Why did you? It's interesting. Like, I feel like there's a spectrum of crazy that we are all on. I'm not even
Yeah.
going to pretend
Sure.
like I'm not like in this realm on some
Sure.
level, but I feel like some of us are on the other end of like, I'll say whatever, do whatever,
Right.
like Zerka, like yeah, the Zerka kind of character.
Bro.
And then you have some people who like they have their occasional like edgy statement, but they're kind of like in the realm of sanity.
Sure. I mean, look at Myron getting demonetized. Look at Fresh and Fit getting demonetized.
That
Like
took a long time.
it did, but even now they're like trying to figure it out. But I looked at them, I'm like, I can't believe, like, I mean, the amount of money they are not making now is insane. How much money just went away overnight. And like that would be devastating to anyone's career, right? Like you
It is,
rely, like
yeah.
I rely on AdSense for sure. Like I have always multiple streams of income, but I mean, if any of my streams of income went away, it would be a big hit. But like, cause like,
Yeah.
but YouTube AdSense, like I do pretty good in it. I do okay. And so like, it's one of those things where if it went away, that would suck. But it's also one of those things where I just do everything possible to keep up with TOS, to keep up with the rules. Like they're always
Mhm.
talking about censorship. Censor me all you want, girl. Thank you for paying me. Like, let's go. I do not care. Like, you pay my rent. Like, it's a job.
Mm.
I don't know about y'all, but I go to work, I do my job, I go home. You know? So I think, I don't know. Sometimes people forget, like, I don't know about you, but YouTube is a job. It's an artistic
I kind of
job.
look at
It's
it
a
like
job.
I look at it more like an adventure,
Oh, that's
more
nice. I
so
mean,
than a
that's life
job.
itself, right?
Yeah, yeah, I guess so. But it's like I try to remind myself of I hate looking at it like a job because
Mm.
that's when I start getting fatigue. When I
Oh,
look at it like an
interesting.
adventure, I'm able to kind of just be like, I'm able to work even harder.
That's a
Like, you know what?
neurodivergent king
Like,
right here. It's a neurodivergent king right here, y'all.
I hope I'm not. Not that I don't want to join the club, but like, I mean, I don't know. It's just, yeah, I feel like anime character mentality can help. You just have to know when to like realize you like
For
the main
sure.
character can die. Like, just keep in mind like the main case. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, yeah,
just
yeah.
keep in mind the main character gets their ass whooped. They do die. They
Hmm.
definitely like, they take L's. Just as long as you remember
Look,
that, you should be fine.
look, anime character or not, you still have to do shit you don't want to do. You How much does
That's a part
Naruto
of the
complain about
storyline.
everything, bro? People be
That's a
complaining
part
out
of the
here.
storyline, though.
Okay, it
You
is.
know?
But it is like
You
there's
gotta get
something
beat
about
up.
it.
You gotta join Orochimaru to like
Yeah,
get to the
yeah.
next level. Like you unfortunately have to like, but it's a part of it makes the storyline cooler.
It
Or
does. I think that's why people want a background that's like devastating or very cool or like look what I came out of this. Like, oh my gosh, I don't want to talk mad shit, but did you see the stream I did yesterday by any chance about a YouTuber named Siros?
I was watching, but I had to like turn it off because it was kind of hard to watch.
He's got this anime protagonist attitude about things, which is fine. He's neurodivergent. He's like a diagnosed autistic, apparently, according to the comments. He's like got his own things, which I figured. I was like, this
Okay.
guy, he's got a thing. But he's got this way of looking at his life where he like tells a story and it almost sounds like too good. Like he's like, I was a Crip. And I was like, oh yeah. And he's like, I was a Crip and I was Amish. And I married a lady who's 90 at 18. I was like, uh-huh. And he's like, and I had sex at 8. And I was like, ooh. But then there's nothing he's gaining from his story. He just feels like a traumatized
Yeah, some of
man.
that stuff stays in the vault.
Yeah, some
Some
of
of
that
that
stuff,
stuff.
like, but then he's trying to use his background to say, like, I have something to
Mhm.
say, but all I'm hearing is, like, I need to go to therapy. And then there's, like, this
Yeah,
idea of, like, how you tell your story to the world is so interesting. Like, I've privated so many of my old videos because I was like, that is not the story I'm telling. Because that's also not
yeah,
my life anymore. And I think that's the problem. And so when you think about your life as an anime character, I think that's so valid. I mean, I certainly think about my life. And like I always say, if my life was like this every day, it'd be the best life. I finally got to that point in my life where like if this was every day, I did it. I'm
that's
good.
that's
You
really
know?
nice.
Doesn't mean I'm not
Yeah,
still reaching. Doesn't mean I'm not still
right, right,
hoping.
right.
Doesn't mean I'm still not, I everyone's got a dream, as Luffy would say, and I definitely want to follow those dreams. But YouTube is a part of that dream, but so is my functionality of surviving. Like realistically, this is my mode of surviving. So there is no
Mhm.
plan B. And when this is plan
Yeah, yeah,
A, it is
yeah.
not only the
There's,
main story arc, but it is like I'm putting
yeah,
everything into
it's
this.
yeah. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's a conversation I used to have with my when I first started YouTube with a friend of mine. We used to always have conversations about how there is no plan B. Like this is plan A. And like one of the things he told me that always stuck with me is like, Rashad, you don't have time. Like you're
Mm,
21, but like you don't have time. Which you do, but you don't. Like you
mm,
don't move like you have all the time in the world.
right.
Move like you don't. And then you'll find yourself having so much more time in the end.
Yeah.
And I feel like that was kind of like those quotables and those like takeaways. I feel like that's so important to incorporate into that anime character mindset of like, okay, like here's how I'm gonna play it. Like here's how I'm gonna do it. Like here's how things are gonna work. Um, that I feel like the anime character mentality is cool. It's just you just have to know. like obviously not every part of your life story deserves to be like publicized and
Right.
told. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? Like some things should definitely like stay in the vault. And it was kind of hard to watch that video because I'm like, it was like, I don't know. I try not to underestimate. Um, I try not to underestimate like people's life stories because anyone can have like a crazy life
Mm.
story. But at the same time, it's like I don't know, man. Like um, I'm not gonna say he wasn't a Crip, but I
Sure,
mean it's
sure.
just kind of hard to believe. Like I could never see myself being welcomed into a gang. Like
Mm.
I consider myself a little bit more normie than him, but even I know like a group of street dudes would be like, all right, bro, like you're funny, but like like we got criminal stuff to do. Go away. It's
Yeah.
just I don't know. It's hard to believe, but I think that mindset can help. You just have to know when to like remember like you are in a real world and
Yeah.
you are around other people and you're not the only one on earth and stuff like that. Like I feel like if you can keep that in mind, you can have the best of both worlds.
Sure.
But yeah, there is kind of like an aspect of getting a little bit too high on your own supply where you begin to forget like you're sharing the planet with other people. But yeah,
Where
I
does
think
that
the
come
end
from
there.
in you? Like, where does that come from? Your desire to be cautious? Like, where does it actually stem from? Is it from your like? Obviously, it must have been prior to the internet, because I feel like you started off your internet career with like a thoughtfulness that went into it. Most of us just turn on the camera and go like, "I'm gonna be a YouTuber."
Just go.
Yeah, and then we learned the hard way after we said too many things out loud to take it back. But like, you started off with that caution in you.
So I got my first channel actually got blown the fuck up. That's YouTube was like you're goodbye. Like,
It
YouTube was like
deleted?
nah, so they didn't delete it, but I was basically an inmate in solitary confinement. I was just talking to the
Mm,
walls and shit.
mm,
Like so I started my channel and I was like I said something about I don't want to repeat what I said. It wasn't something like
okay.
hateful or crazy. It was about like
Sure.
the thing that was going
Sure.
on in 2020.
Sure. I got you.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't even want to utter that. I'm traumatized.
I
I
got you.
lost my like I don't even want to say the word, but you guys know what I'm talking about.
Mhm.
The biggest event of 2020. Yeah, I spoke about that and YouTube was like, you stepped out of line, right? You fucked up, right? Warning. Now I'm sitting there thinking like, oh, no big deal. Warning. We can
Mhm.
survive this. Brittany, they had me talking to the wall for 3 months. They
That's
had me over there
hilarious.
talking to spirits and
No.
characters for 3 months. They had me over there
Mm.
talking to like imaginary friends for 3 months. I remember I was in the car with my homeboy. He was like, bro, delete your channel and start a new one, bro. You're getting 10 views after a week. You're uploading
Yeah.
a video on Monday, you got 10 views on Sunday, you're fucked.
Mm.
Yeah, so YouTube, they taught me an important lesson of like, look, we'll let you stay, but you're not
Yeah.
really gonna be here. Like you'll be here, but you'll be here on our terms. And I was like, oh, okay. So
Yeah.
I learned from that. And from that moment forward, I was like, okay. I was always a cautious person, but because I like to talk, I can oftentimes forget, like, watch what the fuck you say. And
Mhm.
after that moment, I was like, okay, we're gonna tread carefully here. There are a lot of videos that have never seen the light of day because I was just like, I don't know if I want to risk this. So
Yeah.
yeah, it's a mixture of like my natural born cautiousness and then also like YouTube teaching me an important lesson of like knowing when to shut the fuck up and just play
Yeah.
your position. But
So how does that work then with this idea that you're sort of it's not just a job, but then it is a job? Like, do you feel like, I could hear the kind of conservative voices being like, see, free speech, Rashad, free speech. Like, you know what I mean? Do you feel like your
yeah,
free speech is being silenced, or do you just feel like you're playing the game that's necessary to stay on a platform that funds your sort of,
I well, a lot of the stuff I used to believe. Well, I don't think what I said back then was something I don't believe now. There are
Mhm.
obviously some things that happen that I feel like were true, but YouTube is like, look, true or not, we're not letting this on this platform.
Sure.
Shut up. Um, so I feel like I don't feel there is an aspect of like you can't say everything you want to say.
Mm.
It's just the aspect of our job. It sucks. I feel like there's certain levels of fu money and success that it takes a long time to reach, and I'm not there yet. And I feel like today my beliefs are this is one of the convenient things about being on the left, and people are gonna obviously be like, you're a grifter. Because apparently, I guess like you can't change
Everyone's
your
a
mind.
grifter. Everyone's
But
a grifter.
yeah, I mean, like one of the cool things about being on the left is like a lot of your ideas are cool with the powers that be. So
Mm.
you don't have to worry about like being pro gay marriage and your
Right.
channel getting obliterated.
Right.
Um, but there is an aspect of like there are some things I just won't say because I just don't want YouTube to be like, oh, you're okay. Good to know that that's what you. Okay, we're getting rid of you.
Mm,
So yeah, it's. I don't look at it as like it's part of the adventure. It's like you can't let the it's like Mario Kart. Like you can't let certain things hit you or else you'll
sure,
slow down on the racetrack. You
sure.
gotta, so
I think that's part
I
of the
try to
thrill
look
of
at
it,
it that way.
right? Because I think every job has an element. I mean, I felt that way when I worked certain jobs where I was just like, you have to dress a certain way, you can't talk a certain way. Like I feel the most free on YouTube than I've ever felt doing any of my conventional jobs, especially you coming
Mhm.
from the military. I mean, there is an element of uh you have to assimilate to the expectation of behavior. So I feel like YouTube isn't as bad in relation to that. But I mean, ultimately this for me feels like the most freeing job I've ever had. So it feels weird to complain
Mhm.
about it in that way, especially since like I would never have I just never would have had this access to this kind of potentiality for a job without it. So it feels like I think I'm in my great like gratitude stage where I'm like, thank you for letting me be here because like I like it here and I don't want to go away. I also really don't want to go to Kick. Like you want to talk about a male audience? Like there are not very many women who are
You're
gonna
in the
watch
shadow realm if you're
me,
on Kick. Yeah,
and so like
you're in the shadow realm.
at least here I have a lot of that. Now I know a lot of YouTubers who eventually went to Twitch because there's like more progressive leaning attitudes there. The dilemma is like because of the stuff that I cover, I'm always worried that I'm not going to make it on Twitch, even though I don't know. I've never really done it. I've only done it for like 2 seconds. So I don't really know. But I wonder if I would have actually like been more successful on Twitch. And that's always a thing I'll wonder. But it's like I'm so used to YouTube. I really like YouTube. I'm here. But it is
Mhm.
something that I think is fascinating. Like, where are you best served for your brand?
I always felt like Kick was like it could have been our salvation, but just
Mm,
things kind of just went left, right? Like
yeah.
I mean, it was like as a content creator, I was kind of rejoicing. I'm like, wait, so you're telling me this new brand has Aiden Ross, Jadeon, Sneeko before he went full like total insane,
Bro.
Drake, fucking who else? Destiny. That's
Mm-hmm.
not normal. Twitch was like paused. They were swinging their dick. Like they were banning everybody for like the longest. And then this new platform comes along with all of these names. I thought to myself, yo, like we're no longer slaves anymore. We're free.
Mm,
And then you get characters like Neon and Jack Doherty,
yeah.
and they're committing crimes and they're terrorizing people, and then it's just like, oh fuck. So it's like, I don't know. Like I don't think I would survive on Twitch. Not because like I feel like I don't have crazy takes. I just know that I'm not progressive enough for
Mm,
Twitch. Like I feel like as it pertains to politics, Hassan has like created this bar, and if you fall anywhere beneath it, you have to go.
mm,
Um, I thought like maybe like Kick would be cool because like they need like a progressive commentator who's
sure.
not a total like pushover, like someone who's funny and can be a little bit edgy but doesn't make Kick look insane.
Sure.
Um, so I've thought about Kick, but yeah, I mean, yeah, you're right. Like trying to translate from YouTube to those other platforms can be hard because discoverability on those platforms is almost non-existent.
Yeah, it's such a
You
different
know, on
ecosystem. Like I don't even know the rules. Like I don't know how you're supposed to interact with your audience. Like there's like even language. The language is different on Twitch.
Mhm.
When I hear people talk to their Twitch audience, I'm like, "Oh." And I went to go set up my page and I got exhausted at like there were so many options and so many weird things and I was like, you're doing too
Mhm.
much. Just you're doing YouTube is so
Do
simple.
it too much.
You're doing too much Twitch."
Right.
But like maybe that's what people expect and then I feel like, it doesn't make sense. But also like that's sort of the thing is I think Ludwig talked about this, or maybe it was somebody else, but basically, like, you're supposed to go 100% into something. Dual streaming basically
Mhm.
does nothing for most people, even though you think
Yeah.
it would. But, like, ultimately, the platform that works for you is a platform where people know you're at. And I've been on YouTube for so long, people know I'm here. I even have people recently who are like, "Oh, I used to watch you so many years ago and I was wondering what you were up to. Like, I can't believe like you're still going, you're still thriving." And I was like, "Oh, that's so funny. Like, I'm known here." So it feels weird to transfer over. But also, I think
Mhm.
YouTube is just no offense, it is more normy. I have a bigger chance of blowing up on YouTube,
Yes.
just realistically.
Yeah.
Twitch is great, but like
Mhm.
it doesn't feel like the future.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. Like, it's Twitch it's where you go when you have an established audience, I feel like.
Mm,
Um, but I just can't be compelled, especially knowing that like there's certain takes I have as a progressive liberal that
sure.
aren't not progressive, but just aren't progressive enough
Sure.
that can get me like just destroyed off the platform.
Mm.
Um, I feel like if I did go live on Twitch, I'd have to be like doing innocuous shit. Like I'd have to be doing like just like, hey guys, we're at fucking the gym streaming, like something innocent. I can't be on
Yeah.
there talking about politics because people are gonna fucking. I just, it's one of the biggest concerns about being a content creator is like, unfortunately, the platforms we work for, not always like the amount of times I've seen Kai Cenat be like banned or suspended from Twitch, and they just treat
Sure.
him like he's not the biggest streamer
Yeah.
alive
Mm-hmm.
besides Speed.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, how do you do that? Like the music industry is so different. Like if you're the biggest person in the game, they offer you hundreds of millions of dollars. They give you whatever, but in this game, you're kind of like another number in a
Yeah.
way,
Yeah. Oh, for
which is
sure. I think you're
odd.
very expendable. I think like it's very specific. Yeah, I do. But you know what? And Kai and Speed are so funny to me because they're so I have never seen people so good at branding in my life. Like they're so good at what they do. And like I was watching Speed go from Europe country to like places in Europe, and I was like watching him every
Yeah.
morning because it was just coming up on my feed. And I'm just watching this kid who has so much energy. I wish he would give me 10% of it, bro. I'm just like, holy crap,
Yeah.
but he's so good. He's so on it. He's so extrovertedly perfect. I don't know if he is in his real life, but his persona is so extrovertedly perfect. He's very good at adapting. He's relatively respectful. He's good at like taking gifts from people live
Relative.
there. He'll
Yeah.
eat their food, be like, good food, go, good food. And like he'll go and he'll sit there. He makes people feel good. I can see people when he leaves them, they're like never meet your heroes. They make him
Yeah.
feel that he makes them feel like it was worth meeting him. I feel when I'm watching his
And
streams
they're
and I'm
very
like,
smart too. They
yo,
behave.
it's
They don't get
interesting.
into like,
Yeah. And
because I see like it's funny.
the one time he got mauled by his own viewers, allegedly he was really mad at them. He's like, I'm never coming back here again. But he did go back
Yeah.
technically. It was so crazy. Go ahead. Say what you're going to say.
Yeah, and now if you wanted to finish up, feel free. I
No, no,
just
no.
I
That's it.
just
That's
I
it.
just wanted to point out like it's kind of funny because like all the ghetto streamers are white and all the streamers like on their best behavior. It's crazy like watching like all the white streamers on Kick slapping each
Oh
other,
my gosh.
beating
Ridiculous
each
stuff.
other up,
Mm-mm.
harassing the public, and then you
Mm-hmm.
have like Kai and Speed like just like treading the thinnest line ever. Like
Do you feel like they think they have
it's
to? Like they have
interesting.
to be extra cautious?
Yeah, I could tell because it's like one thing that's interesting about all of those guys is they're all from like the only one I think the majority of them are from like inner city like they come from like like an inner city background like
Mm-hmm.
Phantom, he's my favorite streamer. Kai, Duke Dennis, Davis, he and I actually were in the same statistics class in high school.
Oh,
um
small little world.
yeah, I never spoke to him once. He would come into class tired as fuck from streaming and just wouldn't talk to anybody. He would just put his head down and like just
That's
like
so
catch some
funny.
Z's. And like I never spoke to him, never interacted with him, and then like years later he's like, with Kai Cenat and them. But most of them come from like an inner city background, and I feel like they know like, yo, we can't fuck this up. Like we can't go back, and we're black. So it's like
Mm,
anything we do that's crazy, it looks worse
yeah.
because we're black. So it's like you have to almost be perfect in a way, which has its ups and downs. Like it feels shitty, but at the same time, it's like you want to be on your best behavior. You want
Yeah.
to, you want to fucking, not be involved in bullshit because black or not, it comes with a price.
Yeah.
So I think there's definitely something to be said about like the aspect of being like a black streamer who's trying to like build a safe brand because like you can see with Kyle like Twitch was trying so hard to act like he wasn't there for a while like black streamer who says the n-word every day like we
Yeah.
really should like act like he's not there, but it was impossible to deny. So
I'm
it's
fascinated by this stuff so much. Like what's the white kid who was good at Minecraft at some point or Fortnite or whatever? Twitch,
I gotta
what's his name?
I gotta get better at the
Uh,
I gotta get better at
who's
the
the guy who
white
was
bubble.
he was famous but now he's not famous and he's friends with Drake? I don't watch him.
Ninja.
Ninja, thank you. I don't remember people's names. Okay, that Ninja guy, he recently was like kind of not technically, but a little bad mouthing Kai and Speed, and he was just like, they obviously stretched this out for views, like their Minecraft adventure, and I was like, yeah, Why you being like that? I was like, what are you talking about? Of course he
Yeah.
stretched it
Well,
out. Like,
that's jealousy,
yeah,
you know.
literally, I was like, you slow down, bro. Okay, my attitude towards everything now is to be like, you have to understand, like, this could go away. So even people that are like, why is Amaranth, like, I reviewed that guy yesterday. He's like, why is Amaranth saying she's tired of OF but keeps doing it? And I'm like, oh, I'm, because it's about being grateful that this is going to go away eventually, bro. We're talking about making the most
Mhm.
money possible before you're too old to even get up at night. Because like a lot of us are working hours that are stupid. I'm working stupid hours. It's 9:30 p.m. where I am. Like I don't have a normal schedule. I work nights.
Right.
So it's like, yeah, you're taking it for what it is and then you're hoping that it lasts because you don't know. And every time you get a hit of momentum, you have to ride the momentum. You don't slow down.
Right.
You go harder. A
Exactly.
couple months ago, I was going really hard at one point, and then I slowed down for like 3, 4, 5 days. I like my body just gave up, and I was like, Jesus Christ. I suffer from like fibromyalgia and stuff, so I'm sitting here like
Mhm.
I'm chronically ill, and I'm just like, do it anyways, and then I can't. I crash. So then I'm back on a momentum, but I figured out a new schedule to keep me from burning out so far. Fingers crossed. But you're fighting
Mhm.
not only your own body, but you're fighting the competition. You're fighting all these things. So you almost have to be grateful you're even in the position because you can't go back. Like I couldn't even imagine what my life would be like if I had to go back to a regular job. So it's about being grateful
Yeah.
because like, bro,
Mhm.
yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
like, it's funny you say like you're like competing with like you're going up against like the competition and stuff like that. Because like I remember like I want to say 2 years ago,
Mm,
I would upload like 4 videos a day for like a month straight. And the biggest lesson I learned from that is that sometimes that means absolutely nothing.
mm,
It means nothing. The
yeah.
algorithm will fuck you over. The algorithm will be like, "Oh, thanks for the content. Oh, you're monetized. Thanks." And just not just leave your content just sitting there and I'm just like, "What the fuck is this?"
Mm,
On some level I'm not mad because like I don't know if I would have wanted to blow up back then. There's a certain level of like gratitude I have with like gaining the audience I have right now at this time because if I had blown up back when I wanted to,
yeah.
I cannot imagine the
Oof.
difficulty of growing as a person,
Mm-mm.
learning new things,
Same.
humbling myself and saying I was wrong 2 years ago and my audience not being like fuck you like
Mm,
leaving like because that was like something I think about it all the time like I used to watch like Hunter Avalon when I was like a peewee when I was like 15, 16, and I was
mm-hmm.
like, man, like I want
Mm-hmm.
to be like this one day. And looking back, it's like, no, like no, no, no. Like it's good. It's good that I not only finished up the rest of my high school years as a normal kid, it's also good that like I had a few relatively boring but private years as an early adult and got time to make mistakes as a content creator with barely anyone watching me.
Yeah.
And then when I actually began to understand a little bit more about the world, now I'm gaining a little bit of an audience. So I feel like there is like a level of gratitude you have to have for timing and
For
patience
sure.
with this stuff, especially when
100.
you're young, because it's like I can't imagine being famous at 21 with the horrible takes I had. Like,
No, no, I'm so grateful. Like, I'm so grateful I had time to private those videos. I'm so grateful that, like, my past Facebook posts don't exist. Like, I'm so grateful. Like,
mhm,
and it was just cringy stuff, like cringy atheist stuff. Like, just like cringy. And not that I don't make
I
cringy
get
stuff
it.
here. I even update my content now where, like, I've outgrown this opinion. I'd like to, like, update people, on the kind of a new opinion. And that's why I think I always like, here's the update now. I've changed my mind. This is now my opinion. I think that's kind of a free
Mhm.
space to do that. But yeah, like there is something to be grateful for. I mean, I think even being able to take off, to find your flow, to have like a niche, to have your audience, like what a blessing. And like to see your channel kind of take off like that, I was like, there it is. That's great. It's a great feeling. Like it's a great feeling to see as a YouTuber, and it's a great feeling to I know have that happen where you wake up, you're like, oh shit, like that's a pretty good video. That video did good today. AdSense loved me today. It's like that feels good.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
mean, same watching your video hit like 90,000, I'm just like that's gonna hit 100,000 soon.
Yeah, yeah. It feels
Um,
good.
and also like realizing some people have seen the video that like one thing like is interesting is like people will see your shit and you won't know who's seen it.
Oh my
Like that's one
God.
thing about like hit videos that like that's just shocked me is like the amount of people who probably know who I am
Bro.
that I used to look up to that probably know who I am because of that video. And
Yeah.
I look at the 200,000 views and I'm like, oh, 200,000. But like of that 200,000, there's people in that 200,000 that I probably like have watched my whole life that have seen it. I've had YouTubers I love
Mm,
that have subscribed to me from
yeah.
those videos.
Yeah.
And then of the ones who haven't clicked, there are plenty who have seen the thumbnails. So it's like how many people kind of like have me in like their little like bookmark of like, okay, there's that guy. Um,
Definitely.
it's interesting. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I remember I like woke up one day and I looked at my Instagram DMs and I see this like blue check mark and my brain's like, and I looked at it and I was like, this can't be real. And I clicked on it and I'm like, oh, it is real. And I'm like looking at it and they're like, hey, saw your video you did about me. And I was like, oh no. Oh
Uh,
no. And then you have like this feeling deep in your gut. You're like, what did I say? What did I say? And they're like,
yeah.
love to talk to you about it. And you're just like, okay. And like you talk to them and you can see them like, I'm like, I feel like sometimes I forget people are watching me. Like people I talk
Yeah.
about, you know? Like you almost have it in your head that like they're not seeing it. And then you get their fucking name in your DMs. You're like, fuck, what did I say? Because like, you know, and that's the problem with this job too, is like I have no illusion that I'm like making a video for this person to contact me. I'm just talking to my audience. I'm just talking about things I like.
Yeah.
And then it happens. And then it also puts into perspective that like it's nice to hear them say, I really think you saw something there. I really think you got something there. Or even like it's nice to know that there is a place for you in a sphere where, you know, even people you wouldn't think would enjoy your content can see a perspective from it. And I think I remember there's this guy who worked for Oprah. He said he was making YouTube videos and he got like no views, like a few hundred views a video, no big deal. And then one day he gets an email and says, hey, the Oprah show wants you. Oprah was watching YouTube and wants you. I don't know if this is a true story, but I think about that all the time. Like you don't know who's watching. And all it takes is one person to see you and be like, oh, I like your shit. Like I remember years ago during COVID when ABBA hit me, like he shouted me out on a live stream for small YouTubers. He's like, hey, I found this girl named Brittany Simon and I like her. I think she's going to do something one day. And I was like, oh, that's nice. Like you just never know. And I think that that's kind of like the cool part of YouTube, or even you just never know. Or even like Sneeko. Sneeko reached out to me because I made a video on him, but I didn't think about it. Like you never, why would I think these people would ever see my videos? There's no reason to.
Right.
But then you realize, oh, they do. And then that could make a great networking relationship or a great friendship or something like that. It's kind of nice.
Yeah, I mean, given the fact that you're like not crazy and you're actually like like reasonable, I think that's also an aspect of it. Like
Probably
people
helps.
feel like, yo, I can have a civilized conversation with someone who disagrees with me.
Mm.
Um, hmm.
Actually, that makes me wonder though, you know how you said earlier, like this space is so mentally unwell? Even yesterday's stream, I ended the segment with, I don't know why people in this sphere are so unwell. That's so funny that you said that because I was wondering like what is happening, but I think it's a part of the freedom to be yourself here that encourages people to maybe unleash and share a little bit of their crazy. But at the same
Mhm.
time, like that's kind of beautiful and a double-edged sword. And I think like what I would love to see is people in the commentary space like for not forget that the world is seeing them. You are being witnessed and you should take that into consideration. Like this isn't just like a little bubble where the only people who know us are here. Like other people can find you and see you, and just think about that in terms of like where you want to be in 20 years. Because like there's so much here that I think is hard to realize when you're just like,
Yeah.
you know,
I look at Sneeko and I'm like, dude, have you thought for 1 second what 20 years from now will look like for you? Like, you gotta chill. Like, you're saying
bro.
stuff that like will comp. Like, it's interesting. But I think there's not a strength to what Sneeko's doing. Let's just establish that. There's a strength to being like a little bit willing to go a little bit crazy. Like,
Mm-mm.
there's a strength in the mindset that allows you to maybe go a little bit. You know what I mean? Like, talk a little bit of your shit, go a little crazy. Like I noticed that the more cautious I was making content, the less funny I was.
For sure.
Um like I realized like the more I was just like whatever happens, happens, I was like a lot more comical and stuff like that. But the more conscientious I was, not only was I not as funny, it was also harder to just talk. I would trip over
Mm.
words, I would stutter more. Um I noticed that built up a stutter
Mm.
of after a year of like, don't say that, don't say that.
Sure.
Take three, take four. When I first started doing YouTube, Brittany, I would do one take.
Mm.
2023 was the year of take fives and take six.
Mm,
It was bad.
yeah.
Now I'm more like on like one or two takes, but I noticed like the stress of trying to not fuck up was getting in the way of making videos that people could enjoy. And people still liked them,
Mm-hmm.
which is I was like, y'all like this bullshit? Like I could do way
Mm,
better than this if I'm not being a pussy. But I noticed like, yo, like this mentality is it's actually like fucking up my head. I don't know
sure.
if you've
Sure.
ever had anything like that happen. You like
Um, I listen to me when I say I'm the queen of edgy jokes, but like I have to say, I tell myself I'm like because I it just like first of all, I'm an older sister. Okay, I got like 7 little siblings. You think I'm not good at like what? Like bouncing back, but the problem is, and this is why I say on stream now, where I'm like, it's a joke, isn't it? It's a little joke, but like I almost like
you
caution
do
people.
say stuff where I'm like, wait, what? And it's like,
Hmm.
wait.
But that's the thing, is they're funny. People are pussies about it though. Like they tried to cancel me for a joke I made, which they, by the way, clipped me, took me out of context and switched the clip around. It was like 20-minute gap between the two clips, switched it around, made me look like I said
I
something I
remember
didn't
that.
say. I was like, don't take that context. The joke is funny. Why you gotta ruin the joke by taking it out of context? Because I'm good enough for them to make money off of. Look at me growing. Like that's kind of the joy is like, oh my God, I am so in your head right now. I love that. And I love that I don't have to worry about these people, except like they do put my name in the mix. And at first I was like kind of butthurt. I was like, hey, that's not the joke I made. I made a much better joke over here. And then I was like,
You're
you know
crazy.
what? No, no, listen,
You're
I
insane,
think,
bro.
look, in another life, I would have been a stand up comic and I would have thought I would have been the only person laughing, but I would have thought I was very funny. I do think I'm funny. And shout out, you know what I mean? I
I
do think
think
I'm
you
pretty funny, but I think it shows up on stream when I even my audience laughs because I'll catch myself about to say something and I'm like, I'll stop myself and my audience will be like, oh, they're like level 5 Brittany, level 5 Brittany. I was like, like, because every part of you knows you got to go clap back. And then the question
Yeah.
is that funny? But then even that's funny, even that's comedic when you do stop yourself and your audience is like, I know what she was gonna say. The idea is like there's a discernment that comes into this. And you're not gonna be perfect at it, and you're gonna say shit. You know how many times I've said shit on stream and I'm like, that was too far and that was my bad, but also I did think it. So that was my bad, my bad. And you have to just think about it that way, but also that it's still kind of funny. I think as long as you're not coming with like a malicious intent and there's kind of like a tongue-in-cheek attitude to it, I think you have the discernment to be entertaining and to be funny and to kind of say what you mean to say. I think humor is one of the best ways to get the point across. And I think it gives
Mhm.
opportunity. Like I made that video about the one that's going to hit 100K or whatever, about Myron having internalized racism. Great bubble hop. And then what's funny is the Black community came into my bubble and I loved that because I was like, oh, and they're so much better. This particular form of online Black community activism came into my bubble and they were like mostly liking my stuff, but it was like they were so, out of all the communities I've interacted with, one of the best in terms of like the way they criticized, the way they tried to like bring up conversation, the way they loved or hated. It was so much better than these other communities I've dealt with. Like the white edgy communities are like so misogynistically different.
Yeah, it's
They're
it's it's
it's
it's bad.
crazy different. So them, it gave me an opportunity though to make a follow-up video based off a comment I got in their video. And then that forced me again to prove the way that I think, which brought in more people to say like, okay, cool. You explained it. You were thoughtful. You made a joke that at first I thought was bad. But when you explained it, I
Mhm.
was like, okay, I got where you're coming from. Now I'm subscribing. It's like humor is an opportunity to bring the right people into your audience and to push away those who were never going to get the joke anyways. But also,
Mm.
you have to keep in line with your values. I think one of the criticisms I get as a content creator is like people are like, you don't engage with criticism. And I was like, I don't engage with criticism. I engage with constructive criticism and I'm waiting. I'm waiting, And I've gotten some
Mm.
people who have made my content better by giving me good constructive criticism. I've definitely changed in that regard. But I think ultimately it's like when people don't get the joke, they feel left out. Then they feel stupid. So then they're mad at you for making them feel dumb. And then it's a whole
Mm.
cycle. It's a whole cycle. And I think I learned this from Drew Afalo, where she's very big on TikTok and she's mostly like men suck bubble, but she makes a lot of jokes at the expense of men. And I think what she's learned is that that is her niche. And as much as like it's a little misandry, it's also what's important to her for ultimately moving goal forward. And look at her, New York Times bestseller, was just on a bunch of podcasts. She knows what her niche is. Even if
Mhm.
it's not a niche I would have chosen for myself, it's still a niche I follow because I do understand ultimately what she's trying to what she's trying to fight, which is that misogyny that women in this space have to deal with all the time.
Yeah, that's like when I saw people like getting on my ass about the hippy dippy, which, shout out to Dylan for the amazing panel. Um, I'm like, they're on my ass, like they're like, there needs to be more women here, and I'm like, y'all don't understand like the bullshit. Like I see women in this space debate normally, and dudes are like, her attitude is disgusting. It's like
Hmm.
she's literally talking as crazy as everybody else in this fucking panel. Like, what
I
the
will
fuck?
literally agree
But
with
it's
the
like,
man. I will say exactly what he just said, but when I say it, they're like, "What the fuck? Why would you say that?" And I'm like, "That's why it confuses me because I'm like, don't do this to me, bro. Don't fucking do this to me, bro."
yeah, it's crazy. I'm curious.
Hmm.
So about the Abba and Myra, because that beef is the gift that keeps on giving.
It is.
I'm curious, like we're starting to see like I don't know if you want to keep it content creator, we can, but I definitely wanted to touch a little bit more on like the
Please,
philosophy and maybe a
please,
little
please,
bit
please.
political stuff.
Yeah.
It is interesting to see like black content creators. I'd say MAGA's having a spiral right now, like
Mm.
a spiral of like the hate's gotten worse, the hate toward minorities, the hate toward women, the hate toward like everything. Myron calling black people the N-word with the hard R I saw in Tomfoolery.
Crazy, crazy. I couldn't even
You
play that
know,
clip on YouTube. I couldn't even play it
yeah,
because I was like, I'm not getting demonetized for this. I'm not getting in trouble for this. But like, yeah,
yeah, yeah. What else happened? Myron leaving a Twitter space and then them calling him the N-word
bro, that was wild.
after he left.
That was
It's
wild.
just it's what do you think about this upcoming cycle? Because I'm watching this craziness unfold, and it's crazy to watch. Like, I keep up with Fuentes sometimes. So like him and Candace are beefing because she won't like acknowledge his existence. They're in like the
Yeah.
anti-Semite like Justice League alliance, but she's kind of like acting like he's not like the leader of that, and he's kind of freaking out about it. And one thing that fascinated me is like, do they expect her to join?
Mm.
Did you see the N-word girl? What happened to her?
The white girl.
Where like where like they were
Mm-hmm.
like, your child's mixed, and bring your nose closer to the camera. You look a little bit Jewish, like that. Like she could, and she's
Stop.
white. She's white. She's
Stop.
blonde. She's blue eyed. She looks like any other country white girl I've met in the
That's
South.
crazy.
She does not look. I mean, there's nothing wrong with looking Jewish, but I realized this online community is so perpetually online, they can't conceive of a white person with a nose that doesn't come down straight like
For
this.
sure.
Like
For sure.
they can't, and it's like watching them freak out about Candace Owens. It's like you do know she's black,
I don't
so
think
if
they
she
know
does
that.
anything you guys don't like, she's gonna get showered in N words. And she just
Mm-hmm.
spent the last 10 years telling everybody racism doesn't exist. That's gonna be
Mm-hmm.
humiliating.
Yeah.
Then she's got mixed kids. Y'all fucking shat on the last person with mixed kids. She can't join you.
Yeah.
It's like
Yeah. Yeah.
she'll become the laughing stock of politics.
Yeah.
So it's like, what do you think about like the right wing and really politics in general becoming like from a like if you want to go philosophical about it, what do you think about them going like crazy?
Well, I just saw this video on Candace earlier, and I'd love to hear your input on this. What confuses me about Candace is who she aligns herself with. So her actual husband being friends with Andrew Tate for many years, including before he was famous. Her husband
That's interesting.
being yeah, and her husband like being a heir to like 70, what is it, $1 million? Like his dad's a billionaire, right?
Aristocrat, yeah.
Yeah, so like here's Candace marrying this guy after 17 days. Okay, they have this relationship. Now they have got these kids. And now she's doing so much work bending over backwards for the Tate brothers. And I wondered, and I'm looking at her like, why are you working so hard for these men? And then I realized, okay, what association is her husband got with Tate? I know they're friends. They vouch for each other all the
Mhm.
time. But like, where did that come from? Like, where does that? And I'm not even judging like the love story. I'm judging the way she's running defense for the Tates. So Candace is
Mhm.
obviously playing a game of her own. The question
Yeah.
is it a game of her own or a game of his own? Like who? I don't know even know what's happening right now.
I think it's a mixture. I think we're seeing this happen all over the right where it's like we're going a little bit too crazy, but we've normalized the crazy and we've normalized the perpetuators of the crazy. How do we maintain our audience? Trying to find the line where the crazy's too far. Where do we? Because it's like the clips of Tate like admitting to like crazy stuff coming out,
Yeah.
I don't think a lot of people anticipated that. So now it's like we've built an audience that likes him and loves him and might be willing to excuse anything he's ever done.
Mm-hmm.
How do we maintain that audience as these clips are coming out that we obviously don't want any association with?
Right.
Um, I think the biggest thing right now is people on that side of the aisle trying to like coming to terms with the fact that they've normalized so much insanity. How do they like
Bring
how
it
did they
back.
tread that thin line? You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Like, because they can't come. Like, I mean, they can. I think redemption should always exist for
For
everybody
sure.
in
Agree.
politics. I
Agree.
think the biggest issue we have on the left is like you're canceled and you're banished. You know,
Mm-mm-mm.
um, but yeah, I mean, I feel like Candace Owens has that audience where they love Tate. They're not ready to let go of Tate.
Sure.
You look at some of the stuff Sneeko has said.
Mm.
It's becoming obvious that that end of the political spectrum is normalizing a lot of crazy shit.
Sure.
They've built up they've jumped into a hole with no ladder built in to get out. It's weird. So,
A part
you
of it
know.
feels like a larger game than just politics to me because like Candace is obviously not working out in other established like the fact that she had her separation from Daily Wire, right?
Mhm.
Right? Like that's interesting to me from a political game perspective. For like, what game are you playing where you're getting fired from this bubble? But then a part of me knows she has to do it because of the way that whatever she's planning for the future. Obviously, I think there's a plan. But also, have you noticed that like not Piers Morgan, Tucker Carlson,
Mhm.
Candace, all these people that are being like kicked out of the bubble, they're like forming their own like Avengers squad of like weird solo people. And I don't understand what the goal is there, but my brain is going money. Whatever it is, there's obviously money at the end of this trail or something like that. I don't think it's
I
about
don't think she's
values.
I think it is about values, but I don't think she's playing the game as smart as she I don't think she's playing a game. I don't think she's
No,
playing a game like they
you
think.
think she's like authentic?
Yeah.
Candace Owens?
I think I think Candace Owens does think poorly of black people. I have
Mm,
the tweets to back it up.
mm.
um I think
I
Candace
think she
does
thinks she's
have
better.
I think she thinks she's a better like type, she's
Yeah,
got the better stats. I
I
think she
think a
thinks
lot of
she's.
tokens feel that way.
Yeah, they think they're like the elite version of like their race,
They
which
figured
is
out the
like
game. They figured
yeah,
it
and it's like
out.
anyone who knows white supremacy knows like it's built to where if you are the best of your race, you still can't be above the worst of the white race. It's built this
Mm,
way on purpose.
mm,
I don't think she's planning anything. I think anyone who's calculated enough would realize, okay, sure, you fell out with the Daily Wire because you said some stuff about Jewish power. You probably shouldn't go any harder because now you're going to be stuck in an audience of people that don't like black people.
for sure.
They like what you say, but they really don't like you.
Mm,
If she were smart, she'd try to like do something else, but I don't think she's being strategic. I think there is a sort of ideological inebriation. Like they're drunk off like this hate, this exclusion, this desire to like push out this group, push out that group. I think it can be very exhilarating for a lot of these people to feel like, hey, we are the in group. We're going to hate on and exclude the out group. And I think a lot of minorities think they're a part of that. Like you look at
mm,
Vivek Ramaswamy, he said,
hmm.
there's no need for Juneteenth because we already have MLK Day. It's like who says stuff like that? You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
who says shit like that? These people, I think they genuinely like where they're at, like ideologically, because if they actually gave it a little bit of thought, they'd realize there's no place for you there. You know what I mean?
It's hard for me to imagine anyone gets as popular as these people and they're not strategically. I mean, if we're thinking strategically to some extent, they've
Hmm.
got to be thinking strategically to some extent. I mean, obviously, even when I say strategically, I just mean like, do I want to do this with my brand? Do I want to live this way? Do I want to wake up every day and feel good about myself doing this? Like, they must be
You're
thinking
right. Yeah.
something to some extent. And then they wrote it all the way to a brand that is now recognized. Like, we know who they are. And
I,
yeah.
I think it's like jumping into a river with a strong current that's pushing you further than you thought. So it's
Oh,
like at first it was like kind of chill, like we're floating, we're going wherever we want. But now, thanks to Elon taking over Twitter, anti-Semitism is like
mm,
it's like the new Jays. Like, what I'm saying? Look at my new, like, what I'm saying? Like, it's like the new thing now. It's like,
yeah.
um, anti-black. Like, I don't even follow white nationalists, but like when I open my Twitter, I see like black people fighting white people. It's like
Damn.
I don't follow these people, but
Yeah.
it's because of who now owns Twitter that I'm seeing it.
Mm.
Um, I feel like a lot of conservative people have joined a movement that's moving too far toward something they're not ready for it to go to.
Mm.
And I think they're all trying to play their best game. This is why Tucker probably won't talk to Fuentes. This is why Candace probably won't talk to Fuentes. It's this line of like, we'll hate these minorities, but we don't want to hate on this one too hard. We can't associate with him because he said too much crazy shit,
Sure.
but we kind of want to work toward this. We're denying elections. It's being exposed. Trump saying it's like there's no. It's you're right. They did calculate, but I think sometimes the currents move too fast,
Okay, I could see that.
and your calculations can't keep up.
Okay, I
What do
could
you think
see.
about
I
that?
mean, I feel like ultimately politics is so difficult because okay, Trump, you know how Trump feels like he's just team Trump?
Yeah,
Like he doesn't I'm not sure what he believes, but I know he believes in himself.
he's on team him for
Okay,
sure.
he's on team Trump.
Yeah, for sure.
Sometimes in politics it feels like a lot of people are that way, but you're right that some of these people genuinely think not only are they doing good, but they're fighting for something they believe in. And I know this because of the people that I have only in my own life. They're very passionate, you know, whether they're pro Trump or pro Russia or pro whatever they believe in, for whatever reason they've come to the conclusion to be that. It's coming from a real place. Like they feel emotionally, you know, invested in the outcome of whatever election result they're like hoping for. I mean, even me, obviously, registered Democrat over here voting from Europe. Let's go,
Okay,
baby.
there
Okay.
we go. There we
You
go.
know, and I'm, you know, even saying that, like, oh, I'm a registered Democrat, like everyone knows like who I'm voting for. It's like we can assume, you
Yeah,
know, I vote very specifically for the theys, the gays, and abortion. Like those are my three topics. Thank you so much.
respect.
And as a progressive person, I don't think I'm ever going to get the ideal result from a US election. So I go for the closest to what I need. And talking about that, you know how they say the greatest of two evils? You know how
Mm,
people say that? If we're talking about evil in a philosophical sense, you're
mhm.
in your evil when you binge eat. So, of course, you're closer to evil when you're out here genociding people in Palestine, okay? But also,
Right.
there's a reason why things have to work the way they do, and there's the consequence of being a superpower is you do a lot of evil. Like I think this
Mhm,
idea that you're gonna be a superpower and not do evil is like so funny to me. Like, bro, put the Cheetos
mhm,
down and fucking pick up a book, you know? So obviously
mhm,
you're never voting for this perfect person. You're voting towards what you think would be easier for, let's be realistic, you. You want to feel safe every day in your country. You want to feel like you can pay your bills. You want to feel like your country's fighting for you. So I think like Candace and all these people must have some value system they're relying on. I'm just not convinced how deep it is. Like Jordan Peterson said something, and I everybody knows how much I love Jordan Peterson. It's like a hate love relationship. Sometimes he says shit, and I'm like, that's fire. That's it. And then sometimes he says shit, and I'm like, what was that? And he called Andrew Tate recently in a most recent podcast. He said Andrew Tate is like a narcissistic, like Machiavellian, like figurehead, right? He's this like narcissist, and he's tries very hard not to make too much commentary about people he's never met. But he's like, Andrew Tate is obviously not the answer. And when I see Jordan Peterson say this, even though I think he's paranoid and afraid, what I think he's trying to say is even I have a limit of my values. And this puts a green flag now with him, where I'm like, okay, so his values will let him do things that are like pretty anti-trans and pretty anti-women to some extent. But even he's like, wait. This is not what I'm doing. He doesn't want to be associated with the Tates. So why would Candace Owens, who's allegedly just become Catholic, her husband's a Roman Catholic, why would they be all of a sudden pro this pimp who's definitely not acting in the way of Christ, nor Allah, who he claims to be in association with? What is it about Tate that makes people think he is a good person to associate with? And then they tell me that they have morals and values. Like, yeah, you must. It's just very different from mine, bro.
I feel like a big part of conservatism is the aesthetic of things more so than the actual reality of things.
Sure.
And I think we've seen that with like the red pill movement of like, um, here's how to get laid, but not here's how to be a good father, or here's
Yeah.
how to be a good boyfriend, or how to be a
Mm,
good husband. You'll oftentimes find that conservative values are like, how do we force women to marry more?
mm,
Not how do we make sure relationships are actually healthy between men and women. I saw JD Vance say like, sure, some relationships and marriages were abusive or violent, but ultimately it was better for the children, which we all know is not true.
Right.
Um, it's not about the functioning household, a healthy family. It's not about people being on their best behavior. It's about almost like the idea or the image of it. I found that conservative politics is very aesthetic, very ideological.
Hmm.
It's very like it's like everyone's just on hookah, like everyone's just like high as fuck in the room, just like it's kind of cool, but at the same time, it's like, okay, like I need something that works. Like back in 2017, like everybody like on right wing media, like there was this like idealization of like Roman statues and
Yeah.
Greek statues and art and all of that stuff, and it's cute to like have an aesthetic, but I think there's something to be said about the fact that they're not as concerned about actually functioning and doing things the right way, so much so as the idea of it looking that way and the individual people at the top having the power to determine what society should look like for everyone else. And I think that's one of the scariest things about conservatism is like it's not about what works, it's about what we think works, what we
Hmm.
think looks good. And you're going to accept it regardless of whether it works for you or not. And then if it doesn't work, we'll come up with like platitude explanations. Like I was reading I hope I don't get this wrong, but I was watching this channel called Kings and Generals where they were talking about the fall of the Roman Empire and like Roman philosophy and stuff like that, and how like Roman conservatives would blame the fall of the empire on like there weren't enough great strong men. It's like, okay, so
Sounds
like your
familiar.
empire spans all these miles. You do know you've got rebellion here, famine here, you've
Hmm.
got insurrection here, you've got internal conflict here. Your troops are stretched thin. It's hard to feed people here. No, great men. Okay, okay, like but you see this recurring theme today. It's not about the logistics of how to run a functioning society. It's about like this anime character bullshit of
Yeah.
like we don't have enough fucking like dragonborns from Skyrim leading the fucking charge. So like obviously society's gonna fall because we don't have enough fucking caricatures damn near. We don't have enough people who embody this character from a movie. And I think that's why you see conservatives associate with bullshit despite preaching something else. It's not about making family values come to reality in a beautiful and strong and healthy way. It's just about the aesthetic of it. It seems nice, it seems cool, it's insane. It's
Yeah.
fucking crazy.
Well, they kind of pedestal, going back to pedestaling, which is funny, the image,
Right.
the lifestyle, the possibility, the dream. There's like a
Hmm.
pedestaling instead of accepting that it's not going to work out this way. I think when we talk about like breaking generational curses and we talk about challenging sort of, the past generation and making the new generation a little bit better, we run into the issue
Hmm.
of, and this is why I don't think we should pedestal, is people who feel like they did good can't handle the fact that they could have done better. And so when you've decided
Right.
somebody's a great man, there's like an insinuation that they couldn't have done better. And I think that doing better isn't to say that you didn't do great. It's to say that we can only ever do what we can do. But often I think people neglect to realize that the next generation coming and saying I'm going to do it better than you did it is not an insult to what you accomplished. It's a compliment to say, "Thank you, I'm going to stand on the shoulders of giants and still do better than you." But usually what we run into is this issue with traditionalism, is this assumption that it's better because it worked. But I don't know what worked means in this definition when we're talking about all the issues that arose because of this alleged thing that worked, you know? And so I think people have a hard time imagining, like, there's so much nostalgia in our brains. There's so much like, I remember when times were good, make America great again. And I'm like, for who, when, where, how? Like, I will never not be grateful that I'm born in a time where this is my job, which means I had to be born now, where women could
Hmm.
work and technology was a thing, and this is my life. And this is not a thing like every time someone goes, hypothetical, Brittany, what time would you want to go back to? What time is a benefit to
Right.
me? Like, I'm, you know what I mean? At the end of the day, like, I don't know what time would have been better for you, but I doubt you and I would have done
I'm
better.
staying right
I'm
the
staying
fuck
right
here.
the fuck here.
I'm
Thank
staying
you.
right the fuck here.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
And you know what's so funny? People say, like, what are the two things you would take with you back in time? Obviously, my Diva cup for my cycle. You know what I'm saying? You got to do the hygienic stuff. And then what would be the other thing? I'm like, what could I even possibly run into at a time when I'm thinking about disease? I'm thinking about, okay, anything to make me look like a man, a fake beard, like armor, like something like what do you mean? What do I take with me? I'm gonna die. I'm 5'1" in a fucking little tiny thing. I'm just gonna show up and they're gonna be like, Like, what am I supposed to do here? Like, what is the perk of going back in time, right? But we've convinced
Right.
ourselves that there was a time that was greater than now. Now is always the
Mm.
greatest. Present is always the greatest, even when it's horrible. Like, did you finish Attack on Titan? Did you see it at all?
Okay, I have a confession to make.
Okay.
I've only ever seen Dragon Ball Z Kai, Naruto, and a little bit of Vinland Saga.
Okay.
So if any anime references, you're gonna have to work within the confines of my lack of literacy,
Man,
or
I
just go
really
ahead and go
miscategorized you.
see.
I thought you were a black anime guy. You're not a black anime guy? What are we even doing
You can't
here?
just strip me of this today like this in front of all these people.
I don't know, bro. I don't know, bro. I thought better of
Okay,
you.
three. I feel like three anime is like. I feel like three animes
At
are
least
good
they're
enough.
long anime. They are long anime. Okay, okay, okay. In
Yeah,
Attack on Titan,
you can't demote me.
without okay, I'm
Okay.
not gonna debate you, fine, whatever. But without taking away your black anime card, okay, without taking it away from you, there is sort of like this thing that happens where it shows a cycle of time going by at the very end of Attack on Titan. I won't quite give it away, but it just shows the repeating and repeating and repeating of cycles. And as much as you're worried for your kids and their future, there's a living an existence that they don't know any better than. Like everyone always acts like right now is the worst time. It's the worst time to be alive. It's the worst. And I'm sitting here like, girl, you are so ungrateful. But also, like, I could think of 1,000 other things that could go wrong. And at the same time, that's not to take away from the things that still need to get done. Like, you want to talk about, do you watch FD Signifier stuff at all?
Yeah, he's cool. I
Okay.
watched some of his stuff.
Okay.
Yeah.
He made a video recently about kind of the online left and sort of them not understanding why people are critical of Harris. And I think a big part of it is because from a progressive perspective, like a philosophical perspective, she's just another status quo politician, right? In that way.
Mhm.
And so it's funny to hear the Republicans in my life be like, she's a communist. She's going to make us like China. And I'm sitting here like, Harris is very establishment. You're fine. Okay. She's going to do a thing
Right.
with Israel. She's going to be pro this. She's going to be very, you're not going to be, the worst thing she's going to give you that you're actually going to be mad about is abortions and gay marriage. Relax. Like, she's actually going to be fine, you know, but from a progressive perspective, she is just another one. And yes, she's better than Trump. But I think this disconnect between people and what they hope for the world is a disconnect between feeling like I want it to be better in the future and I'm also grateful for how it is now. And those are two things that are very hard for people to contend with. And it's also difficult when, you know, I have a conversation with family members and I'll say, we both want the same thing. We want freedom. Yes. And they're like,
Mhm.
yes. And I'm like, okay, then we have to compromise, but they don't want to compromise. And who wants to when they feel like the compromise means, God forbid, the death of people in foreign countries, the death of our own civilians, the destruction of what they perceive as the economy, the feeling like their businesses aren't going to flourish. Like they feel any compromise is to the detriment of their baby's future. But your baby's future is just going to be as bad as they understand it to be, but it's always going to be better than their ancestors were. And so it's like a perception thing. What do you think about that? Especially with election season
I
coming up, there's a lot of pressure for things to be better, fast. People are going to want things to feel better very fast after the election.
I think the key word is feeling.
Ooh.
A lot of people feel things, but they don't know shit, and that's like one of the scariest things about politics. Was his video talking about people who were critiquing Harris, like people who were like, hey, like why are you guys getting mad at people who are critiquing Kamala?
It was basically the message was if you're upset with how the online politics are going, get involved in your real communities because they need your help. It was basically
Mhm.
you're never going to feel satisfied just being online and like having people yell at each other. He was mostly concerned that Palestinians and like white progressives were like yelling at each other on TikTok and like black communities were getting involved and they all felt like they were arguing with each other. And he said, get off
Mhm.
TikTok, go work with your local communities. That was basically the message.
I mean, yeah, that's a good message. I think one of the biggest things is like people feel too much and don't like know enough. It
Sure.
was one of the scariest things about politics is like I understand people want more progressivism, but I think one of the biggest issues with progressives is not realizing what time it is. I think one of the biggest things we do is we insulate ourselves from MAGA. And that's one of the scariest things we can do is we're underestimating how serious they are about bullshit. Stuff that's not even real, they take seriously. You stole the election from us. We didn't, but they think we did.
Totally.
And they're about to try to steal it. Like they tried to steal the last one.
Yeah.
They've convinced their base that we tried to steal it instead. That's scary. They're
Mm,
going to try to steal the next one. And if Trump faces any legal consequences, it's because of a conspiracy to destroy him because he's amazing.
for sure. Yeah.
People who are like trying to sabotage Kamala or hold her political like campaign at gunpoint, if you don't give us what we want on Palestine, we'll destroy everything. It's one of those things where it's like people oftentimes let, what's that saying? They allow like great to be the enemy. Is it good to be the enemy of great or great to be the enemy of good or something like that?
I don't know that one. Shoot.
Um, it's something like that. I forget that. I don't want to say
Okay.
it wrong, but it's like someone who will like step over a fucking dollar to pick up a penny.
Oh, yeah, yeah,
It's
yeah. I
like
got you. I got you.
yeah, it's like y'all are so caught up on some shit she can't affect. And it's interesting because as progressives, we're supposed to care about the LGBTQ community, the women, people of color, religious
Sure.
minorities. And here we are, willing to risk Trump
Mm,
getting back in office because of an issue that Harris and Biden can't entirely affect the way you want them to.
mm.
Or I saw Hassan go like, Kamala's not far left enough on these particular issues.
Yeah,
I'm
I
not
agree with
feeling
that,
her
by the way.
speech,
I do think she's not
you
far
know?
left enough, but also
But the thing,
I didn't
it's
expect
a
her to
it's a
be
process.
and win. You know what I mean? I didn't expect
Yeah,
her to be far
it's
left
yeah.
enough and win. But I do agree that she's not far left. Like, I'm much more progressive in terms of my own personal beliefs, but also I never expected a candidate to be as progressive as I am and win an election.
And that's the thing. It's like I don't even think Kamala Harris isn't that progressive. You just can't
Mm,
put all your cards on the table.
sure,
Not right now.
sure.
Not when Trump can say anything and get away with it. But if you say
Mm,
one wrong thing, it can tank your campaign. You
sure, I
can't
could see
say what
that.
you really want to do right now. I think a lot of people don't realize how serious this election is because everything seems normal.
Well,
Like,
to be fair, I think Hassan also is playing a particular game that is necessary, which is to say that he needs to signal to his audience that he sees them and understands them. And he's ultimately not going to impact the election in a negative way. Like, ultimately, he's, I think, more likely going to inspire people to vote for Harris, whether or not he even says he is voting for her or not. Because ultimately, like,
hmm,
you're not voting for Trump and you're not voting third party. So let's be serious. You know what I mean? And if you do
I
vote
don't,
third
I
party,
mean,
that's up to you.
no.
I just don't know very many progressives who vote third party. That feels like a Republican thing to do. That feels like a registered independent thing to
Yeah,
do.
that is that RFK brainworm shit. I'm
Right?
not
That's
gonna
like that
lie.
kind
I
of,
mean,
so it feels kind of silly to think, but I think Hassan still has a signal to his audience in the same way that I think, anybody in that sphere has they just have that expectation of him. That's what they expect him to do. And so I can see that, but I can also see how frustrating that is for the like AOCs to see Hassan do those things and be like, "Hey, like, you need to rally people together." But also Hassan also has
mhm.
his own brand that he's playing to. You know what I mean? So it is kind of a mixed bag there. But I don't think Hassan's going to be the reason like Harris loses, right? Like, that's not going to be the
I don't
thing.
I don't think so either. I think there is a habit on the left of not taking things seriously enough when it comes to
Mm.
MAGA. That's all. It's like I don't think they realize how angry these people are over a made up story.
Sure, sure, sure.
And they're trying to take your rights away
Mm.
and they have people positioned in government to steal your election from you. Like I'm anticipating that something seriously insane is going to happen in November, December, no, December or January, like
Mm.
possible violence.
Like another
Because you
insurrection type
can't,
thing?
you can't just try to steal an election and nothing. Like someone's going to prison, I think, and hopefully I'm
Mm.
wrong, but I think people on the left have insulated themselves so much for years. We've banned people, we've deplatformed people, we've kind of built up this culture of like ignoring MAGA. And I think we've kind of like not realized how much like bullshit they've managed to like the seeds of bullshit they've managed to plant. So
Sure.
when I see people be like, oh, like we should be holding Harris's feet to the fire right now. What the fuck are
Mm.
y'all talking about? Your rights are on the line, and the Republicans. It's like these are people who wear American flag shirts and are actually about to try to steal an election. You can't make this up.
Mm.
People who claim to love the
Yeah,
Constitution
yeah.
and have realized people aren't homophobic enough for us. They're not racist enough for us. They're not sexist enough. The only
For
way we
sure.
can take over the country is to steal the election from these people. And you have people on the left playing like, well, there's this thing Kamala Harris didn't say. It's like, wow. Like, You guys actually think this is a normal? I saw Bill Maher say it's a normal election. What? Joe
Mm,
Biden might risk having to lock up people he's known for his entire life in Washington because they might try to steal an election. You think it's normal? We might see Supreme Court justices go to prison on
mm,
camera, and you think it's
mm-hmm.
normal? A
Yeah.
president broke his oath to the Constitution. You think it's normal? The left, I think, on a like we've built this, I guess, this idea of they're crazy, and everything's going to be fine. And there's nothing wrong with wanting more progressivism. But I think one of the biggest issues we have is our hearts are way too pure. We're not ready to get our hands dirty, and we're not ready to, you know,
Mm.
that's what I think.
It's interesting though because after Harris announced her running, the Democrats had like a 700% registration rate,
Yeah.
like right, like 40,000 people like registered to vote. Hell, even I got my
Mhm.
butt in gear and was like, "How do I vote from Europe? How do I do this? Let's go!" Because I
Yeah.
was like, "Look, I don't. I think it worked. Whatever that strategy was to get people like." On fire again. I was lit, girl. I was like, I'm ready, girl. I'm
Yeah.
susceptible to this branding and I'm gonna vote. And like I'm ready. And I vote every election, so that's not that abnormal. But I was gonna work a little less hard, even though I'm paying American tax. Let me tell you, the IRS comes for you no matter where you are. But it's one of
Right.
those things where, look, I think philosophically, especially, uh, progressives have a right to speak up against the inhumane actions that the U.S. is participating in relation to Israel and Palestine, in relation to how things are going around the world. There is a lot of tragedy happening. I don't think it's wrong to stop to know that that's happening. I think I can
Mhm.
understand the political bubble wants them to play a particular game, but I think these people, much like everyone else, feel like they can't sleep at night playing this game they feel like is really authentic, inauthentic to their goals and their moral goals. So I think we're really dealing with people's real feelings about their real beliefs. And yes, they might not know as much as we'd hope they know. And I don't know as much as I should know. And maybe we all don't know anything. But what we do know is that we want to feel good about going to sleep at night. And I think that's what everyone's trying to do in their own way. I know people who literally I was talking to a family member, about Trump the other day, and they're like, "I can't believe you believe all the false accusations against him." I was like, "It's okay at this point. It's not like a false accusation. It's done. Like it is done." But in their mind, it's a setup. It's a coup. It's a thing. It's like all these words. And look, it's politics. So who knows what's real? But what is real is that we have a system we either rely on or we don't. And you always have to have the discernment to know, is this the part of the system we believe in? Is this the part of the system we're going to dismantle and change? And that's really difficult
Mhm.
to parse it, especially when all of us are so diverse with our own goals. And I think, from my perspective, since I'm not in the political bubble in that traditional sense, I'm always just trying to make sure I can go to sleep happy, wake up happy with my choices. I want to be proud of my choices and
Mhm.
how I go about living in the world. And I think that's what all people are trying to do. I just think that a lot of people are afraid. And I am optimistically hopeful. I am always hopeful. I think anything that happens was always going to happen. And then you have to make the best out of it. Because look, the worst thing that happens in America is we have an insurrection. At least we don't have a nuke falling on us, I guess. The idea,
I guess
you know,
destruction is relative. You're right. I
I'm
mean,
just
it's
saying,
relative. What you're saying is right, but it's like I guess let's try to make it like philosophical then. Do you think there is a point where people have to put the feelings down to an extent and play the game?
if you're playing that game, you are
I
under
would
no obligation
say,
to play that game.
what if your rights depend upon you playing the game? Like for example, like remember when like the civil rights movement, they would like put themselves in a position to get the shit beat out of them.
Mm,
They were playing a game, but they had to because
hmm
not playing the game meant you're a second class citizen forever.
Sure, sure, sure.
So they got jumped, dog sicked, water. You know the story.
hmm
One could argue that in certain situations, you have no choice but to play the game.
Sure.
And if you're unwilling to, you'll wake up in a situation where you wish you had. And I want to spare this country that because I feel like oftentimes the people most comfortable with like saying, "Hey, we don't want to play the game," and I'm not like taking a shot at you, but
Mm,
oftentimes they're not as invested. Like these are
sure.
people who might be super duper rich, or they might not, they might be able to like leave the country because they have family elsewhere.
Sure.
In your case, you have family here, so like you're kind of
Mm-hmm.
not in that. You're kind of you're kind of looking at like a train wreck in your own home country.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
That half my family is
I
voting for.
feel like yeah, right. It's crazy. Um, I feel like a lot of the people who need to play the game the most are the
Mm.
ones who are satisfied with not playing it. Like
Mm.
as a straight black man, I have like maybe another decade or two before they start launching real N bombs, so I have time to figure it out.
Sure.
But if you're gay, if you're trans, if you're a woman, you're literally your head is on the chopping block right now. As a straight black man and for straight white dudes watching, we have time. They have infinite time, but I have like a little bit of time.
Mm-hmm.
But for other demographics, I'm watching them kind of like not like they're almost like MAGA in a way. They're sleepwalking toward destruction, where they're like attacking Harris, even though she's more than likely going to bring about a much more progressive era as time goes on.
For sure.
And it's like I'm watching them and I'm like, we have to play the game because MAGA is they're playing the game so much so that, like you said, your own family members believe in fantasies, Trump's false accusations. Now we know
Mm-hmm.
Trump's
Mm-hmm.
guilty,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
but they 4 years into him leaving office still think everything's fake.
The election was stolen,
Um,
all of it. Yeah.
yeah. So what I'm basically saying, I don't want to word salad too much. Do you think there's something? Do you think there's a point where people really have to play the game?
Okay, there's two groups here. I want to make sure we're clear. There are the groups that are privileged enough to kind of like be a little bit pickier. And then there's the group of
Right.
people that feel they are playing the game, but in
Mhm.
their own strategic way. And so for them, they're saying, I'm not going to play the game you want because it's not going to get me the goal I want. And you're thinking, but if you play the game I want, it will get you closer to your goal, but on a certain journey. Like it won't happen tomorrow or in 10 years, but it might happen in 20. But you think if they play their game, it's going to take 40 years. Is that kind of what I'm
It's like
hearing?
someone taking the basketball and running to the opposite end and putting the ball in the hoop. It's like that's our goal. Don't score. Like don't do that. Like you're supposed to go
Mm.
this way.
I,
It's like
it's
you're
hard to
playing the
predict
game.
though. It's hard to well because we're making a prediction like the stock market where you're looking at the overall instead of the right
Yeah.
now. And so the dilemma is like we're trying to predict and we can't predict, but we're going to make a best
Well,
guess.
what I think is going to happen is as long as we keep going blue, we're eventually going to become more progressive. But
Sure.
it's a process. Um, I think, um, I think my only thing is I think that there are people who think they're playing the game and they're actually just taking the ball and scoring on their own team. Is what I'm saying.
Maybe, but you have to, and I think you know this, like some of these people aren't playing the establishment game because their communities need help
Hmm.
now. And the establishment game isn't for now, it's for later. And so the dilemma is like we're playing a game of like, do we want to fight for later or now? And right now, people are hurting now. So it's like maybe if they're loud enough, maybe if they
Right.
complain enough, maybe if they make a ruckus enough, maybe if they're annoying enough, something might happen
Hmm.
right now versus later on. So maybe they do feel like they're those black protesters who sat there and let things happen. Maybe they do feel like they are doing the thing they're supposed to do to some extent, right? But it depends again. We're all playing a game. It's just everyone's playing a different one. And so the question is, what really is your goal? And is it for something to happen now or later?
But Brittany, you and I both know there are some people taking the ball and scoring on their own team. You know it. I know it. We all
It's
know.
someone's
Why are we
got to be that person.
pretending
Somebody's
like?
got to be that person. Somebody's got
But
to be that
there,
person.
there is such a thing as like not knowing what the fuck you're doing.
Of
It's like
course.
there are some people who think they're playing the game,
Sure.
but in reality, they're not.
Who?
And I think we have to be
like, because I
honest
can
with
think of
those
a lot of
people.
Republicans that are doing that. I can think of like 20 Republicans that are doing that right
Well,
now.
they're all doing it. They're all trying to overturn democracy. They're playing the
Mm,
dumbest game one could ever play. They're this is a civil war all over again. Same
mm.
demographic. That was racist. Look, there, I didn't mean it that way. Um, there are some people who are playing the game
Mm.
who do not know what the fuck they're doing. And I think
Sure.
that although people in Gaza are hurting right now,
Mm,
I'm an American. My
mm.
family's been here for hundreds of years. I have nowhere to go. If
Sure.
this country implodes, I'm fucked.
But how
Like
will it
even
implode? What will that look like? And also, it's going to implode. Right? Don't
Well,
pedestal
we don't want
America
it to
and
implode now.
okay, but
If we can help it, because there are
sure.
some implosions where it's like we're fucked, like this is the end,
But
and then
what
there are
does
some
that look
implosions where it's
like?
like
Right? Like what does that
I
look like?
feel like I think it looks something a little bit more disastrous than what's happening right now. Like
Okay.
what's happening right now is a constitution oath breaking president, which is kind of like whoa, what the fuck?
Sure.
But at the same time, it's like we can stop this. We
Mm.
can. This is an internal issue, and it's not like the Civil War. This is a stoppable problem.
Mhm.
I think I think we're at a situation right now where our country can reach the point of no return, where we have one side that's in their own reality and the other that's in reality itself. And we've reached the point where a president can break his oath and still receive support from millions of Americans because they don't
Sure.
understand how government works. I don't want to get too political brained here, but what I mean is as an American who has nowhere to go, like there's no like I mean even you on some level like this is your home country. Like
It is.
we can't escape what happens here. You know what I
Sure.
mean? Like um I can't go. I'm not like Hassan. I can't go to Turkey and say, "Ah, well, I'm home now." Like
Yeah.
even the Virgin Islands is a US territory. If
Mhm.
America's
Mhm.
fucked, everyone's fucked.
Sure.
Um I care about the rights of women,
Mhm.
LGBTQ people, and religious minorities. My head's not on the chopping block yet. Like they haven't started going N-word, N-word, N-word yet, but we know it's coming.
Mm.
Um, I can't in good conscience say, well, maybe they won't go full anti-black, so comfortably we can just kind of go easy on MAGA and get
But
on
who's
Harris's
who's
ass.
going easy on MAGA? Like who are we talking about? What demographic
I'd
is that?
say I gotta be honest, it's the far the aggressive progressives who are like, you're not pushing this policy enough on this, or you're not going hard enough on Gaza. That that wing of the left,
Sure.
I'd say they're the ones who think they're playing the game and they're literally their controller's not even plugged in. They're
But that's
just
what I mean. I
smashing
think
shit.
the ones who are super pro Palestine are saying, fuck the game you're playing, Rashad. We want to play
Mhm.
this game. It's more morally right. I think they are
Well, the
saying fuck
problem
you. But like they're not
the
morally from a moral
but
perspective.
it's possible to be morally wrong though, even when you think you're morally right. You
Yes, it
like
is, but I think that depends on the game you're playing. It's all subjective. So like
But what I'm saying is, there's a possibility you can be playing a game that's not like your controller's not plugged in. Like
like
you're not.
you
You think you're under the impression you're doing something productive, and you're not. Do you
okay,
think that's
that's okay, that's fair. Like saying you're not doing what you think you're doing, you're not contributing to the even what you want. You're saying they don't even
yeah?
know that they're fucking their own play up.
Yes,
Okay,
yes,
even if
yes.
okay,
They don't
so
even
they're
realize they're doing the damage. Yes,
I mean to some
that's what I
extent
mean.
depending on the game you're playing. Like I think that's the problem. It's like what Israel is doing in Palestine is unethical. It's inhumane. From a philosophical perspective. From a political perspective, as an American, you want to back Israel because you want to keep the
Mhm.
territory, like period. Because Israel has more interest in in America than Palestine does. Palestine's not,
Right.
but Palestine has no reason to have any investment in America when America has like allied to fuck it over, right? So like there's no reason for Palestinians to feel safe with Americans in that way anyways. It like a lot of the Arab
Mhm.
world, a lot of the world, at least the parts that I know and the people that I know in those bubbles, they feel like they've had the boot of Israel on their neck for 75
Mhm.
100 years. They feel persecuted. They feel like they can't do anything without America breathing down their neck and saying like what are you doing? You move a chair in your kitchen, put it back. They feel like they
Yeah.
can't even breathe. And so now they're sitting here and then some of them are here. Now we have Palestinian Americans saying, "Hey, we can't breathe." And then and then America's sitting here like, we're busy. And then on top of that, now Black Americans are fighting Palestinian Americans and they're like, I can't breathe. And it's like, fuck, none of us can breathe. So it's like, how do we all breathe? And then you got the white men going, this is the worst time for white men ever. We can't breathe.
This is comedy. Everyone's complaining and bitching, and
But
it's.
everyone's
But
suffering.
think about it. Right,
Everybody
but think about it,
suffers.
right? A lot of white dudes where there's nothing happening to them are convinced is the end for
Oh,
the white
for
man.
sure,
Right.
bro.
So it's like
They're
you can have people who are like in their own la la land, their own little world. But I empathize with the pro Palestine people. The
for sure.
problem is like there's levels to this.
There is.
Like Gaza is aligned with enemies of the United States. So
Sure.
we have to tread a thin line when we try to get a ceasefire.
Of course.
Hamas did October 7th. So
Of
we have to
course.
tread a thin line when we're like, Israel,
For sure.
yeah, they attacked you, but we want a ceasefire because they're going to be like, well, what the fuck? Look at this shit. We
Mhm.
lost US troops because of the Houthis and Hezbollah.
Sure.
So we got to tread a thin line. I think a lot of pro-Palestine people don't respect how hard it is for Harris and Biden to tread this line.
That's what it is.
They,
It's
they
yes.
don't respect the difficulty of the job. Where it's like, I was reading historically the casualty rate for urban warfare is 1 to 9. So one
Mm.
combatant for 9 civilians killed.
Mm.
The rate in Gaza is about 1 to 2.
Mm.
So for Harris and Biden, it's like, do we go to these world leaders and say some shit that sounds stupid, but to our civilian populace sounds amazing?
Mm.
Like, there's too much death in Gaza. To these world leaders, they're like, shit, like this is one of the like, the lowest casualty rates we've ever seen.
Mm.
But to American civilians and pro-Palestine protesters, it's the worst war ever. What do? So it's one of those things where it's like, I think we can all agree ceasefire is probably the best case scenario. But how
Oh,
do we get Biden and Harris to be able to do that without endangering
yeah.
Americans who come first?
Sure.
Because
Of
we have
course.
Palestinian Americans who probably are completely invested in being here.
Yeah.
How do we protect them from MAGA people who want to like force Jesus down Muslims' throats?
Yeah, yeah. Well, the
Like, how do
irony
we
is,
protect?
oh, did you feel this way? I felt like Russia and Ukraine brought out like some of the best spirit in Americans, but like Palestine and Israel brought out the ugliest side of Americans. Where I was like, what is wrong with you both? Like, I was like so confused from the both the
I feel like it
Palestinian
was
and the
both.
Israeli. Like, it was gross, like in comparison. And I was like, I'm disappointed in both of you. But it feels a little bit like it was too much for people. I think it was too much. Like, if you saw anything that happened on October 7th, if you saw that footage, if you saw anything that happened to Palestinians, the footage is insane. Like, the footage just triggers something in your brain and it makes you just hate people and it makes you want to kill everybody because it's so gross what they're doing to each other. So the irony, closest to your evil, how dare you kill these people? I'm going to kill you for killing these people. It's
Yeah.
a cycle of evil moving into. So how do we make peace? How do we ask our political leaders to do something that harm reduces? No, these are very big issues, and this is why I don't do politics, because I
But
think
it's
these
it's the
issues are big.
philosophy of, do you compromise your vulnerable citizens for the people in Gaza? Is the point I'm making.
And this is the heart. This is where discernment and wisdom comes in with any great leader. This is the burden
Hmm.
of being a great leader, which goes back to that idea of being a great man, right? This is the dilemma.
Right.
And then you have to make very grown up decisions about very grown up things. And this is why I say this is why these people have no time to watch anime. They're busy. But like, maybe they should. Maybe they'd be chilling a little bit more if they did. But the reality is like, I'm a big adult that gets to stay home and watch anime every day, and I don't have to make these decisions. And they do.
Mhm.
And then they have to run with the burden of it. But also, they put themselves there. So the question is, why would you even want this responsibility in the first place? Probably because they were made for it in some biological way. Like, maybe they have the right genetic composition to be perfectly suited to do it, because I certainly couldn't handle the pressure, right? So
Mhm.
they are making big decisions. Look, this is why I say humanity isn't truly evil in the way we like to paint it. Parts of it could be, but realistically, these
Mhm.
leaders make decisions they think are best for their people. And that is the
Mhm.
hardest pill to swallow, is that everything from Hiroshima to even Hitler himself literally thought they were doing the best thing for their countries. And the irony is, the thing we have to deal with is, are we doing the same thing? And people feel like we are. Some Americans feel like we are Hitler, right? We're genociding people. Israel is like genociding, all these things. Maybe. But ultimately, the road to hell is paved in good intentions, and a lot of us got a lot of good intentions. So the question is, which good intention are you going to employ that lets
Mhm.
you feel good about yourself at the end of the day? And that's the one we all end up picking, including the people you feel like are dunking for the opposite team, including the people that think the election was stolen.
I think there's an aspect of almost surrendering, being able to go to sleep feeling good
Mm,
when it comes to this kind of thing. Like, almost like going to sleep knowing that regardless of how strategically sound what you did was, some people will never see it that way.
mm-mm.
It's kind of like when we upload content and people like come away with conclusions completely divorced from whatever you said in the video.
Ugh.
It's one of those like frustrating. I can't even imagine having to like hold people's real lives in your hands and trying to save as many people as possible, and still being, getting shit on.
Yeah.
I think when it comes to the Kamala Harris thing, I think she is going to bring about a more progressive outcome.
Hmm.
I just think that it's like you say, like there's bubbles. Like I
Yeah.
think we've successfully on the left kind of insulated ourselves from MAGA because of how negative and just like nasty the energy is. Like
For sure.
it's suffocating to like read the
It's
shit
a
they say
lot.
on Twitter. It's hard. I understand why left wing people don't even entertain the foolishness,
Mm.
but on some level, you kind of have to because I understand people are worried about Gaza, but we have people in the States whose rights are on the line. And I think there has to be an acknowledgement that a lot of these people who are like trying to pressure Kamala Harris don't care or they don't take it seriously enough. But there's a mixture of the two where you have some people who just don't really seem to give a fuck if LGBTQ people get fucked over by MAGA, if women get fucked over by MAGA, if people of color get fucked over by MAGA. There does seem to be this mixture of we don't know how crazy MAGA is,
Sure.
and then there's the people who just don't care how crazy MAGA is because the only thing that matters is Gaza. And I think this is kind of supports what you were saying. Like, could this be the end of America? Where you have MAGA, who's like divorced from reality, and a small percentage of left wingers who are, in my opinion, divorced from reality. It kind of seems like America's moving toward an era of political fantasy
Mm. Maybe it's always
in a
been a little
way.
bit like that. It just feels different now.
I don't know. There is an air of existential dread that I feel.
Sure.
And I felt it when Trump almost got taken out.
Mm.
I felt it when because I was like, oh no. Like everything he's done wrong is going to get swept under the rug because an idiot tried to take him out.
Because they're going to paint him as a great man.
Right, exactly. Exactly. And the thing that really scared me, and I remember when Destiny like crashed out over it and everybody
Sure.
was like Destiny's losing his mind. On some level, I hate to say it, I understood where he was coming from. There's something scary as an American watching congressmen, ex-military, a president all look at the Constitution and say, "We don't like this anymore. We've come up with a better idea." I
It,
realized that after Trump almost got taken out, the entire base is
mm,
now in that idea.
mm, mm, mm.
And that was like, yo, this might be the end of the United States.
I think I'm
And
not
that was
afraid
where
of
I started
that,
to freak
which is
out. You're
probably the
not?
different. No, I'm not afraid of anything. But that's because I'm too busy being afraid of
You're
bugs.
against
It's
it.
bug season, bro. I'm afraid of bugs. That's really what's scary in life. You know what's scary in life is being around people who are afraid. Like dogs that will bite you because they're so afraid of you. They can't think straight. I'm afraid of people who can't
Hmm.
think straight because they're too afraid. So you feel like these leftists, these small group of leftists, they're so afraid they're not thinking straight. Destiny was too afraid he's not thinking straight. It's like you guys need to think straight, but you can't think straight because you're too afraid. Jordan Peterson, he's too paranoid. Think straight, people, but they can't. They're too afraid. America,
Brittany, is there a time for crazy time though?
what do you mean by that?
Like just like full on like doomer mode. Like, oh no, it's the end. Do you
No,
think there's a place for that?
no. Grow up. You think you're so interesting and unique that in world history, you're not going to be part of the population that has. Hello, I'm in a country that is new. Croatia used to be Yugoslavia. Then they had a war 30 years ago and they broke up. I am sitting in a country that is like new in a way, but thousands of years old because it's like here. I have Roman ruins in my town. I'm just sitting here looking at this wall of crumble and I'm like, man, you old as shit. And I'm sitting here like looking at these buildings. I asked my partner, I was like, the building I moved into, I don't know if you know the story. The building I moved into when I first got here was a bachelor pad. I was like, this building is old as fuck. How old is this building? He goes, it's a new building. I was like, this is not a new building. The walls are brown. Like, this is an old building. He's like, it's a new building. It's like in the 60s, new. And I was like, that's an old building, but it's
It's old
Europe.
as fuck.
So it's Europe. So that's new
Yeah,
to,
it's
he's like, it's
relative.
new.
Yeah.
And I was like, okay, here's the question that I'm really going to pose for you that I think will kind of make things more clear. If you're a Palestinian American,
Mhm.
you have an investment in Palestine.
Right.
You're probably newly immigrated. I'm an Iraqi
Mhm.
American or American Iraqi. I'm not sure which one comes first since I was born in America. My parents are from Iraq. But see, when they came over, they became full USA. They have no allegiance to Iraq. They don't think about Iraq. My family is there and they live there and they're going to die there and they're happy there. They could have come in. They could have come here. They could have gone to other places. They love their home. My mom's home she grew up in is still our home in Iraq. So like it's a beautiful
That's
place, right?
good.
It's
Yeah.
very cool. It's like we have a lot of history there. I doubt my lineage will ever fully leave Iraq, right? Why would we? So they live there. But my parents do not care about politics, or they don't think about it in that way. All they're thinking about is, how do I keep America alive? You know what my mom said to me the other day? She said, she goes, we came to this country to escape our country because it was dictatorship, and now my kids are destroying this country by voting Democrat.
That's scary.
Okay, think about this though. If you're a Palestinian American, you feel like you have real ties. Their parents might be there. My parents are
Mhm.
so divorced from their life in the Middle East, they're full USA. The question is, how can you ask a Palestinian American whose parents might still be in Palestine, be pro-America? You can ask that of
Mhm.
my parents. They've chosen America. How could you ask that of a Palestinian American who still has family freshly in Palestine dying right now to be pro-America? They're two people. That's a very hard place to be.
It really depends. Like, the problem is, it's just so much more complex, right? Because
Sure.
it's like people say, Harris is a part of the administration that's bombing Gaza, but it's like,
Mhm.
gee, there's Republicans in Congress that happily passed funding. So it's like you have a lot of it's not even just Palestinians. Most Americans don't know how laws are passed or
Sure, sure,
anything is
sure.
passed. So
Sure.
you have a lot of Palestinian Americans who are actively chipping away at the campaign of the only person willing to try to get a ceasefire. So it's one of those things where it's like, it's complicated because then you also have a lot of Palestinian Americans who are like, you know, practicing Muslims
Mm-hmm.
who
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
probably aren't worried about abortion, don't
Sure.
care about
About
gay
gay
rights.
marriage. Yeah, for sure.
Um, so it's this situation where it's like, as an American who can't trace, my ancestors haven't seen the outside of the Americas in the last 400 years.
Yeah.
I don't know where the fuck, like, I don't know where I'm going,
Sure.
but I
Sure.
mean, it's one of those things where it's like, I want to bring Palestinian Americans with us. I don't want to make them feel like they have to choose because they don't have to choose between.
Mm.
But it's like, there's bitter pills to swallow where it's like, look, October 7th did happen.
Yeah.
A war was supposed to happen. What we can do is try to find a way to force a ceasefire if we can and work with the Israelis and the Palestinians to build a better tomorrow. But what we can't do is compromise the United States
Sure.
because you think it will help Gaza when you're wrong.
Mm,
And that's one of those things where it's like, when do we tell people you're wrong? You can feel what you feel.
but is the dream you're selling that if you back America, Palestine will flourish?
That's the closest they're gonna get. Like, the reality is, like, no matter how you slice it, Gaza's not a friend of the United States.
Sure.
So we're going out of our way to,
Do we
on
want
some
them to
level,
be? Do we want to build the
inconvenience.
bridge?
I would like us to be friends with the Middle East after all the destruction we caused. Like, I think
Sure.
I think it's time we actually stop being assholes.
Mm-hmm.
Um, the problem is, like, ugly things are gonna happen.
Yeah.
Palestinians are going to die. There's a
Sure.
war
I
happening.
mean, they're already dying.
But if we can, yeah, they're already dying. If we can stop this where it is, I think that's the best case. I want everyone to win, and I think with Harris, the United States can win, and Gaza can eventually win. I don't think that I've seen people say we're going to punish Harris. It's like, okay, well, now we have dump. Now
Sure.
the United States is probably going to have a constant, no. Now the United States is probably going to implode. And now Gaza's fucked. You can just kiss that goodbye, and the West Bank, because we know Trump has no respect for anything. I
Oh.
think Jared Kushner was talking about how Gaza's good real estate. Crazy. You see people dying and you're thinking about establishing property.
Oh. Of course they are. They're crazy. I think you're right that if your ultimate message is, look, Trump or Biden, or no, Trump or Biden, Trump or Harris. You know what I mean? Like, ultimately, you're right. I think Harris is the right path. Like, if this was a game and it was like two roads, pick which one. It's like, okay, I'm
Right.
going to pick Harris. I think ultimately I'll get closer to my goal in that way. I mean, I'm obviously voting for Harris. Like, obviously, that's the decision I'm making. And I think that decision aligns with my morals and my values. But I will say that's because I have a very specific game that I'm playing. And that I
Okay.
think that women having free agency is always the better decision to make. Like, I think it was, tell me, oh, am I wrong? Who just, Saudi? Who was it? Who just made it illegal for women to speak?
Afghanistan.
Afghanistan, not Saudi
Yeah.
Arabia. Sorry. But like, yes, like Afghanistan. And I'm sitting here like, whatever that is, I don't want that. Because that is like not good. You know, I want to live in the place where men are so mad women won't fuck them and give them babies because women are making their own choices. Where does that? I want to live there because that tells
Right.
me there's choice happening. And
Exactly.
yes, it might be sad to hear that when people have choice, they don't want to fuck you. I'm so sorry. Like, you lost. But also, that's where I want to be. So, what gets me closer to this? I think women being free is always better because I think it leads to a better society, a more compassionate society, and a more thoughtful society. I think women are thoughtful. I think generally speaking, if you so I don't really believe in gender in that way, but like if we're gonna splice it and make it binary, then I think generally speaking, women are compassionate and thoughtful when they think about people. And I think
Mhm.
that they're not the ones saying, Gaza looks like good real estate. So I think we should probably live in a world where women are given opportunities and Harris will give us those opportunities.
Yeah, I think that that's the thing is like I understand that for Palestinian Americans, they're feeling like dread right now
Who
because
wouldn't
these
be?
diasporas are small. Like the Jewish
Mm,
diaspora is small.
hmm
Like these, like they're thanks to the Holocaust, unfortunately.
I think there's only like 10
Um,
million Jews, right? That's a very small
y-
amount of people.
yeah, it's small. Like to the
Very
point where
sad.
like
Hmm
a lot of Jewish people are like just 1 or 2 degrees away from a well-known famous Jewish person. Like,
Yeah.
um, and the Palestinian diaspora is not big either. So a lot of these people's friends and families are dying in the conflict. But it does get to a point where it's like, as an American, I have to concern myself with the United States first.
Sure. Sure.
But conveniently enough, the candidate I want to support also wants to help Gaza.
Sure.
So it's like one of those like lucky things where it's like, well, look at that. We just happen to be on the right side of history. Um, I think that we get to a point where I think some people think they're playing the game when they're not playing.
Yeah.
And I think that's something that a lot of people don't I think that's something we don't and to give credit to like pro-Palestine people that are like crazy, they're a small minority.
Mm.
MAGA's way worse. Let's just
Yeah. Yeah.
highlight
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
I don't want
Yeah.
to make it seem like I'm like shitting on them too hard.
For sure. For sure.
MAGA's infinitely worse. Like if I had to just say which one is like it's like a bigger threat, MAGA.
Yeah. Obviously.
Um but I think um some people might not concern themselves with what happens, like Hassan S kind of people, because they
Mm.
can just leave. They have family in other countries and they're from some of them, like Hassan, like sure he's born in the States, but come on.
Sure.
Like he's Turkish. But for Americans who have bought into this idea, excuse me, of any race, like your parents are bought into the idea of America. That to me is more important. I have to concern myself with my country first
Yeah.
because if America implodes, I'm fucked.
You're
And
saying
I
there's no
don't
plan B for
see
you. Like there's no plan B.
there's no plan B for um white or black American. There's too
Sure.
many generations removed from any other country. Um
Well, why can't
it's
I don't really understand as a person who lives in a country with a lot of expats. It feels like
mhm,
you could give up your American passport, become somebody else, but that's the scary thing. Like I'm not doing that. I'm choosing to be an American who pays tax no matter where I am because
mhm,
ultimately in my old age, if everybody dies around me, I want to go back to America because I know how to live there. Like I am making a
mhm.
strategic plan to invest in America. We are investing our money into America and Croatia. Like we want to live in both places. We want to contribute to both places. We have family in both places. So I don't want to give up my American passport. So of course I'm
Mhm.
focused on America in general, but also I think my heart is with Palestinians because it's a horrible situation to be in. And it is with Israelis on October 7th. Like, that's really sad. But ultimately,
Mhm.
I do feel the worst for Palestinians because it feels like we're punching down. It feels like we're aggressively punching down on this place that is like suffering more than we will ever suffer in so many ways. It just feels very like privileged not to think about them, but also the whole world is suffering always. Congo is having issues right now. I mean, there's like
Right.
massacre after massacre happening. So ultimately, politically, if you're playing the political game, you obviously go for your country. I'm an American. I'm going to vote USA. I'm going to go for USA. But obviously, from a humanitarian philosophical perspective, I don't think we can justify the ways that we contribute to the death around the world in the way that we have. But we are the superpower for a reason. It's called kill people.
That is that is that is true.
I mean, you know, I just
There's
America, I'm sorry. It's just like we threw the bomb
no,
on
of course.
Japan and then we were like, "Can you believe
Through
9/11?"
the
And I'm
bomb.
like, they literally like I get it. It's sad. It's all sad. But the idea that
Well, it-
America hasn't contributed to the massacre of millions of people around the world and then has the audacity to cry that someone spilled our milk, like, is just really frustrating from a humanitarian perspective.
I think there's a philosophical, and I've wanted to ask you this. There's a philosophical aspect to being a world leader that I feel like philosophy doesn't necessarily I feel like it can be situational.
Sure.
There's a philosophy for you and I, content
Mm,
creators, but there's a philosophy for people like Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, even a nincompoop like Trump. There's a
sure.
philosophy for all of them because of the specific life path they've chosen. I think there's an aspect of philosophy where even when you feel like we're punching down on Gaza, and I don't want to get too political brained and like get too like
Sure.
factoidy, but there's nuances about the conflict that makes it hard for Biden to go full pro Palestine because he knows things that pro Palestinian protesters don't know.
Sure.
Now that it's secret, you could just Google it. But he knows things they don't know. What do you like? There's a philosophical aspect of almost like having to ignore certain perspectives because although they might pull at the heartstrings, they're not based in reality.
What is reality?
Reality, I would say, is what we know to be true, what we can interact with, what we can see, what we've documented and can, double check and triple proof and stuff like that. Um, I think there is an objective reality.
Hmm.
I don't think that there are. I don't think that objective reality means you have to. Well, no, that's not true. You kind of do have to choose a certain outcome depending upon what side you're on. But I think there are certain aspects of reality that people like Biden and Harris understand and respect that far left progressives don't understand or respect. And I think that's the burden of being in the position of a Biden or Harris.
You are describing a reality that's only true if there's not they're both true. They,
In what way? What do
well,
you mean by
because
both?
they're goal focused, like what Palestinian protesters are upset about and what they want to happen is just as true as what Biden and Harris want to happen. The only difference is that Biden and Harris are saying we can't make what you want happen in this bubble with these rules. Like okay, it kind of goes back to that original conversation we were having about Japan and the good and evil, or
Mhm,
even like killing somebody out of self-defense is still an act of evil,
mhm,
but and you should mourn the life you take but then move on.
mhm,
Okay, Palestinian, well, far left pro-Palestinian protesters, I think, are saying like we're killing people and we're acting like it's justified, and it's not justified. And then Harris and Biden are saying like it is justified because that's how reality works in politics.
mhm.
But it's not how reality works outside of politics. In politics,
I'd
you play
argue.
to win.
Mhm.
In
Keep going.
philosophy, you play to be in symbiosis with your
Mhm,
consciousness in the world. And so that's why a lot of philosophers get killed by politicians or they get killed by the government. I mean, how many have to die at the hands of the government because they weren't playing the right game, right? Philosophers aren't meant to be in not they're not meant to have a relationship with politics in that way, even though they impact politics. And a lot of people think like, oh, philosophers like are political. Philosophers are political from a philosophy perspective, which is why politics doesn't like them, because they're not about winning, it's about what's true. So what is true? We don't even know if we have access to objective truth. We have access to what we believe is objective truth. But what Biden and Harris are doing is not objective. It's just the only thing to do in that bubble playing that game. But if they just left the bubble and played a different game, there would be a different truth. The same way Gazans and Palestinians, for them not to hate Israel is silly. They have to hate Israel. Because if I was a Palestinian, I would hate Israel. In the same way that as an American, I hate Hamas. In the same way as a Hamas member, I'd hate America. Because we're all born into bubbles that teach us who the enemy is and teach us who the not enemy is. But everyone is engaging in a form of evil because they had the audacity to point to another human being they've never met and decide you are my enemy.
What do you think truth is? Like, what is your definition of truth?
One of the greatest questions of all time, right? Truth is a construct of knowing. It has layers. So there's my truth, your truth, and God's truth, right? There's what is perceived to be true, and then there is what is, whether we perceive it to be true or not. Now, I don't think we actually have access to that objective because everything is filtered through our brain. And our brain is too flawed, I think, to actually understand like what is. Like we talked about this in my VC. We just had a philosophy event. Do you know those like how we have microbugs all over our skin?
Yeah.
Okay. So we have all these like microbugs, but because we don't perceive them, we don't think about it. They just exist. We have a whole ecosystem of little bugs all over us, and like all over our eyelashes and stuff, right? That's what I think humans are to the universe. I think we're just the microbugs to the universe. The universe doesn't perceive us in this way, even though it knows we're here. It doesn't matter to the universe. So when I say like racism doesn't matter to the moon and the stars, I mean that it's not being perceived by the planets, but because it's being perceived by us and we're putting an emphasis on it, now it has become true. Racism is true because we engage in the construct of it. We point to somebody and say, because of the way you came out of your mother, I've decided to hate you. Which is obviously an act of evil. Right? But not evil the way politics sounds. They're so evil, we have to nuke them. So you engage with evil to get rid of evil? When they go low, we go high. Nah, when they go low, we go lower. It's like, oh yes, this is definitely helping. It's definitely winning wars, but is it helping?
There is a philosophy of maybe that is how you go high.
Maybe.
Well, not even maybe, sometimes objectively.
How? When?
So there's certain situations where, like we spoke about self-defense, like somebody might be swinging on you and you might kill them. Or they might be swinging a knife, you might kill them. They went low, but you went lower, you ended them. Did you do something evil? That's subjective to your definition of evil. But like I would say, I wouldn't burden myself with that definition in certain situations. Like if I am the president of the United States in World War II, you couldn't convince me I'm evil for blowing up Japan or Germany.
Sure. Because
what we know to be true about what their plans were, I'm doing a bigger disservice to the world by not doing what I'm about to do. I think your philosophy is, I think philosophy is subjective, which you would, I'm sure you would agree.
Sure.
I think there are different maybe realms of philosophy for someone to embrace.
I mean, what is philosophy, right? It's like the love of knowledge. It's the what if. It's the understanding your place in the universe.
Right.
It is the meaning of man.
I think the place in the universe of someone like a Biden or Harris is subjective to them, but it's also mixed with the truth of the world we live in. Like, sure, the moon has no interpretation of racism, but we're not the moon, and we don't live on the moon. And the moon, although it is important to us, it's not as in our everyday life as, you know, the wave of MAGA racism and sexism and all of that, you know. The moon's a much more reliable.
Yeah. Go ahead. I don't mean to cut you off, but like
No, you can cut down.
for exactly this from a philosophy perspective, exactly this perspective is MAGA's perspective. If MAGA would realize your politics don't matter to the moon, relax. This isn't real. This is just the construct of fear you've placed on yourself to tell yourself, if I don't do something, the world's going to end. The world's not going to end. And even if it does, beautiful. It was always going to end. You had no control over it ending. The idea that we think we have control over it ending or not ending is the ego speaking. You have no control. You have simply the relationship to what you do in the moment. And even that is seldom in your control, right? So you make a decision. When you decide to kill something, even in self-defense, you've made a decision that you think is the best in that moment, or maybe not, but you've done it. Now, afterwards, do you say, killing is good? Is that the stance we're taking? You know, Ben Shapiro says a civilized society isn't pro-killing. Are you sure about that, Benny boy? Israel seems pretty relaxed doing it, right? See, for him, Israel isn't killing people. They're defending themselves. It's all the same in the end, right? Like, people are dying. Fathers and mothers are crying over rumbles of like little like buildings that are on top of their children, listening to the last sound of their children make as they scream for their moms and dads. People are dying. So yes, it's self-defense, but if you don't have the respectability after to say that this is devastating, then you're not understanding the impact you're making. You can say, to win this war, I will kill your children, but show some goddamn respect. And at least own the fact that you did something so horrendous as killing someone else's child in the name of your freedom. And yes, maybe that is the cost of freedom, but it's bullshit that humans think they're so wise and so strong and so good, and yet they still can't figure out how to avoid killing children.
I think there is a wisdom to being able to accept that that's what you have to do. I think there's a wisdom to it. I think there is a unique philosophical aspect of that position where you understand the price that has to be paid for this particular thing. I think I agree in the sense that I want a leader that understands how bad an outcome is. Like, I want a leader who can be like, like that war, horrendous work. Like, we killed people. I don't necessarily know if I view everything as relative though. Like, as killing is always the same. Or it's something that should be seen as the same by maybe people in this specific job. Like, maybe if we, the average person, felt that way. But for people in that position, I don't know if
context is everything. Context is everything. But context is everything when zoomed in. But when zoomed out, it's all kind of the same. So when zoomed out far enough, none of it matters. Zoomed in close enough, all of it matters, including the way someone just slightly looked at you. So when you're having this realization, it's not that you're a bad person for killing a person in self-defense. But I think you're engaging in an act of evil, which has nothing to do with being bad. See, evil in a philosophical sense, well, it depends on how you look at it because every bubble defines it differently. In some ways, you're engaging with the chaos and you're out of sync with sort of your wisdom and your discernment. Yes, it takes a wise leader, like Marcus Aurelius was a wise leader. He led battles. He led troops. He was also a person who, like I said, be good to your wife, be good to your slaves. It's not about being a perfect person. It's about being a person in the context in which you were born. Like Harris says, like Madam President says, you didn't just fall from a coconut tree. You really do exist in the context of every single thing that came before you. So then when we're having a relationship with ourselves, we have to ask ourselves, do we really think we're doing this because it's the best thing we can do, or it's the only thing we feel like we can do? Which, for fuck's sake, we know is not the same thing. This is the best I can do with what I have, but I still wish for a better life.
I think there's a level of wisdom and I think philosophical realization in accepting that. Like,
sure,
this is the solution.
Yes, but after pay your respects.
Having respect, I think having respect is the key thing. Like, I would never sell someone the idea of like, oh no, what's happening in Gaza is cool. It's not cool. It's the price we pay for the consequences of war.
Sure.
My problem is that some people don't actually accept that. some people live in a world
Mm,
where this isn't supposed to happen, and
right.
it is.
Well,
And
it is the consequence of having babies. It is the consequence of being a
yeah,
human.
of human nature.
Yeah,
It's
it is
just
the
who we are.
consequence of nature. Look,
We're
I'm not mad at the tornado for being a tornado. I'm not mad at the bear for being a bear. I'm not mad at the human for being a human. In a philosophical sense, in a human sense, I'm very mad at all of you. But like,
hmm,
in a philosophical sense, I'm not mad at you for being destructive. You're a person. What did I expect you to be? But do not
hmm.
come to me and say, I am beyond my years wise and I believe in the humanity of people and I am pro life or I don't believe in the destruction of humanity. Well, you were doing these things. I would rather have a world that said, in the context, I'm willing to kill people. And I could say, I can get on board with that. Because in the context, I think we'd all be willing to kill somebody.
I think
Mostly
we
self
live in
defense.
that world.
Mm.
I think it's just that sometimes we detach from it at our own convenience.
Well, I think we're afraid to face the fact that we are willing to hurt people. I think it doesn't sound good.
When we're the ones being killed, I think. When
Well,
your specific group is the
sure.
one being killed, I think it's a lot easier to be like, hey, like I oppose this, right? Um, I think I think there are objective hard truths of politics that I think that you almost have to embrace. I think it's its own philosophy in a way.
It is,
Like
there
the
is political,
philosophy of
but
accepting.
when you say objective, do you mean objective meaning like the agreement of the majority, or do you mean like outside of space and time?
Objective isn't like if you go in Gaza, a bomb might blow you up. Like
Oh,
objective isn't like you're on Earth with everyone. Like whatever happens on
okay.
Earth will affect you.
Okay.
That
Yeah. I mean,
objective.
obviously, that's why I say like pick your bubble and pick it well and play the game well because everyone's doing something differently. But politics is a construct. We exist outside of politics. You exist outside of your skin. I exist outside of my
Mm,
gender. We exist outside of perceptions, other people's perceptions of us. But because we live in a world shared by other people, we also exist in the perception that they have of us. We exist in their brains. And they've decided by just
mm,
looking at us, who we are, what we believe, and whether or not we're a danger to them. And we do that to other people. We all look at each other through the that's why I say I doubt the goodness of our perception because it's so limited by what we know. Right? Like in the same way, and I think this is why Destiny's language was so upsetting to so many people, in the same way that he was like, fuck that firefighter, MAGA people are saying,
mm.
fuck your trans kids. They're saying, I'll shoot you. I'm ready for a civil war. I'm ready to take up guns. I'm ready. And I'm like, slow down, bitch. I don't want to fight my neighbors, bro. I don't know about you. I don't want to kill my neighbors. And I'd really like to not get to that point, right? But we can't get to that
But are you
point.
ready? Are you ready to acknowledge when you're at a point where that might become reality? Because I think you are. But
We
I
don't
think you're
have
saying
to.
you
We've
want
already
the
done it. We don't have to acknowledge it. We've had a civil war. All of us know if it comes down
right,
to it,
but
we're willing to fight back. But why should we even get
right.
to that point when it sounds like you're bragging? Not you, Rashad. It sounds like they're bragging. I'm going to go to civil war. I'm bragging. I'm fuck that firefighter. It's like, why are you bragging about killing your neighbors? Because they
I
want to
think
pretend it's a macho man
mm,
thing where, ooh, but we're already, bitch. Don't act like I'm more pussy than your pussy. Okay, you're a gamer boy who sits in his room all day and sweats profusely. Please do not lecture me. These people are
Brittany, you
pussies.
can't
These people are pussies and they have the audacity to play big
you
boy
can't
and
put
have
me
their loser guns behind them like they know how to shoot it. Okay, let me tell you this. You do not want to shoot your fucking neighbors. But with rhetoric like that, I feel like they're living a fantasy of COD where they're like, yeah, I know how to shoot a gun. I know what to do. Do you love humanity enough to give it a second pause before you start bragging about killing your neighbors? Or are you going to play this game where they have to pretend like Harris had to do? I'm going to make the most lethal military ever. That's her sending out a sign. I know what she's doing. She's like, my dick's on the table. Okay, China, are you listening? Big black dick, Harris. Love it. Okay.
You're gonna get us done. You're gonna get us
Okay. I'm voting Harris. Okay.
That doesn't save us.
It does save us. It does save us. Listen, the point is, sounds sexy in politics. What does it have to do with the humanity of it all? Sounds sexy in politics. Okay. What does it have to do with the humanity of it?
Okay, let me now I have to run
BBC
defense
Harris. Let's
for
go, chat. BBC Harris.
no now okay. I'm gonna have to run defense for Destiny. Only because
I mean, I know he was upset. I'm not
we
saying he's
had
wrong, but he's just like the MAGA people are also upset.
I
Everyone's always
think
ready.
I think it's the opposite of what you said.
Hmm.
I think when you love your country and when you love your fellow man, there are certain situations where you have to tell them, hey, it's like you're getting to that point where we actually like it might actually have to get ugly.
Yeah, but
You guys are
they think the
supporting an
same thing.
insurrectionist.
How do you know you're better?
They're wrong.
How do you know you're not
The
wrong?
problem is there are I mean, you can I don't want to get too political brained with you, but
Sure.
I don't want to fuck up the conversation, but there are indictments. It's an objective
Right.
reality that Trump tried to steal an election. The problem is one person or an entire like 25% of the country haven't read it. And the percentage of them who have are actually like, well, yeah, like we do want to steal the election from you. And we'll try
Sure.
to. But the vast majority have no clue. And I think what Destiny was basically saying is, all right, since he's been shot at, and now he's a martyr, despite him actually being one of the biggest threats to this nation in this nation's history.
Sure. Which is why there's no
I
such
need
thing
to
as a great
communicate.
man. Every great man is a
Okay.
Trump. That's the point. Whether it was
Not
Washington
exactly.
fucking and raping his slaves, whether it was
Okay,
Benjamin
well-
Franklin, whether or not it was Christopher Columbus saying he discovered America when natives were already here, whether it's Trump getting shot in the ear, all great men sit on the pile of those they had to destroy to get there. And in Trump's
I think
case, it is what it is.
with Trump, it's like what Trump is after he was attacked, there was a dread that I felt.
Sure.
And I what I don't want to do is tell MAGA that their reality and reality is the same. There does get to a point where it's like
Sure.
you all are supporting someone who called for the termination of the Constitution on Truth Social. Wake
Totally.
up.
Totally.
I don't want to give them the idea that their truth and our truth are equally deserving of even being acknowledged. And I think what Destiny was trying to get to is like, hey, we're in an ugly like spot. Like I can't tell you how scared I was when he almost got taken out, knowing what I know about J6. It's terrifying.
For sure.
A guy who did all of this now looks like the victim.
You mean the United States could look like almost as bad as Gazans feel right now?
Yeah,
Sounds
we could
scary,
get
right?
to that point. We
But
could
we're
get to that
doing it
point.
all the time. I agree that it's, well, I'm not afraid like everybody else is afraid because, like, again, to be afraid is to act like you didn't participate in the system that created its outcome. Where
I think
we pretend
fear
like
is
Democrats
necessary,
didn't
though.
contribute to a lot of, look, politics is politics is politics. And though Republicans and Democrats have a different relationship with what is reality, they also, in their heart of hearts, are having the same issues with the lack of humanity in which they see their fellow neighbors. This isn't stemming from politics. This is stemming from our lack of humanity. People who are MAGA are just as valuable as people who are not MAGA in terms of their humanity. And the difference is, and the only compromise we can make is how do we live with each other without killing each other? And then please do not put me in a position where I have to come to my own defense. That is what we're all afraid of.
That seems like that's where we're going.
It feels like that
Right?
because people
And
keep
how do you-
escalating, but people keep
But it-
escalating.
The problem is one side isn't escalating and one side is.
I totally disagree. You just said Palestinians are probably or causing issues with Harris. Everyone
Yeah,
is
they are.
escalating. Everybody is
it's-
escalating because everybody's afraid.
It's not this, but I also said that MAGA is way worse than the crazy pro-Palestine
Sure,
protesters.
you did, and I agree with that, obviously.
So, but there's
But they
sure,
are
like
scared.
as liberals, there's
You know they
right,
are
but
scared. Like MAGA people are scared. They're crying scared, bro.
but
'Cause they
someone
think-
has to say, hey, you're in a fantasy. Someone has to say you
You're-
were wrong.
you can't
You're in a
explain it
fantasy
to
and
them
you're
that
about to
way.
destroy the
But
country.
you can't explain it to that way because they're going to look at you and say, what do you talk about fantasies for? You think people can change genders. And then you say, what do you talk about fantasy for? You believe in a God. And then you say, what are you talking about fantasy for? You believe, we all literally
Well, Brittany,
believe.
that's like, Brittany, it's you're not wrong. That's the problem. You're so right. That's exactly what the fuck would happen. But it's like nothing else works.
Well, I think
We've
the
tried-
only thing that works is rallying the right people to come out to vote and raising your kids better and being present in their life.
Yeah,
Let's be
but
real.
also the conversation has to be had with Trump supporters.
Yes, I do it too. I have Trump supporters in my family. I
right.
have to have it all the time with them. Okay,
But
I understand.
but the level of conversation Destiny was going to, a lot of people weren't ready for. And what I'm
I don't
saying
think he's
is
right though.
that was a conversation.
I think he's wrong. Well,
I think he was
that's because I'm
objectively
not
correct.
about what? What was he specifically correct about?
So when he was saying like, look, like I don't feel bad for people who get taken out at a Trump rally if Trump gets
Sure.
shot at. I can't say that I disagree. And the
Okay.
reason being is because people don't actually respect how serious Trump supporters are about taking everything from you.
Okay.
Your right to vote, your right to marriage, all of that. So it's like people aren't realizing, like, sure, optically, the lunatic trying to take out Trump is like it looks worse because it is worse, but at the same time, it's like what MAGA's planning for. If you think what happened like a month ago with Trump was crazy, wait till they try to overturn the Supreme Court says the president's legally allowed to overturn elections.
For sure. For
We could
sure.
lose our country. So it's one of those things where it's like people were saying, Destiny's he's losing his mind. He's saying horrible things. Wake up. You think what he said was crazy? MAGA's plotting and planning to take your freedom from you. There's
Okay, hold on.
nothing else comes from that but bloodshed.
I
So
just
what I'm
want to
saying
remind
is
you though, those Republicans want that. Like that's what I don't think anyone's understanding. Like Project 2025 is a conservative's wet dream. Like I don't know why people don't understand. They're not taking away their freedoms, they're taking away yours. And the way they feel, you're taking away theirs. And I agree with you. I'm a progressive. I want people to have more choice. But the problem is, okay, these people aren't coming to these conclusions any more differently than you guys are in terms of wanting your family to have a better life. They think they're making their family's life better.
that's where I disagree, Brittany.
You don't think MAGA people think they're helping their families?
You said they're coming to the same conclusions the same way they're
no.
coming to their conclusions the same way we are.
No.
But
They're
I
coming to
have
the
to
same
disagree on that
conclusion.
one.
No. They're coming to the same goal of helping their family that you both want to help your families. You just believe
Right.
it's going to happen in different ways, correct? They're willing to do it at the sacrifice of your family. That is true.
Even
MAGA people,
their own.
but they
Because
don't
now
see
they're
it that
advocating for
way.
the end of democracy.
But they don't see it that
So-
way.
But how do you go about, because here's what I'm saying is we've had civil conversations with them for a long time and it's not working. Then someone
You
tries
keep
to
doing
take
it
out
them.
Trump.
I can't. Okay. Are we all Americans or not?
Here's what I'm gonna say. I'm gonna have a crazy take.
Okay.
You surrender your Americanhood when you oppose democracy. Now, the majority of MAGA supporters don't know that they're doing that. So this excludes the majority of them.
Okay.
But people like Donald Trump, Marjorie Taylor Greene, people who swore an oath and know exactly what's going on, they rescinded their Americanhood like a long time ago. The
I don't
Supreme
know what
Court,
that
they're not
means.
Americans to me.
I can't. Are you being political with me right now? Like, is this
I'm being
like,
dead serious. Like
like,
this is
think about
like
what you just
they
said out
deserve to go to
loud.
prison for the rest of their life.
But America? Okay.
This is how you. But here's what I'm saying. Someone has to be this strong on this for this nation to survive. Because one side is saying we'll take your right to vote from you. That's how bad we want to win. The other side is, well, should we consider them not to mock you, but should we still consider them American? No, fuck them.
Yeah,
they want to take democracy from the United States.
You sound like the MAGA people that were like Brittany, what's her name? Brittany Griner, the basketball player who was in Russia, isn't really an American because she said fuck the U.S. Constitution in America or whatever. Like she was, you know what I mean?
She was like talking shit about the country, which is
sure.
That's fine because
But
that's her
what
right
you're
to do
s-
so.
That's what you sound like.
It's not
like,
It's not because there's like faux patriotism of I love the flag. I love America. But then when it comes time to give up the guy you love who tried to like overturn an election, you can't do it.
You have to
because
understand,
you're
like,
not
Okay, they don't see him as
It's
overturning
fine
the
that they don't
government.
see it
They
that way,
literally
Brittany.
see him as like a hero vigilante.
that's my point.
Mm-hmm.
They're wrong
Yes.
and they don't care that they're wrong.
No.
And at some point
They're wrong. They don't think they're wrong.
Oh no, what scares me, Brittany, is I've seen enough Destiny debates where he shows them they're wrong, and they just find a new way to be right.
Okay,
And
but
that's
all of humans, always,
where
forever. That's Destiny's done
Right,
that too.
but-
Other people have done that too. We all do that.
But
It is a
but we
human.
can't-
Is a
but
part of
this
our
is
nature.
This is different though. This is the United
It's
States'
not
existence
different.
hanging in the balance. It is so different
Eh,
because it's one of the most
okay.
it's one of the most economically stable nations in the world, and if it goes to shit, everyone's fucked.
Yeah,
Like
but
it's not
that's
just about me.
But that's just
It's about the entire world on some level. If America
Okay.
implodes,
okay. So just
we're
to
all
check,
fucked.
how invested are you in America?
invested as in there's nowhere else for me to go, and my entire
Okay.
family's like I where am I
Where do you
going?
take that? How much do you volunteer? Do you clean up streets? Do you participate in the system? Like, come on, where does your allegiance to
I mean,
America
to be
lie?
fair, like obviously, like to be fair, I'm not out here cleaning up streets. I'm not out here like, like doing
Most of
community
us
work. I'm
are
not even
just
gonna
trying to fucking
pretend.
pay our bills, right? Most of us
But
are just trying to,
there's a difference between not being an active citizen in your like local community and actively trying to overthrow
but
democracy.
they don't
Like
see it as
that's
overthrowing
it's
democracy. They
fine that
think
they
it
don't
literally
see it that
is. They
way,
think they're saving
but
America.
the problem is normal conversations haven't convinced them. So now it's time to say,
Well,
hey, Trump did this, and this. And
mhm,
although you may not want to live in reality, we are. And if you keep going down this path, you're going to prison. Not normal Trump supporters, but
sure,
people in Congress and the Supreme Court. You know what he did. We know what he did.
sure,
And
sure,
if you
sure.
keep going down this path, you have rescinded your Americanhood. Sure, you'll still be a citizen,
Look,
but you don't
ultimately,
respect
Trump
what
shouldn't
makes this
even be able
country a
to run,
country.
right? Like, Trump shouldn't even be able to run at this point,
Well, he shouldn't, but guess
right?
what? There are conservative justices who said
And
he
that,
should be able
but
to
look,
run.
this is the consequence of humans forming a society. We are living in what is society, and now we must handle the consequences of us having a beautiful diversity that is going to come and clash up against each other. Look, I also ultimately agree that liberal and progressive is the right way for me to live in my life, right? Because I think that will allow people to be religious and gay at the same time. Versus if we vote for conservative justice or conservative like America, we can't be gay
Mhm.
and we can't have abortions and we can't do other things, right? Medical care and all these things. Okay, I love that, right? The dilemma again is that we're talking about the nature of man itself and why we end up continuing the cycle over and over again. And America is not on a pedestal. It is the same as any other empire that lived at any time in history. And it is going to implode if it is meant to implode in the same way that everything else did itself. The question is, who is to blame? Nobody. There's no one to blame. There's only life to be had. Pointing fingers and blaming
Mm,
each other is the reason people won't accept that they are all participants in the system. The world is a reflection of us as a whole, right? You, me,
I think
Destiny, we have all had enough faults in our life. We are imperfect people that have helped contribute along the way for our path because we've all been conservatives. All three of us have been conservatives. We've all been there. All
I
three
think
of us have voted Republican, or at least me and Destiny have for sure. We all grew up in this,
oh
like,
no, I voted for Trump when I was 18.
wow,
So
look at you. Okay. The
so
same.
yeah,
I
so
voted
I
for
mean,
McCain and Palin. Okay. I'm sure whatever Destiny voted for. We all know what it's like to be a Republican. And we all know that it took a very specific thing in our life to bring us out of it. And there are just people who are never going to have that journey, never going to have that bubble pop. And they are just as valuable as you or I. And to think that their life is worth less, I think is inhumane.
I don't think their lives are worth less, but I think that what did you say? You said I think like the America's an empire and then it's going to end, but I think there's something to be said about not just letting something slip away. I do think there are some people who can be at fault. Like 600,000 people died in the Civil War because Southerners wouldn't give up their right to own slaves, or
Okay.
really just weren't happy with the fact that it wouldn't expand. I think in order for a society to function, and this might be just my philosophy of civilization,
Sure.
is someone has to take the blame. If we don't assign blame, what we effectively have is what we have today, is people who think it's appropriate to rebel against the United States for bullshit. And you see it, like you see conservatives fly Confederate flags. You see that mindset
Sure.
passed down through the generations of if we don't get what we want, we'll destroy the United States. I
Sure.
think Trump supporters have to have a stern conversation with them where it's like, no, we're not all the same. You are going down a path that, whether you realize it or not, is destructive. And I think there is a almost like, I think there is a duty
Mm.
of any citizen of any nation to tell their fellow citizen, you are destroying the country and you're wrong. And no one else
That's so
but you.
hyperbolic.
I'm not in this with you.
You're being so
It's
hyperbolic.
it's not really hyperbole because
You're looking at some guy without a high school education who never got his GED, who's working every day with bruises on his fingers, and you're like, you personally are destroying America. You sound like my
yeah,
mother, who's like, progressives are
like
destroying America.
when you vote for candidates who are willing to compromise the Constitution, whether you realize it or not, you're destroying the country. Now the problem is we tried to have the nice conversation of like, you guys, you want this, you want that, but it's like, no, 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 no. I have to tell you this because if I don't, I'm doing you a disservice.
Yeah, but
If
you
I
know that's not
if
going to
I
work.
know,
Just think about what you're saying
well,
to
the
them.
problem is nothing else has ever worked. The
Um,
only option we have left is, hey, wake up. This guy broke his oath, and you need to know that. Because the problem is, no one's ever told him that. The conversation has to be had, and I think what Destiny did is kind of what you have to do in a situation like this. Is tell the other side, you can't call for political violence, engage in it, support it, and think we're not going to say something. And I think, although all empires do fall, I do think we also kind of have a duty to the next generation to leave
okay.
not just the world, but also our country better than how we found it.
I think you will make this country fall faster if you engage in the same rhetoric. I think what Destiny did contributes, not Destiny specifically, he's not that important, right? But like the attitude encompasses and contributes to the fall of America faster than my attitude. I believe that. That's why I have this attitude, because I don't want to see America fall, and it certainly isn't going to help calling people deplorable. It certainly isn't going to help acting like you're better than other people, and it certainly is going to help, especially coming from the mouths of the people that it comes from, as if Democrats haven't been corrupt, as if established politicians haven't been corrupt, as if minority communities haven't suffered under people, including Joe Biden, who absolutely held racist beliefs in his past, right? It is what it is. White people got problems. But it is a whole part of this country that we are imperfect, and we will continue to be imperfect because all of humanity is imperfect. So I am not trying to say that America isn't worth fighting for. I'm trying to say that I believe I am fighting for her better by valuing the lives of Americans, whether they are Republican or Democrat. And I believe in their humanity is just as valuable as my humanity, to the point where I will say, please do not put me in a position where I have to defend my life against you. And if I do, I will win and I will mourn your death.
How do you communicate that? How do you communicate to
by staying
a
dignified.
political wing? The problem is, like, we called them deplorables when they were, and they doubled down.
Yeah,
And the
exactly.
problem is
Reverse
now.
psychology.
The problem is now. Now
Now
they're making fun of a I believe Gus Walls is
sure, he's adorable. I love him. Gus
yeah.
is a king.
They're making fun of him.
Yes.
But the problem is, like, MAGA's gotten worse.
Okay.
And now it's like, okay, we started off calling you deplorables, then we kind of chilled out, and now you've become worse. I think the problem is, like, I'm not trying to take their humanity from them. They're human beings.
Okay, but like,
But
is that
the problem is, like, what would your response have been to the Civil War? Like, are you going to tell the traitors they're traitors?
No,
and
listen
are
to
going
what
to
I'm
die
saying.
a traitor's death?
Listen to what I'm saying. Please do not put me in a position where I have to defend myself against you.
What do you say when you find yourself in that specific situation, Brittany? What do you tell the other side?
I already said it, right? With dignity and within context of the situation, you make the decision that's within reason for the future of yourself or whatever you're preserving. We are all making decisions to preserve our future. They think they are preserving the future. So I have to look at them and say,
wrong.
It doesn't matter if they're wrong. It doesn't matter.
It really...
No, it
but
only
think about
matters
this,
because you get to now justify hating them in your head because they're wrong.
I don't want to hate these people. I've grown up with them.
Then don't hate them. Don't call them
But I have
deplorables.
to. But I have to be. You have to be stern. You have to be
Yes,
strong.
but you have to be.
I sound like Trump. But you. It's like, what do you say in the Civil War when you have your own countrymen, some of whom you might even be related to, ready to kill you?
All of this.
You have to tell them you have betrayed the United States.
No, see, why
you are an enemy
don't
of
do that.
democracy.
Just say.
You have to.
No, I think because
But think
it doesn't
about
make
Brittany.
sense. It
Think
doesn't
about
make
the
any
price we
sense.
pay. Think about the price we pay today by allowing the South to idolize and lionize Confederates. We pay a price for that, Brittany.
Yes,
we do.
I know.
It's
but
not just
you can't-
racism.
It's just the words you're using doesn't make sense to him. If I tell it's like my mom saying, "Oh my gosh, you're pro massacring babies because you're pro abortion." I was like, okay, but like pro choicers don't really think they're massacring babies. You can't say it like that. She goes, but you are. You're killing babies. I was like, okay, you can't phrase it like that. Like people who are having 8-week abortions don't think they're murdering babies. Like it doesn't work. People
problem
don't
is,
think that way
Brittany,
about
like,
life.
There's a way. I obviously wouldn't tell a Trump supporter, you're a traitor. I'm gonna break
Okay.
it down. Like, look, you need to read this. I'll even break it down to you, but I'm not gonna sugarcoat what it means. I'm gonna tell you, if you, now knowing this, vote for him,
Sure.
you're voting for a traitor, and you are a traitor.
Oh, see, I
That's
don't
what I
need
would
to do the
say.
dramatic "you are a traitor" because what I think America
No,
is.
because
this is what
it's
America is.
time-
You know what America is?
What are you
is
gonna
a
say?
racist country that was founded on the genocide of people of color and
Oh my
native people who
God,
lived here.
Brittany.
And what it is a
Brittany.
construct based off the people who live here. And I agree with you. I would love to change it to go in a different direction. Fuck going backwards. Fuck going MAGA. Don't make America great again. Make America gay again, okay? Let's make America beautiful for the future by changing whatever the founding fathers had for it. Fuck them. Let's make it better than they even dreamed it could be. This whole idea of like MAGA people are betraying America. America was founded on this great experiment, and they are experimenting the fuck out of it. And you just don't like how the experiment
Right.
is going, and I don't either.
Well,
So instead of
there.
saying you're betraying America, just say, bro, I don't like the way you're taking the experiment, so I'm gonna take it in a different direction, you know? But you know, USA.
America is an experiment, but it's a locked experiment. Like we have rules to the experiment that you swear an oath to. Like when I joined the army, they made me swear an oath to the Constitution.
Sure, of course.
When I see people who like I have leniency for Trump supporters because they're private citizens.
Sure.
But there's a special kind of hatred in my heart for people who swore an oath. Like the Marjories, the Supreme Court justices, like I despise them with every fiber of my being. I don't like conservatives pretending to be the uber patriots
For sure.
when some of them are knowingly, willingly compromising democracy.
Totally.
And I think one of the biggest mistakes we made was letting white Southerners rewrite the story of the Civil War to portray themselves as the victims or the true patriots or the people who really loved America. I think one of the biggest mistakes we make with the right is we coddle them too much. We know on the left what respect for democracy looks like.
Sure.
They don't. And I think that
Who's they? All of them? All like how many millions of them? All of
I'd say
them?
the ones who don't, the ones who don't know what they're doing, I'd say the average Trump voter. But like the people who are at the helm of the movement, oh, they know. Trump knows.
Because I do think there's a difference between the political ones who are going in on it. They're definitely fucking some shit up, bro. But the average Trump voter who isn't reading and just doing things, they're just like a lot of them just vote for what their parents vote for. A lot of people just like their parents tell them how to vote and they do it. Like I'm just talking about like the average people that are just sitting here in their homes and like they believe the bullshit Fox News says, but they're also not going to bother anybody. They're not going to protest. They're not going to pull up their guns. They don't want a civil war. Like the average
problem is a consequence of their ignorance, Brittany, though.
Of course, but all of existence is the consequence of our ignorance. I am ignorant,
But
and I will be
there's levels
paying
to
for the
it.
consequence of that ignorance. Yes, there are levels to it.
Well, like, Brittany, if you forget how far the bed is from your foot, you'll stub your toe, right? That's
Every day,
relative
girl.
ignorance, right?
Every day, girl.
Then, but there's also ignorance where it's like, hey, one of the greatest nations to ever exist could cease to exist if you fuck this
Why
up.
do you say that? Like it's
Now,
the greatest
obviously-
nation that's ever existed. On what grounds?
One of the greatest.
On what
one
grounds?
Of the greatest.
On what
One of
grounds?
the
Is
greatest.
America
Come
like
on,
the
Brittany.
great man? Is America like the great man?
I'd say we're one of the greatest nations to ever exist.
On
for
what
sure.
grounds?
In terms of how far we've come in terms of
How many
the
people
push
we've
for
slaughtered to get
equality.
here?
Well, I mean, like that. Then, like, no nation could be one of the greatest because everyone's done some fucked up
Nobody.
shit.
That's what I'm
Like,
saying, bitch. We all.
what I'm
out here
saying
in
is
the mud together.
there's always room for greatness. I don't think we should sell ourselves short because we're always gonna have bad.
You know what's
but there's
great?
Always,
Is a man who rises above. I want to see that shit and I'll vote for you. I'll praise you. Men who go low when they go low, get the fuck out of my way. Stop preaching like you're good when you've literally gone
I need
lower.
a leader. I need a leader who's ready to pause. I was gonna say sag. Like, I need somebody who could go as low as possible. I need somebody who knows when it's time to take the gloves off and go to battle.
Yes, but
I
you don't
think-
have to go low to go to battle. You can be dignified in your battle. You can say, I'm gonna go.
Yeah, there's a dignified way to go about it, but there's like obviously I'm not gonna be your like MAGA is subhuman. No, they're people. However, the MAGA movement is an anti-democratic movement who can bring about the end of America. I'm not gonna mince words with MAGA. So how I would do it is like I would explain, hey, like, look, you're voting for Trump. Here's what happened on January 6th leading up to it.
Sure.
Now that I told you this, do you understand what it means to vote for him?
Sure.
I'm not going to spare them the reality of what it means to vote for him now that you know the truth. Now, if you don't know, that's another story. But I think, like I said, one of the biggest mistakes we've ever made with conservatives is allowing them to entertain fantasies that can destroy democracy in
Girl,
this country.
what are you talking about?
And
They're religious. Rashad, please be serious. They literally
that
believe
is
a
that
God exists.
but there's levels to
Rashad, please,
it.
Rashad. Kamala,
Yo, you're
Kamala.
crazy.
They believe in a big man in the
Kamala.
sky. Please. Okay.
Look, look, I mean,
There's a big
that
man.
is a part of it.
He's gonna send them to a fiery
Part
pit
of
of
it is
hell.
the religious aspect, right? Like
Come
their
on, girl.
delusions are compelling them to strip people of their rights to
Yeah,
reproduction. But the delusions that are like convincing them to try to take over the country illegally is some like like
for
whatever like
sure.
Trump Bible shit.
Look, when I
Like he's
saw
written his own Bible.
when January 6th happened, my friend hits me up. She goes, turn on the fucking news. I turned on the news. I called my parents. I was like, you better not fucking be there. And they were like, Brittany, we do not leave this house. I was like, good. Okay. Like, I don't know anybody that was on January 6th. I don't know those people who would have gone and done that thing. The question is, who are those people? And if you saw the interviews with them, a lot of them were fucking conspiracy theorists. A lot of them were just like uneducated losers. Okay. And that's the problem. It's like if you just have a reasonable Trump supporter, that does oxymoron right there. But if you have like a reasonable person who happens to be voting
Right.
Trump, yes. Am I going to look at them with a side eye and definitely think less of them? 1000%. Am I going to let them babysit my kids? Probably not. But also, I know that they're doing it for a reason that makes sense to their brain in the same way that Muslims are doing what they're doing, or Jews are doing what they're doing in Israel, or anybody's doing what they're doing. Everybody thinks they have a reason. And the question is, do I believe in America the free? Yes, but it's always been free with chains, always, for everybody. And so the question is, why are we pretending like America didn't always have a consequence? Why are we acting like America at any point is anything we ever want to recreate? There is no going back. There's only going forward. And I do think if a civil war breaks out, it's a part of that healing process of the forward. Look, ultimately, and I mean this in the nicest way to progressives and myself who's choosing not to have kids, honestly, we're going to win that war with babies alone. I would lose that war with babies alone. Okay? Islam is like the number one growing religion. They're having beautiful babies. They're all growing their families. Christians are growing their families, not us, not the LGBTs, and definitely not me. Okay? So ultimately, it's a numbers game, and we're going to move in a progressive direction. But I'm so sick of these fucking losers who are chronically cheating, not being present in their, people's lives, doing these shitty things, acting like they have the moral high ground. If I hear one more person talk about Christian values and they're voting for Trump, I don't like it any more than you do. But I know why they're doing it.
Yeah.
They're doing it because they think it makes sense. And that, my friend, is the greatest fall of man. We do tons of shit we think makes sense, including Hiroshima, because it made sense. We justified it. It was objective. We had to. Rashad, we had to. In the same way, MAGA is going to incite a civil war because, Rashad, they have to. The transes. The transes. What are we going to do about the
Brittany, it's
OnlyFans
not.
girls?
But Brittany, like justification isn't like universal, right?
No.
Like
Well,
MAGA's not being, like trans people aren't flying planes into Trump Tower. Okay, like it's not like World War II was such a reality that like I have respect for the people who made the decisions they made because I can't imagine like holding the fate of the world in your
Ooh,
hand and having
maybe
to make a nasty
that's kind of the
decision.
difference. I don't have respect for it. I just accept that it's a part of human history. I don't need to have respect for it. It is what it is. It is.
I
It
res-
happened.
I respect it because there's always another choice. There's always a different choice that could make you sleep easier at night, but could be worse for everyone else. And I think something you said was that like the Civil War might be a part of America's healing, and that could be true, but I think my problem is we don't have a good track record of telling the people who start the civil wars exactly what they did was wrong and why it was wrong and why they shouldn't do it again. We just recently removed Confederate statues from the Capitol.
Right. Right.
Like we have a long track record of letting this specific demographic, and I don't mean white, but I mean like far right conservative white Christians. We have a track record of letting them engage in fantasies that aren't just bad for democracy, but just bad for equality. And I think that although America has its flaws and we have our flaws as people, there's certain situations where I have to tell you, you are doing some fucked up shit that no
Mhm.
one else is doing. It's just you.
Like
The
America.
far, yeah. I mean, yeah, but I mean, the pro-Palestine people aren't trying to overthrow democracy. The
Sure.
BLM people aren't trying to overthrow democracy. It's literally just you and no
Hmm.
one else. You've walked off off the cliff and with no one else with you. I can't. In order, it's like I said, like we have to leave the country better than how we found it, and I
Sure.
think we owe it to the next generation to make sure MAGA understands. You guys effed up. You fucked up. You turned against democracy. You did some crazy shit that no one else did with you. And if we don't make them feel that almost isolation, we'll be back here again. Because they're going to think, oh, well, it wasn't that bad.
I think this is maybe my philosophical perspective, and I learned this because I was, I thought I had a place in politics, but I learned that like I don't think politics makes people better people. I think it makes them worse. And I felt like I was contributing to humans being worse because I was involved in politics. But I will say this, that I'm not interested in bullying people into position. I want to see them change for real so they can raise their kids better. When you bully people into a position, they raise their kids to be haters. And then those kids grow up to be exactly what their parents were, unless they have a change of heart. So the issue I'm going to find, well, it's not like we're talking about all of civilization that has ever existed forever. We act like America started all of civilization. Like this is a cycle. We are in the middle of another historical cycle. It's going to run the same way every past civilization did. And I'm saying do your best, but don't act like you're better than the past if you're going to repeat it.
Well, it depends on who's repeating the past and how do we try to cling to what we've created here as best we can? Because although we've done horrible things like enslaved black people and killed off Native Americans and blown up Japanese people and ruined Iraq and all of that, we are a nation that's incredibly like of course Europe is a lot more progressive, but we're a nation that's progressive. We're moving toward a better tomorrow in comparison to a lot of other countries.
Sure.
We had the opportunity. We are right now one of the greatest countries in the world, I would say, in terms of like objectively where would you want to live, and we can become better. But in order to become better, people who want to sabotage that have to be like told, hey, you know what you're doing, right? Sabotaging the United States, right? You're overturning democracy, right? You're betraying the country, right?
I
There
think
has to be a communication because, like you said, if you like, if you're like harsh on the other side, they'll raise their kids to hate. That's kind of the problem. We were too soft, and they felt comfortable raising their kids to hate. They felt comfortable raising their kids to think it's appropriate to rebel against the United States if they don't get the outcome they want in an election. I think there's a balance
wait,
here.
how do you wait, hold don't you understand that from a conservative brain if I jumped into that bubble, that's how they feel about BLM and people who want to dismantle America and people who want to like tear it down and restart it? Like
But
that's what I'm saying.
Brittany,
Like,
there's a difference between what someone feels and what is. And you have to stamp down because if you don't write the story, they'll write it for you. Like we just established, they rewrote the Confederacy and made it seem like these guys were just big chillin'. And it was like taxes that caused it. If you're not ready to write the story and let them and their children and grandchildren know that they were wrong, they'll happily write it for you and make it seem like everything they did was perfectly fine. You get what I'm trying to say?
yeah, of
Like there's a
course.
point where the
But
gloves do come off.
I don't understand how you can have this position necessarily and not then understand the protesters who are anti-Harris. Because you're like
It's not really the same.
well, it feels like ultimately then I'm going to take my kid gloves off with you and be
Yeah,
like
but they're just wrong though. Like if they take the kid gloves off with Harris and they sabotage her, what do they end up with? The end of
well,
Gaza and yet possibly the end of the United States.
well, they kind of want that though. You're acting like they don't want that. You're acting like people don't think
Well,
by taking it down they can reconstruct it to be something better. But you're saying
they
no.
probably
You're the problem is like you're 1 foot into America and 1 foot out where like you want to change America, but you want it to be America. How do you keep something the same and change it?
some things have to remain the same because that's how you
Which
maintain a
things remain the
functioning
same in America? What things are we keeping?
democracy, the
What does
Constitution,
democracy
our
mean to
relationship
you?
with our allies.
When was America a
I'd say
democracy?
you said when?
Yeah. Has America always been a democracy? What does a democracy even mean?
Like so like we're a Republican democracy or a Democratic Republic, where obviously like
Sure.
our leadership is made up of mostly representatives, be
Sure.
it senators or members of the House that we
Okay.
vote in. Democratically,
Right.
we vote them in.
Right.
That's what makes us a democracy.
Right. So
So I would
I feel like Republicans are voting these people in or they want them to win. And yes, if they
Mhm.
don't get their way, they might protest. But this is also the part of a growing nation. Like we're always growing. So if the world becomes more conservative, it's because the people wanted it, because we're a democracy, allegedly, right?
Well, how is it becoming more conservative? Because we acknowledge they're not winning, like they gerrymander to create
Right.
districts for where they otherwise
1,000,
wouldn't.
1,000.
And they're also planning to steal presidential elections because it's very hard for them to win elections generally.
Totally.
So, generally speaking, they don't win. They're tweaking systems and
Mhm.
cheating to win.
Sure.
So when we say like if the world wants to become more conservative, that's not what we're seeing. We're seeing the world actually pushing toward a much more progressive
Yeah.
reality. What we have is people who don't want to accept that
Right.
and are willing to subvert democracy to get the outcome they want.
Right. So I do agree with you, but they don't process it that way. They're not like sitting here
Right.
like, ha ha ha. They're sitting here thinking, this is what we have to do because we're patriots and we have to like protect America. So then it's not going to help by sort of demonizing them further, though I understand, like if we were talking private and this was off the internet, like maybe the conversation would flow a little bit different. You know what I'm saying? But we're dealing with real
Yeah.
people who have real kids and they're really worried and they're really afraid and they deserve to feel like afraid. Not that anyone deserves anything from a philosophical perspective, but like they feel the pressure and they're thinking the pressure I feel is because Biden's in office, because everyone always thinks the president, matters in that way because they're not thinking about the Supreme Court justices or anything, though they should be. And they're looking for an America that is anti-gay and anti-welfare and anti-union and anti all the things that I think would make America great again or great in the future. They think would make America like destroy America, right? When my mom says like you're destroying America, and then you look at my mom and say you're destroying America, and I look at both of you and I'm like, both of you shut the fuck up. Get along. I'll slap both of you with respect. It's like, shut the fuck up. You're both fucking it up. Just be quiet. Rashad, I'm more on your side. It's like we have to go slowly in a direction, but America is diversity. America is this conflict. America has had a civil war. We are not without fault. We're willing to murder our own neighbors for what we think is right. That sucks that we even get to the point where that is necessary. My hope in a country of 350 million Americans is the same number that took over the insurrection, which is how many people? Do we know how many people that was? Nothing.
Yeah, not that many in the grand scheme of things.
Nothing. And that should
But
be
enough to cause
hopeful.
problems.
But that should be hopeful.
Well, think about it like this. Although there were maybe like 5,000 people at the Capitol,
Sure.
there's millions who
Mhm.
support someone who orchestrated what happened at the Capitol.
Yes.
And therein lies the problem.
Yes, but also that's how okay. I agree with you that that's bad. So we're on the same page there, right? Like I'm not some conservative MAGA person who's defending MAGA.
Right.
That's
But
not
what I
what
feel
I'm
like you're doing though is like you're kind of like equivocate because bad things have happened before. We should try to be more graceful to them. And I'm not saying we
Your
should dehumanize
rhetoric
them.
contributes to the escalation of a civil war. Period.
So what do you do when one side is willing to possibly even use force to take democracy in the country from you?
Yeah. So then you defend yourself. It's called self-defense.
You defend yourself, but you don't. But you also have to understand. I know you understand this, but I'm trying to get you to see it my way. Is Ryan Macbeth put this so perfectly? Information is a form of warfare. It's not just bullets. It's not just bombs. Whatever they're going to use in the next civil war. Telling people an election was stolen while you're trying to steal it.
Sure.
And then putting things in place to try to steal it again, that's warfare against the United States.
Totally.
Someone has to engage in counter verbal warfare. You're my countryman, but I'm not going to pretend with you that you're not engaging in treachery.
Sure.
I'm not going to sit there and say, and it's like, sure, they feel the same way about other stuff. They're wrong. They're in a fantasy. And at some point, if we want to maintain a good country that can progress toward what pro-Palestinian people want and progressives want, you got to get tough with your domestic threats. Because if you don't, they're more than happy to steal an election from you and rewrite it to where the election was stolen from Trump in 2020. The YouTube, I did not actually mean it that way. Please, YouTube. They're gonna sit there and say the election was stolen from Trump. They'll rewrite all of the history to justify stealing democracy from their fellow man. Someone has to not only be prepared to physically fight it, but verbally tell them you are fucking wrong. You might
Sure.
think what you think about XYZ, you're wrong, and you have to be stopped. And I
Mm,
think we owe it to the next generation to not be soft on this, because I keep referencing the Civil War. We made a mistake being too soft on them, where we're like, okay, you can tell your grandkids the North like declared war on the South over like
mhm.
taxes. That's had, forget the racism aspect of
Sure.
it. In terms of how these people interact with the law, that has had disastrous consequences. And I acknowledge the US is imperfect. We've done horrible things, but in order for us to be better than what we used to be, man, we have to be ready to handle domestic threats, because I don't think any country can really fuck with us. But it's the internal shit that I think that's our biggest problem.
Sure. Okay. Okay. So this past weekend, my mom sent me a bunch of like, she's trying to get me to vote for Trump. Obviously, I'm not going to vote for Trump. And I told her, like, if you keep
Okay.
sending me Trump stuff, I'm going to send you Harris stuff. Okay. And we talked about it and we ceased-fired. Okay. We two-state solutioned
Okay.
it. Okay. We like
Respect.
ceasefire, Tuesday. Okay. But she was like, Brittany, watch this video of Tulsi. Okay. Which is funny. I saw you
Oh
make a video
God.
on it, right? Okay.
Lord have mercy.
And I said, Mom, I love you, but unlike Republicans, progressives actually do watch Republican shit because we want to know what's going on. And I've already seen it. I already know. And that's the truth, is that most of the MAGA people in my life never watch progressives, never watch liberals. They never watch CNN. They never watch other people. They never watch the opposition. They never read the books. They're not interested in knowing the bubble. But usually, like you said earlier in this stream, you watch everybody. I want to see what's going on. I want to see what they're saying. I want to see what they're saying. I want to listen to what everyone is saying so I know what's going on. That is something that I'm not used to with MAGA people. So I look at a group of people that are sticking in this bubble. All they get is the information in this bubble. They only hear this stuff. They never look outside the bubble. And then they think, okay, this is all that's happening. I have all of the information. And I
Hmm.
think, okay, do I think you and I have more of the information? Yes. Do I think we have all the information? No. Do I think the left has all of the information? No, because that's just not what's happening. What's happening is we all have sections of the information. And I think it'd be better to have a little bit more than a little bit less. But how do you begin to make people comfortable listening to rhetoric that makes them physically sick? Because that is the reaction people are having. You know how, like, even my audience are like, oh, politics stuff makes me just like, oh. And like when people watch stuff, it gets, oh, they get like, they have trauma they're dealing with. A lot of MAGA people can't even stomach homosexual still because they feel like, oh, it just makes me so sick to my stomach. And I'm just sitting here like, you need to unpack this trauma because this trauma is showing up in the voting booth.
Hmm.
And the truth is we're dealing with a human issue that's rooted in generational trauma, mental health. We're dealing with conspiracy theorists. Look, what is a conspiracy theorist but a person with bad data coming to stupid conclusions? Right?
Hmm.
And I'm sitting here like, please, you're stressing me out. Read a book. I had my friend the other day call me and they're like, hey, do you notice that the sun rays are like super close to the earth, but the sun is supposed to be very far? I was like, stop talking. I said, get off
Yeah.
fucking TikTok, read a fucking book, and do not call me again with this. I love you. Bye. And like, I'm so sick. I'm putting
It's
my foot major
contagious.
down. I am. But I'm also, my progressive friends call me and go, Brittany, I feel like we're in 1984. I was like, when's the last time you read that book? And I'm like, stop it. Stop calling me with your fear. Stop calling me with your paranoia. Humans are going to human.
Hmm.
You must act with wisdom and discernment when faced with the chaos of humanity. And the chaos of humanity is reflected mostly in yourself. And if you are willing to go low when they go low, you have no right to stand on any moral high ground. You either go above them and still get your goals accomplished. You can win a war without going low, but you still have to
I
engage in
think
evil.
I think the people who, it depends on how you define going low. Like obviously, like if you genocide people because Hitler genocided people, you've officially like lost the plot. Um, but I think one of the biggest demands of great men or legendary people, let's say, because I'm sure there's going to be Kamala Harris is going to make history and doing some
Sure.
great things. So let's just say legendary people. I think there is the burden of being willing and ready to go low with people who have gone low. I think although Trump supporters are afraid, their fears are mostly based in bullshit. And that's one of the things that's really, I used to always kind of like laugh at people who were like, politics hurts to watch. But now I get it. Like watching MAGA believe not in an alternate reality, but just bullshit
Mm,
and actually believe it from the bottom of their heart.
sure.
it's hard to accept whenever I see it. I don't want to. I think where we're kind of disagreeing is I don't want to give people who are objectively wrong any false sense of equivalency. You need to pick something else to be upset about that's real,
Mm,
not bullshit. Pick something new to be mad about. I don't care, like, if you want to be mad about high crime rates, which crime has decreased, but relative to where you
true.
live,
Yeah.
there's high crime.
Mm,
You want to be mad about that? Cool. You want to be mad about the border? Even then, that has its own issues.
sure.
Pick something that actually matters. I don't I don't want to treat progressive fear the same way as MAGA fear because progressive fear is rooted in real shit. Trump's a real problem. You know it, I know it,
Sure.
we all know it. MAGA is just high off their own supply.
Well, okay, sorry. I just want to say
And
this out loud. I'm sorry. Hold on.
no, you know.
Trump is a problem in to progressives, but they're not. He's not a problem to conservatives because they think they want it.
Okay, do you think he can be a problem even if one side doesn't think he's a problem?
Yes.
Okay. What I'm saying is, like I said, information is a form of warfare.
Yes.
You can't afford to be out like you don't want the enemy to be shooting more ammunition than you and they're
Mhm.
lying.
Sure.
That's bad. That's
Sure.
super
Sure.
bad. And I think that's what's happening right now. Is we've gotten to the point where we're coddling, and this was kind of what Destiny was saying, is we're coddling them so much that we've gotten to the point where an insurrectionist is about to be martyred to the presidency
That
because
sounds so American
someone
to
tried to
me.
take
Am
him
I
out.
crazy? That just sounds so America to me. What is
It does,
America?
but
Where did they
there's
come
two sides
from?
to
What's the
America.
origin?
I think there's a side to America a lot of people don't understand, and I didn't understand it until I joined the military.
Mm-hmm.
There's this kind of like Wild West frontier aspect of America, but then there's also this rigid Roman-esque, like Roman Republic-esque aspect to America where you will follow the law, you will
Mm-hmm.
swear an oath to this Constitution, you will uphold the law. I think most Americans don't understand that aspect of America because we purposefully shield them from it. Like in the military, when I was in there, you couldn't say bad things about Trump. You cannot badmouth the commander in chief when
Sure.
you're in the
Sure. Sure.
military.
Yeah.
There's aspects to America that normal civilians don't understand, including Trump, because they've never been exposed to it.
Mm.
I'm not going to pretend like I was like a soldier or anything. I enlisted and like got med boarded for snapping my ankle in half.
Sure.
But when I was in, I kind of understood like, oh, this shit is serious.
Mm.
The Constitution is serious. I didn't swear an oath to America. I swore an oath to the Constitution.
Sure.
Why? Because there's rules and laws built into it that matter more than just what the people say. And I think a constitution with things like freedom of speech and the right to vote for women and people of color and
Didn't we have to
the right
amend
to
that
bear arms.
constitution to include those things?
We had to. But luckily they didn't be like, Rashad, swear an oath to the Constitution from like 100. You know, they were like,
But
all right,
that's kind of
this
the
one.
point. It's a construct, and we built on top of it.
But that's the point. That's the
Mm.
point. It's almost like a religious text. The people can like think about it. We have a country where not half, but 25% of the country wants an insurrectionist.
Mm.
That's the beauty of swearing an oath to a constitution. Is you don't swear an oath to the people because what happens when the people are voting against democracy? Some values supersede the will of the people in a way.
Mhm.
Like that's why they say you swear an oath to enemies both foreign and domestic
Sure.
because you can have enemies come from within.
Mm-hmm.
When you swear an oath to the Constitution, you swear an oath to the rights of blacks, whites, gay people, women. You're not swearing an oath to what the people want. What if they wake up tomorrow and say, forget equal rights for everybody? But when you swear an oath to the Constitution, you fight and defend the rights of everyone, not what the people say. And I think there's a beauty to that. And that sort of like dichotomy of like, you're talking about that Western aspect of like America, that frontier aspect of like, you know, that Wild West aspect. But there's also that kind of like, you know, Roman aspect of like, hey, we have laws. You will abide by them. We have a constitution. We have, you know, representatives. We have a Senate. We have all of this, like, that aspect exists. And I revere that aspect to a significant extent because that's where all of our rights are, is the Constitution. And when people break that oath to it, that means they're prioritizing what they want. over what the law has enshrined. And we're just so lucky enough that the law in America has enshrined, the Supreme Court fucked that up, but has enshrined the rights of women, black people, white people, everybody. It's so important for people to prioritize the oath to that, if you get what I'm saying.
I think I hear you. I just don't. I think you believe in a dream that I think isn't real.
Okay, break it down.
Well, if the Constitution is a construct of the founding fathers in America and we have
Mhm.
to amend it to adapt to the new changes of the new world, then it's something that is changeable. It's a construct of our ideas put together for what we want represented in our country. And I don't think politics works in a linear line. I think we go back and forth and we go in circles. So I don't think
Mhm.
America could be a nation that doesn't bring back slavery. I don't think America is without its fault. We saw abortion rights getting taken away and becoming, quote, states' rights. I think Americans
Mhm.
should feel safe whether they're in Kentucky or California. I think if you're an American, whether you're gay, black, white, whatever, you should feel safe in every part of this country. So, like things like states' rights don't guarantee the safety of those Americans as they travel through the states. If you want to be different countries, we can talk about that. Like Texas is always threatening to do. Let's go, Texas, go away. But the thing is, we aren't multiple countries. We're one fucking country. And as a woman who's
Mhm.
road tripped twice around the states and has been in really like I was really well treated by Americans as I traveled solo, I I think that's a beautiful reflection of the country that I was raised in. That I could, even though I was a little afraid, travel solo as a woman in this country. And no matter what state I was in, I was treated with warmth. I was really welcomed in those communities. And that was beautiful. I was really lucky, right? I felt really lucky in that process. And I saw our national forests and they're beautiful. And I saw our parks and they're beautiful. And I saw America is beautiful. But America is an ever changing, shifting nation. And it is a reflection of us as a whole. And there's no reason to think that as a whole, you're right, that it could go in a direction where MAGA is the majority or progressives are the majority or the left or whoever is the majority. But I think that using love and compassion for fellow Americans should take priority over the idea of going lower. I think you can get your goals attained by going higher, more so. And I think if you look at great leaders in history, there were opportunities to go lower and they did that. And I think that ruined their reputation for the good that could have been done. And I think in the long run, we would like a better reflection of our choices as a nation to say that we went high and we still got it done. And I think that's possible. I just think we haven't really thought about it enough to go there because I think your reflex, which is reasonable, is to say protect myself at any cost. I think we should consider protecting ourselves in a dignified way because I think we can do that. I think we're smart enough as a country to do that. And I think MAGA people do love this country. They just want a different outcome for it. And I think the beauty of America is we love this country and all want to see it go differently. But if we all agree we want freedom, then we have to compromise with how we work in society, which means pro-Palestinian Americans have to pay for wars that support Israel, and pro-lifers have to vote or have to contribute to abortions. And this is the hard truth that America won't compromise on, that it is diverse and that it is nuanced, and that if it wants to be a monolith, then someone's going to have to win. And I'd prefer it to stay diverse. So we all kind of win, even if all of us kind of have to lose a little bit. Because that's what society is.
I'm gonna have to. Okay. Although the Constitution is a malleable document, it's usually malleable for the right reasons. And
Okay.
I think those reasons are a reflection of American values, like the value of like the idea that all men are created equal. Like when the Confederacy was created, they specifically gave a speech where they were like, "Hey, look, we're not like the United States, where all men are created equal. No,
Mm-hmm.
we're special. In fact, we're better. We're a nation in which men are not created equal, and the Negro is subservient to the white man." They highlighted this on purpose because they knew and understood even if black rights aren't enshrined in the Constitution, the underlying core values of the United States would give black people the opportunity to at one point possibly be equal. And they wanted to like make sure, hey, look, specifically so everyone here knows they are not supposed to be equal.
Mm-hmm.
I think although the Constitution is malleable, there are underlying core values that we have as Americans that MAGA is purposefully undercutting to create a country that is not American in nature. And I think that there does have to come a point where you tell someone you don't love the United States. You love a theocratic, fascistic ethno state. We were never that. Sure, we had like ethno-state kind of like tendencies at one point, but we were only able to work away from it because we had underlying core values that allowed us to walk away from it. I think I think that there is an aspect to the Constitution and our laws and values. It's almost like its own entity. And the reason why like I always like scream and yell and like get triggered over the Constitution is because those are our rights right there. And if people choose not to honor that document, there they go. Because our rights are only as good as the people who choose to honor them in power.
Sure.
I think that there's a definition of what America is, not just in terms of its constitution, but its values that the Constitution derives itself from. Like, MAGA people trying to force religion in schools, where, we have in the Constitution, we say that, like, Congress can make no, like, law respecting any specific religion. Because of values like that, we can extrapolate that to say, hey, you cannot force people to not do this with their body because of the Bible.
Right.
It's because of those underlying values we established so early, we can protect people who originally were never meant to be protected. And I think that MAGA has fallen out of love in a way with that. Trump himself, has fought. The only thing he cares about is obviously himself. But that's kind of why I speak so harshly about MAGA politicians, is because they know the Constitution is the enemy of what they want for the country. It's the document in which the rights of non-whites are enshrined, non-Christians are enshrined, women are enshrined, LGBTQ people are enshrined. And if the Constitution can be done away with, they can have the America that they want. And that's why I was like freaking out about the Trump thing when he almost got taken out. Was we have a man who called for the termination of the Constitution running for president, who's now becoming a martyr. This could spell the end of the United States, which means the end of the rights of the downtrodden, the unprivileged, the non-white, the non-Christian, the non-straight, all of that. Because a guy who's antithetical to everything we stand for was made into a victim. So I understand that my language is really like alienating and stuff, but like when you look at it for what America could be and what we've become, the thought of letting MAGA subvert that because things like this just happen, I don't think it's fair to the next generation, because this is easy. The Civil War, they attacked the U.S. We had to fight that war. But this, we get to go to the ballot box. Biden gets to possibly arrest people, which I think he should. We get out easy. All we got to do is cast a ballot and fight the information war we have to. So that's why I use the language I use, is because I think strength is how we stop the worst from happening, and we can preserve a good America. But I could be crazy though.
No, I think everyone's having a different relationship with the concept of the end of the world. Like, I was alive in 2000. Like, I was a kid. I remember everyone's panic. Like, I've been hearing this my whole life, and I'm hearing it again. And I think I'm just done personally feeling always afraid for the end of the world, when I feel like, may it come swiftly and take me out first. Like, there's this idea that we're fighting. It's mostly a joke, but it's like this idea that, like, to think I am so special that I won't experience the fall of man feels silly to me. But I know that my actions contribute to it all the same. Like, my partner and I have this agreement that we don't flush certain things down the toilet. Why? Because in our brain, we're like, well, maybe we'll help the environment, even though we know it probably doesn't matter and everyone else is doing it. And we're just doing it because, like, that's the rule we set up for our house. We always do things, even if it doesn't help, because it makes us feel good. And we do things that make sense to us. And we do things that let us go to sleep at night, wake up in the morning and feel good about our decisions. And ultimately, we're always hoping it's enough. But then some people, and especially politicians, are incredibly corrupt. And I think in my short lifetime, I've seen Republicans become some of the most, what's this word for when you're on stage and you're like the gesture? Like, I've never seen a political party just implode so quickly into degeneracy as I've seen the Republican Party do. Do I
Right.
think that's a reflection of Republican voters? Not really. But I think it's a reflection of their tolerance, or no, it's a reflection of their intolerance to change and their inability to waver or compromise on their values, which ultimately will be the destruction of this country because this country needs to have compromise, I think, to be successful. And I would hate to become a person who doesn't compromise in a society that needs it. But I will say Republicans and conservatives right now, some of them are so just rejecting the idea of the compromise with anyone on the progressive or the left that I think they are the ones contributing the most to these political antics that we've seen, like people doing like their prayers in the government buildings, or people being silly with the law, people taking advantage. What's his name right now is facing what, $300,000 he has to pay back for stealing funds from the American people. Trump himself,
Mhm.
right? So like, obviously Republicans are suffering right now. And to be honest, and I mean this with the biggest peace and love, it is the boomers' fault, even though I don't like to point fingers. It is their, how about instead of fault, it is their contribution to America. And thank you for this contribution. We will clean up the mess, but it is a mess. Okay? It is a mess. And so the hope is the next generation will do better, as we always do. And we really always do in the long run. It doesn't mean there won't be
Hmm.
hiccups and there won't be problems. Lots of people won't have kids because they're afraid of the direction America is going. Lots of people have kids regardless. Like I always joke, my parents made babies. No, not my parents. Their parents made babies in Iraq when it was definitely not ideal, let me tell you. And they still did it
Mhm.
because that's what humans do. We create life in the worst of circumstances because eventually it's all going to be okay until it's not again. And then it's okay again until it's not again. And then it's okay again until it's not again. The whole point is that I have faith that humans will do what they think is best. And I think as long as you adapt through the process, your kids will be fine, even when they're not. Someone's kids have to live through the depression.
Hmm.
We just don't want it to be ours.
I think there are predictable or preventable situations. I get exactly what you're talking about. There's certain events that just happen because that's just the way it is. These things just happen. But I feel like, and it goes back to like the conversation about, legendary people,
Mm,
is there comes a time where you're called upon to do what needs to be done to force or fight for the better outcome. Like one could say, hey, the Civil War is just the tide of humanity, which on some level it is. But without the Union winning, shit. Like
but I'm pro
I
the
don't
union
I
winning,
don't
right? We agree,
right. But
right?
there's kind of like like you have to understand the mindset that led to us winning.
Sure.
Like Sherman was willing to burn down all of Georgia. He was willing to make the South pay a significantly crazy price for treachery. And I don't know if you like I don't think if you read his memoirs you necessarily agree with what he
Mm,
said,
mm,
but his mindset is what got us the win because we were getting our asses whooped. And his willingness to get his hands dirty was what got us to where we are today. And I think there's something to be said about people who are willing to step up to the occasion and say, I'll get my hands dirty to make sure the next generation continues the path toward a better and brighter humanity. Because I think there will be hiccups, but I think in order for us to really make the world a better place, because it's for me, it's not even about sleeping better at night, more so than it is about making sure like I live in a functioning society that like people who aren't like me can have the freedoms they want. And of course I can have the freedoms I
sure,
want.
sure.
That's the biggest thing for me. And I feel like there will be times where you're called upon to fight and do something
Mm-hmm.
where, like you have to stand up because there's always going to be that part of humanity that's on the wrong side, and someone.
Your rhetoric, what you're saying right now, it puts me back. I feel like I'm in a Republican bubble again. They're like, Brittany, what are you going to do when we have to
But
fight for this
Brittany,
country? But Brittany,
but you and I both know they're full of shit though. That's the problem. Is there are sides of humanity that are completely just wrong. They're objectively wrong and they're fighting for, like, it's like the South. if we don't own these people as slaves anymore, they'll
Okay.
revolt and kill us all
First
and
of
rape us
all,
all.
it is objectively wrong nuking anybody. But what does objective mean in that context? If we're zooming out of our countries and zooming out of our humanity, but also if you zoom in, it's
Mhm.
within our nature. This is a very serious conversation about are human beings a biological component that's evolved over millions of years? Or are we like religious spirits that God's put on the planet to like live out some fulfillment of a prophecy? We're dealing with different realities. You want to talk about different realities? Let's start with what we're even doing on this fucking planet. And then on top of that, because of the constructs we believe in, we're fighting wars based off of these beliefs endowed by God. And so I'm sitting here and like we're trying to have a conversation about what's good and what's moral. What are we even doing here? And then on top of that, so you're doing the best with what you can in the context of the circumstance, not because we know what's right or wrong, but because we're hoping we're making the right decision. All of us, except the ruckus, the ruckus makers, the people who are really just like having fun and jokering it. The people are like, I'm going to blow up the bank. Like they're having fun. Okay, fuck those people. Most people, most MAGA people, they're talking about taking up arms and defending America. You're talking about taking up arms and defending America. And I'm sitting here like, get the fuck along. And you can't because one of you and both of you believe you're fighting for America. You know what fighting for America
Well,
looks like?
no. One of us is engaging in acts of insurrection and trying to subvert democracy. Brittany, you gotta be fair though. Like, sure, both sides look like lunatics screaming at each other, but why are they screaming at each other?
Well,
Do you get what I mean?
yes. Okay.
Like,
So
I hate to sound like good versus evil, but like,
but you're
sometimes it's
attaining a
true.
goal. You're going towards a goal.
Right, exactly. But a goal that's like, for the most part, better for the majority of people.
I agree.
That actually serves people.
I agree with that. But remember, Republicans think their ultimate goal is better for the most people because they want to make people like them. They don't want to live in a diverse America. They want to live in America that looks like them, breathes like them, pisses like them. They want it to all look the same. Okay? So they're anti-diversity in that sense. And when you're anti-diversity, you're going to have this like utopia you think exists, which it doesn't, right?
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, to them, it is like this. It was like the pro-life woman who was featured at the DNC who voted for the pro-life policy, had an ectopic pregnancy and didn't realize like it would impact her life in this way. Sometimes people have to understand what they're voting for because it sounds good. I remember my parents regretting voting for the 3-strike law in California because my cousin's in prison now full time. And my heart goes out to him. And I also put a lot of responsibility on his parents and the bubbles he was in and the fact that he was even making those mistakes or making those choices, however you want to phrase it. But my mom says like she really deeply regrets voting for that. But Republicans made it sound so good, Brittany. Republicans made it sound so smart. 3 felonies? Why are you doing out of prison? That's so smart. And she goes, I can't believe I voted for this. And I'm like, great. Now think of every other policy you're voting for that you're going to regret in 20 years. But they can't. Because human beings can only think so far, and they're not going to be people who are going to vote Democrat. You have to understand, like, people who are MAGA are so in a specific mindset that God forbid they pop a bubble and change as a person, it would ruin every relationship they have, all their friends, their churches, the relationship with God. We're not talking about just changing a political opinion. All these Democrats that don't understand Republicans, religious Republicans, and think like, what does your religion have to do with gay marriage? You're insane if you don't think these people are literally thinking they are spirits from God, like souls from God. Like they literally are having a different relationship with reality. So we need to have a nation that is so strong. It says, not only do we respect you enough to keep you have a place in this country, we're also going to let these people have a place in this country. We respect you because right now what it feels like is a bunch of people are scared dogs biting at each other. And even though I agree with you, progressives I think are right, or liberals are moving towards left is the right way. It also comes from a place of saying we want to all live together. And that means even with the deplorables. Even if I would like one day for their kids to be less deplorable.
The problem is the deplorables don't even want you to have the right to just be who you are.
I agree with that. That doesn't mean I have the right to genocide them, kill them, round them up, put them in prison. Like, that doesn't mean unless they do something. Unless they do something. So the threat of doing something is enough. You need to do something and then there will be a consequence. Like,
But are you ready to
start.
tell them the truth of what they believe? Like, are you ready to communicate them like to them like, hey, look, your beliefs impede on the rights of others, and you're trying to overthrow. Not, I'm sure you understand. I'm not trying to talk down to you,
Right, right,
but
right, right.
there's a place. There's a place for verbal confrontation, and I think there's a place for also telling people who don't want to be tolerant that hey, you're intolerant because they've spent the last time saying Muslims are intolerant. They're intolerant. Well,
Sure,
look
sure,
at
sure.
you. You
But
front and
that's the
center.
thing.
You.
Okay, this is why I left politics because to be honest with you, I think I change more hearts and minds getting to people's consciousness and their relationship with their friends and family than I do trying to quote tell them that they're impeding on America and like its constitution. Because I just don't think they believe that. And I think it's weird to come at them like they do believe that. They're not going to hear you. And if they do, that person was already on the fence. We're talking about people who are not near the fence. They don't even see the fence. And you want those people to hear you say what about them? And like you said, when Hillary said deplorable, they doubled the fuck down. So your rhetoric, I think, forces those people who don't even see the fence to double the fuck down. You and Destiny and all those other people might bring the fence sitters around, which is great. But that was, that's great. They're not the ones storming the Capitol. I doubt fence sitters are storming capitals. I feel like those are probably the hardcore MAGA people. And again, to become like not MAGA, you would have to also deconstruct all the other beliefs you have around your life. Like I said, if my parents' 3 gay kids isn't enough to convince them to be pro-gay marriage, you think some guy on the internet calling them anti-American is going to help? Like, they're not going to believe you. And again, to be pro-gay marriage, they either have to take one of two routes, which Harris said, right? Either you believe in freedom so fucking hard that you don't even believe like your constitution reflect that you're going to let gay people exist in this America, or they want to go the other route, which America becomes free for those who believe in Christ.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's more the direction they're willing to go, more than people are willing to say out loud. Lots of MAGA people would love to see a Christian nation here. And those people, I don't think that's the direction America should go.
Agreed.
But I think those people are less than we think they are. And I think that they will eventually not have children who will probably carry most of that over. But just like in civil rights, just like we have Confederate flags still flying today, those kids will have to, as time goes on, become more progressive over time. They're not going to do it tomorrow, but they're going to do it eventually. Look, I have an Assyrian cousin. I think I told you. He's half Assyrian, half white. And he had a Confederate flag in his room like 10 years ago. And I was like, what is that? What is that? And he goes, this is my white side. I was like, no, take it down. He goes, no, I'm from the South. And I was like, you're not from the South.
He has Southern ancestry.
Well, apparently his mother does, from Virginia. Is Virginia the South? Oh. There you go.
So, yeah, I think Robert E. Lee, yeah.
Yeah, so they're from the South, like from Virginia. So like that's the point I'm trying to like get them to understand. Like if we have people that are mixed, look at Sneeko, look at Fuentes, look at all these people who like Sneeko is literally the product of interracial marriages or like mixed, you know what I'm saying? Like this boy is sitting here pushing a rhetoric that I'm not even sure he understands. So the point is, I don't think human beings change because you've told them they're stupid. I think some people, it might be enough if they respect you. But if they don't respect you already, the most you can pray for is they live a long life and forget to vote. Because my reverse psychology that I'm using on my siblings is to not talk to them about politics because my sister and I have already registered. We're ready to go. But my brothers are lazy. The hope is they'll forget to register to vote and they won't show up to vote. Because they'll vote for Trump just to piss me off. Do you understand we're dealing with a nation of grumpy people that will vote just to piss people off? That is American. You want to know American culture right there, baby? American culture, all is autistic, and they were like, demand avoidance. Are you telling me what to do? Oh, I'm going to do the opposite now. Oh, I'm going to do the opposite. So
would you attempt to try to change their mind at all? And if you were to, how would you go about it?
I don't change people's mind. I do not ask people to change. And I think that is the greatest attempt at change I can ever do. Because people go, why aren't you telling people to change? And I'm like, I trust you to make decisions and do your thing. And then they go, does Brittany know something I don't know? And I go, probably. But also, you probably know something I don't know. What do you know that I don't know? Because everybody has something we don't know. Everybody knows something we don't know. The idea is like, I don't ask people to change, but I definitely put down my boundaries. So like the rule of thumb is if you keep sending me Trump videos, I send you Harris videos. If that offends you, then we don't talk for a while. The idea is like, I don't ask people to change. I tell people what I'm doing and I do my journey and I live by example. So I don't go low when they go low. I go high. And then I say, when you came down to it, who went high and who went low? Because the only thing I have is my fucking reputation. They don't even have that. But if I go low, then I don't have my reputation either. I don't,
That's
yeah. Yeah. I mean, look, you're in politics and I do philosophy.
it's interesting to hear you say that, because it's like I feel like there's so much hanging in the balance, right? To where it's like, like obviously I wouldn't go about it in a dickish way. Like, did you know you're a traitor? But like I would be like, look, like, big dog, it's not 2016 anymore. Trump's a problem, and I'll explain why. Um, that's what I would do, and the only reason why I say I would do it is because I think the rights of everyone is more important than the comfort of MAGA. And I think there's a tactful way to go about trying to communicate to them they're wrong. And I'm not saying that you're doing what you're doing from a place of trying to make them comfortable, but I think there's something to be said about fighting, like people that oppose good things. I think that's how we have such a progressive nation today. I think trying to change minds is really the only way.
I agree with that. But we're both changing minds. We're just doing it completely differently. Don't mistake anything I'm saying for saying I'm not making an effort. I just think the effort I'm making is the best effort I could make because I've tried it your way when I was in politics and it wasn't working. I was pushing people away. I was pissing them off and it wasn't working. So I've noticed that I feel like I've changed more people's hearts because what they do is go, oh, Brittany's cool. She doesn't hate me because I'm a Republican. So I'll listen to her more. And it's true. I don't hate you. I don't care that you're a Republican. I don't care about anything. Do you know how many callers I've had over the years who have been like cheaters? They'll call me like, hey, I know you have a strong stance on cheating, but I feel like you won't hate me because I'm a cheater. I'm like, true. What's up, bro? Why are we cheating? It's like I might have harsh stances on my moral perspective, but I don't judge people for their life. I only judge them from my perspective, not from theirs. When I'm talking to somebody, I'm jumping into their bubble and I'm saying, okay, why are we here? Why do we vote for Trump? And I can see their perspective. If I was them, I would have voted for Trump, but I'm not them. And so they wonder, well, if you're not me and I'm not you, why did I end up who I am? Let's talk about it. Let's deconstruct why we voted that way. And it takes longer and it's more resources and it's more effort. And honestly, it's a lot of emotional labor. So I'm very picky with how I do things. But I do feel this is best for me and my approach, but yours might be good in the political bubble, right? Because I don't do politics. Like as much criticism I have for Destiny, and I have plenty. He's very good at his job when it comes to debate and rhetoric. He's very good at getting people to understand perspectives. And he is very good at moving some people closer to the left. I'm not disputing that. I just disagree that the methods he chooses are within my values. I can't go low if they go low. My reputation is too important.
So you're not arguing the effectiveness. You're arguing just in relative to your values. Well, or do you want to argue the effectiveness too?
No, I think the effectiveness matter. Like I said, I don't think Destiny's bringing deep MAGA people over. I think he's bringing fence sitters, which is good. I'm interested in bringing deep MAGA people over, not because I think they should, but because I think it would serve them more than even the country. I'm not even doing it for Americans. I'm doing it for them. Because when they come to me and say, my child doesn't talk to me anymore, why? I say, let's talk about your child's perspective. I'm having parents of trans kids come to me and say, why isn't my kid talking to me? And I'm like, did you vote for Trump? And they're like, yes. I'm like, let's talk about that. Let's talk about what signal you're sending to your children. Even my brother talked to my mom the other day and said, just a reminder that every time you send Brittany Trump videos, she's going to talk to you less. Make a decision. Make a good decision. And then my mom calls me and goes, Betsy, I love you. Ceasefire. I go, ceasefire, mom, ceasefire. And she goes, I love you. I was like, let's not break up over politics. But I know why people feel like they have to break up over politics, because it feels like the end of America is coming, no matter what side of the aisle you're on. But if we're all feeling this way, then we're both fucking up. It's just in different ways. I agree that the left is fucking up less, but we can't both feel like America's ending. That seems silly.
Yeah, MAGA should stop feeling that. Agreed. Thank you. Agreed. Fist bump. I already know how it is. I mean, yeah. I don't know. I think your perspective is needed because in interpersonal conversations, you know, Googling the Constitution, be like, "Do you see this?" Like that's obviously not gonna
Actually,
fucking work.
yeah, yeah, yeah. But
Like
like
that's just that's
you are doing good in the game you're playing. You're obviously killing it, right? Like your work is a reflection of that. So you got to do you and I got to do me and then hope to see you on the other side of it, on the same side, you know?
I mean, not to be doomer, but I don't know what the fuck is gonna happen in November and December, but I am concerned.
Whatever
I'm concerned,
happens,
and
it's going to happen.
but I think in order for this nation to be a nation that I can feel comfortable raising my kids in,
Sure.
and I have faith in, someone has to fucking, you know, stand up to MAGA and be like, look, I love you. It's like when your parents whoop you because you're doing too much bullshit. Like they
Sure.
love you, but you're getting that ass whooping because
Mm,
they love you. If they
yeah.
didn't care,
Y-
you'd just be sitting there wilding out and they just sit there and entertain it.
I think if you have to whip your kids, you've lost. You're doing evil. I
I
think trauma, generational curses is healed by learning not to whoop your kids when they piss you off that much.
I think some agreed. Like getting pissed off is not a reason to whoop your kid, but there are some f ups where it's like, all right,
Look, I
you need
believe
a
in the
few
2 finger
lashes.
challenge with kids. I do a 2 finger tap. Don't do that. Very soft tap, and the baby crumbles under the pressure of my dominance, right? In that moment, I go, foomp, very soft. And I do that with MAGA people, okay? I do that when Republicans
Hey,
talk to me.
babies.
No, yeah, yes. And then when
Yo.
Republicans talk to me and they come up to me and they say, like, I'm really worried about trans people. And I say, why? And they go, they believe something that's not true. And I said, I'm sorry, didn't you go to church this Sunday? And they go, that is not the same thing, Brittany. And I was like, tell me how it isn't. And they're like, I'm having a personal, intimate relationship with Jesus. You don't know my relationship with Jesus. I was like, cool. They're having a personal, intimate relationship with their gender. Next. And usually they don't have nothing to say. Then they get mad at me and they come back at me with more. And then I sit there and I have the conversation over and over again. And that's the idea. Look, I don't do this for a living on YouTube because girl don't have the emotional labor spoons. But for people I love, people in my communities that for real know me and they call me and go, I'm freaking out right now. I go, let's talk about it. I'm going to homeschool my kids. Okay. I'm not going to vaccinate my kids. Okay, let's talk about it. Why don't we vaccinate? And then when I hang up with them, I go to my partner and I'm like, oh my God, they're not vaccinating the kids. Oh my God. Like, what a mess. And then I go, you know what? It is what it is. It's going to be what it is. I don't have control over people, and nor do I want to control you. I don't want to control you. But I would encourage you in a better direction as much as I possibly can. And I want society to set a standard of expectation that it maintains. And what we maintain should be freedom. Freedom to own guns, freedom to vote without being threatened, freedom of education, freedom of healthcare, freedom. And that should be our goal, whether we're Republican or Democrat.
Yeah, I mean, I wish freedom was a concern of MAGA.
Yeah,
It's just
they have a relationship with freedom that means something to them, and I would like them to widen their definition.
I'd like them to remove their current one and replace it with something else because it
No, you're
seems
asking
like
too
they
much.
want the freedom.
Rashad, you're asking too much of people.
I don't
Ask
think
what
I
they're
am. And the
capable
reason
of.
why I'd say I'm not is people's rights hang in the balance of MAGA letting go of this desire to take people's freedoms.
MAGA
And I
doesn't care
think
about your rights.
someone
That's why
has
they want to take them away.
well, I mean, we've had this before though. We had people who wanted to make sure black people were enslaved forever. We had people who wanted
For
to make sure
sure.
blacks couldn't vote.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like
And you know what? They
I
still
feel like
exist. Myron's friends with them.
Jesus Christ, you're not even wrong. It's no, I mean I feel like in order to make a society that's better, we kind of have to just defeat them every time. And I feel like every time we win, less and less people believe the bullshit. I
Sure.
think there's less people who want blacks enslaved. I think there's less people who want Jim Crow. And I think that the rights relationship with freedom is this desire to take freedom away from other people.
For sure.
And although I may not be LGBTQ or a woman or, Muslim or whatever, I still think that they need to change their relationship with freedom for the betterment of literally all of society because even, white people, like conservative MAGA wants to get rid of democracy.
Yeah.
You know, like that white people's rights hang in the balance. White people can get pregnant. White people can believe in Allah or whatever. Like
Sure.
we're all in this. We're all, you know, all of our heads could be on the chopping block.
I agree.
Um, so I think in a way you're right. Like you do have to have really empathetic conversations with MAGA. Like if I was having like if I knew someone who was MAGA, I would have a way different conversation with them than I would with like a political
Sure.
activist or like someone who is actively like pushing for MAGA.
Mm-hmm.
But I think Biden's gonna actually be one of those legendary people
Yeah.
in December or
Mm.
January. I think he's gonna have to make a decision that might be tough, but might etch him in like American history forever.
Yeah, maybe.
I think Biden's gonna have to get his hands dirty with half of the federal government being willing to overthrow democracy. That's a burden that I mean, I know how I would handle it, but it's a big one.
Sure.
And I think Biden's gonna have to go low. I don't think he's I think he's gonna have to take the gloves off with them. And I think a lot of Republicans might end up going to prison. I hate to sound like Tim Pool, Civil War, but
Yeah.
this might, and we'll be able to, like, you know, hopefully that doesn't happen. But if it does, I'd love to have a conversation about that concept again
Yeah.
after, you know, if Biden does, you know, have to fucking put a cape on and fly through the sky.
Look, the way that I
But
kind of think about it is this. Like, I think schools, like schooling, I don't think people should be able to homeschool without reaching a certain level of curriculum, like standard, right? As a kid who was homeschooled till she was 15, I see how that impacted me for the negative and positive. There were tons of positives, tons of negatives. And I think if we had a
agreed.
universal standard for American expectation, then we'd be better off. But we don't even have that. So we need to set a standard in America that says whether you're poor or rich, black or white, Republican or Democrat, this is the minimum standard of expectation. Because right now we don't even have that. So it feels funny, I guess, to hear people talk about American excellence when we're really letting people slip through. And especially like
Mhm.
Republicans think they have the answer. How many of them are homeschooling their kids? That's like the new thing, right?
Yeah, that
And that's going to be a
unfortunately.
huge disadvantage to a lot of children in the future, right? They're going to miss out on a lot of different things that are expected of them to, they're just going to miss out, or they'll do fine in their little bubble. It depends. It really depends. All of these kids are being like, in America isn't even the world. There's a global like community that's being impacted every day, whether America does something or not, but by their own choices. And those choices aren't even theirs really. It's a combination of everything that came before them. I just feel like, look, I don't have all the answers, but I am not going to go low just because they go low. That doesn't mean I won't defend myself. And don't get it wrong. Even though all those bitches on the internet try to go low with me, what do? I prove them wrong. I laugh in their face and I make money off them. Okay? That's called going high, girl. That's how you go
I don't know
high.
how you do that shit. You're a G.
Okay?
I can't. I don't know how you do it. I don't know. I mean,
They're mad I just make money off as little of an audience as I have. They're just mad I make money and they don't. Nobody wants
that's
to
a
see a woman
factor.
win. Nobody wants to see a woman
There
win.
is a lot of misogyny on like online left wing. It's crazy.
It is.
I didn't think it would exist. I mean, you know, not that I didn't think it'd be as bad as it is.
Yeah, sure.
Like to where you
Me
can't even
neither.
debate without
To be
people being
honest,
like, "You're too rude."
to be honest with
Yeah.
you, genuinely me either. I came into this space ignorant as fuck, thinking it would just be so much fun. And now I'm like, oh, it's a battleground here. Like I had no fucking clue. Yeah, I definitely had a bubble
Yeah,
pop coming
it's
into this sphere.
that's the biggest thing I don't like. Like the drama is cool because I get to watch on the sidelines because I don't get involved, but
Mm-hmm.
like the watching like women can't debate because if they sound too confident and too self-assured, they're bossy, they're disrespectful, they're rude. It's like I didn't
Cult
think
leaders.
like bro,
Literally.
don't
It's
even
so
get
funny.
like that shit is weird to me.
Yeah.
I've watched those videos. It's bro. I don't
Yeah.
want to I don't
That's
want
what
to
I
say
mean.
anything crazy.
We're looking at a world and I'm sitting here looking at humans and I'm like, you don't even know what a cult is. Like I'm sitting here, I've
Yeah.
watched so many documentaries. I've read thousands of books. They're like, there's no way Britney's read all these books. I was like, you don't even know words, bro. Like you're literally coming at me. And that's what I'm saying. Like we're dealing with a humanity that is on a journey. And you want to tell MAGA people
Brittany, some people are just stupid. There's no
That's what
journey.
I'm
Some people have
saying.
just some people have hit the end of the journey and it just says stupid right at the end of the road. It's just dead end. You're stupid. Look, if you had a cult fan base, they wouldn't make videos shit talking you because they'd be scared. I
Yeah,
don't
yeah,
I'm
yeah.
scared to ever make a
Sure.
video putting Nick Fuentes in a title
Oh,
because
hell
it could only
no.
get 100 views and
No, no,
100 of
no,
them will be
no.
groypers.
100. I've had
If
that
you
happen to
can
me. It was a mess. It was
yeah,
a
if you can
mess.
talk shit about a person and you fear nothing,
Yeah.
they're not a cult leader.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Stop playing.
Yeah, we have certain names
Just
here we don't
bullshit.
use because when they come up, it's just like it gets
Yeah,
rowdy
like
here.
their fan base will fuck you
It
up.
is.
Like
It
they'll pull
is.
up on you and stomp you out. And
Mm-hmm.
that's just like, people can say like, oh, this person's like
Yeah.
very few people have cult followings.
Yeah.
And you know when they do because
Yeah.
you're scared to make a video about them.
Yeah, it's kind of funny.
Um
How are you feeling about the
but
conversation?
you're not. I think this one I gotta this one's better than the last
This was
one.
good.
I'd
This
say
was
it's
good.
better. I feel like it was better.
Yeah, it was good.
I feel like we understood what one another was saying a lot more.
Yeah, for
I feel
sure.
like I communicated a little bit better. I think you were a lot. I don't think you communicated poorly. I don't know what you watched. You must have watched a different.
Girl, no, 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 no.
You must have watched a different one. I
No, no,
think you did
no.
great. I
Thank
think I
you.
understood exactly what you were trying to say. Um, I think we just. I feel like we. How do I explain this?
We're two generals in a war fighting it differently. And we're making a
Yeah,
bet with each
you have
other.
yeah
We're like, I'm gonna do
yeah.
it this way. And you're like, I'm gonna do it this way. And I'm like, okay, but like my way's better, but you do you, I guess.
Yeah, it's like we kind of understand the same problem, but we're looking at the solutions differently.
Yeah.
I think your way of doing things is definitely best for like interpersonal conversations. Like when you know a MAGA person personally,
Yeah.
um, it's way better to like try to meet them where they're at than to like try to give them a speech about how much of a piece of shit they are. Um, I feel like I took away from your points. It's really the importance of just understanding like where I feel like with your mindset, it's very, very easy to understand like you're not just because you're on the right side doesn't necessarily mean you're always right. Like you could be fucking up somewhere.
Sure.
You could be doing
Everyone's always
something.
fucking up.
You could be pushing someone toward maybe the ideology you don't want them to go toward.
The road to hell is paved with very good intentions. And I have very good intentions. So I always have to check myself.
Yeah, I mean, I think my intentions are like they're okay. Like just like people just
You're
be
like,
okay. I'm not
they're
gonna, I
subpar.
don't want to.
They're like
Yeah,
mid.
yeah, I'm trying. I'm learning as I go. I just
Yeah.
want people to be free to do what they want, and that's
Yeah.
it. Like I just that's it. But yeah, I feel like I took away from you like, the importance of empathy in conversations, understanding where I understand where MAGA's ideas come from, but sometimes when you're doomering about the Constitution, you can
Yeah.
forget like, oh, like this person's like in love with Jesus, which isn't a bad thing, but they're letting their
Yeah.
relationship with religion get in the way
They're
of this
choosing
and that, and you have
themselves
to
over everybody else, like you said. They are
yeah,
really
and I
really
think
doing that. You are choosing yourself and your belief over every other American, which is so un-American. Yeah. I agree with you on that front. So like you have to do what you're doing because you're playing in a very different bubble and they need a voice like yours to come in and say these things because ultimately it is very un-American what you're doing, bros. Like you're very anti-freedom right now, so you need to chill. But yeah, I do what I do, you do what you do, and together we'll pwn them from both sides, like a threesome, like a devil's
Owen is
three-way,
crazy.
like a.
Wait, what? Oh my
Yeah,
goodness.
you, me, and the maggot right in the middle, baby. Anyways,
we're gonna act like that did not just happen.
you know what? Sex negative over here. Sex negative over here.
No, okay. Look. I think
We stumped Rashad. Rashad is stunted.
yeah, I'm trying to unpack some more things that you said because mm,
Let me ask you this. How are your spoons doing?
okay.
And how much longer do you think we'll talk? Because I'm heading towards the end of my spoons. So I'm
Oh, I
wondering,
mean, I like look. It's I have by default I have more spoons than you. So if you want to wrap it up here, we can.
true.
Because I have like it's literally the time now is probably the time it was when you started the stream.
Yeah, it's like 1 a.m. almost here. It's a little past my bedtime.
Yeah.
I
So
want to keep talking, but I think my body's actually kind of crashing a bit. So I'm afraid I won't be as like
catch
cognizant.
disease.
Huh?
Catch disease. I'm
Okay,
not
thank you. I
catch
appreciate
disease.
that.
I'm not tripping.
But the good news is we always have so many good things to talk about. So when we can, we'll do another collaboration.
Yeah, that means the world has gotten crazier.
Stop
If
it
there's more
right
good things.
now. Well, I will tell you, I don't do politics on my channel, but I do plan to stream Harris versus Trump when they debate. If he
Mhm.
does, if he doesn't pussy out, you know what I'm saying? If he doesn't pussy out, so I plan to stream it if they
Mhm.
can, if I am allowed to, and that will be fun. And
You'll be allowed to.
I want to talk to you after that because I think that would be a fun conversation.
Okay, so damn, but you'll be taxed though.
Well, not after
You'll
the
be
live
fucked
stream.
up.
We'll talk another day. But I mean, after it
Oh yeah,
happens.
I was
After it
like, bro,
happens.
like you're
No,
gonna
no, I'll be
die.
done. My spoons
Like,
will be. My spoons will be totally
yeah, I
crashed.
was like,
But I
Brittany's
mean,
might be off
after a
the.
few days after, whatever, I would love to talk to you because you're doing politics right now, and then this gives me an outlet for my political thing. Even though I don't technically do politics, I do. I'm trying to be vocal about how I'm voting, just to let people know.
It'll help your momentum for your channel too to cover that
Yeah,
because this election is gonna be good for the algorithm.
it
So,
is. It is, and I
I
definitely,
mean,
we
you know,
look. Okay, I wish Harris would just like bend me over, step on me, do whatever she wants, coconut milk all over my face. But like she is mommy Dami, and I never miss an opportunity to cover mommy Dami. Okay, just like we love her. Yeah. So respectfully, we mean that respectfully.
I
Look,
would say, I would say pause, but
look, we're on Harris
you're
TikTok, and Harris TikTok is killing it. Let me say, I am a susceptible to the branding, and I am totally loving it. Have you seen Harris TikTok? Killing it.
they're doing a good job. They're doing a
Killing
great job,
it.
and they're going low though, Brittany. They're using insults and they're being
No, no, no,
petty. So,
no, no, no. It's
uh huh,
all tongue in cheek.
yeah,
It's
yeah,
just for
yeah.
fun. It's not low. I disagree. I disagree. I think they're going dignified clapback. You know, you got to clap back. It's
I don't
politics.
know. Obama's joke was kind of lower. I don't know if you saw that one,
Maybe. I
but
don't know. I did see it. I did see it. I saw, I mean, there were some one-liners during the convention. Let me tell you, there were some one-liners,
I don't want to drag you out too far.
Anyways.
But
Thank you for the
look,
conversation. It was really good. And my audience really loved it. They really like when we collab.
I hope I didn't sound like a let's kill them all lunatic the last 4
No, because I
hours.
probably sounded like a pro-Trumper at some points. I'm gonna get clipped, bro. I probably
No,
sounded like a MAGA
no.
sympathizer.
You sounded like a let's all be friends more so than like a
Oh, the worst is a woman. Ugh, there's another woman wanting to be friends with everybody. Great.
that unfortunately that's how they're gonna do. Yeah, this
Great.
space is it's hellbound. But
Yeah, well, it is what it
again,
is.
thanks for the conversation.
Same,
Um,
same. I will post a link to your channel. Of course, we'll keep this stream up so you guys can just watch it. I'll add timestamps within today or tomorrow. And please go check out Rashad.
look,
Yeah.
I mean, I appreciate you having me. Hopefully, my audience, I got you tagged in the title,
Thank
so
you.
audience, go over there, sub please. But yeah, again, I appreciate the conversation. It was great.
It was great.
Hopefully we can have just a pure philosophy convo. I hope I didn't like
It was great.
like politics it too much. But
No, I loved it. I think
we'll
it was a
see.
really nice balance. I think it was good. Thank you.
Okay.
All right.
Okay. Well,
Talk to
we'll
you
just
soon.
catch up later then.
All right. Sounds good.
See you.
Good night. All right, guys. That is it for me. I think I've done my time, paid my crime. Look how sweaty I am. I'm so tired. Oh my gosh, my foundation has melted off in this room with no AC. Okay. With that said, I am going to link Rashad's channel. I'm going to keep this live stream up so you guys can watch it. Great conversation. I hope to have more in the future. And with that said, I'm going to go ahead and end stream. I will see you again tomorrow. We have lots to cover, and I'm excited to get through it with you guys. Treat yourselves well. I've been reading your chats. I'll read them after live because I want to see what you guys were saying. And yeah, see you tomorrow. Bye-bye. 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 Bye-bye.